Hi everyone, part 10 is already here. If you'd like to support me and watch new episodes of your favorite stories ahead of everyone else, consider subscribing to my Patreon. You'll find all the necessary links in the comments. Thank you for your support and enjoy watching.
Who could have imagined that the legendary holy land of Yaoqi would be located on an island? Gu Lingqi sighed as she followed Lin Fan onto the island, taking in the vast mountain ranges and dense vegetation. The fabled martial arts sanctuary wasn't in a bustling area but on a remote island, which explained why it was so hard to find. Without a detailed map, how could one locate it amidst the vastness of Mohe? Even with a map, without the specialized dragon ship designed for navigating the Mo River, it would be impossible to explore this place. Any other means of transportation would be destroyed by the river's violent storms and the devastating lightning that strikes down everything in its path. Even someone as powerful as Lin Fan had a hard time crossing just a few dozen kilometers, barely escaping unscathed. If the distance had been any greater, even a supreme master like the nine-turn great sage would have had to bow down in defeat. Lin Fan remained silent, surveying the mountains on the island before finally replying, "It's not that the holy land of Yaoqi was built on this island, but rather, the remnants of the holy land fell here, creating the island in the depths of the river." The holy land of Yaoqi fell. Gu Lingqi was stunned for a moment before she widened her eyes in shock. "Are you saying that the holy land of Yaoqi was originally in the sky? If the island formed from the fallen ruins, then that meant the holy land wasn't on the ground but in the heavens. A sanctuary suspended in the sky. What kind of godlike power could achieve such a feat?" Lin Fan chuckled. "Why are you so surprised? Isn't it normal for a legendary martial arts sanctuary to have a bit of grandeur?" He wasn't exaggerating. He could still see traces of the formation that harnessed the power of the stars to keep the enormous sanctuary floating in the sky, like a mythical city where countless mortals once worshipped. Given enough time, Lin Fan could also use his mastery of astrology and chess to achieve the same effect, although it would require an immense amount of precious divine materials. Right now, it wasn't worth the cost, and it wouldn't be wise to draw too much attention to himself. The Lin family wasn't yet strong enough to be so ostentatious. But it might be something to consider in the future. "I always thought it strange," Gu Lingqi mused. "The ancient texts say that the holy land of Yaoqi was revered by countless martial arts masters. If it had been in such a harsh region as Mohe, those masters wouldn't have been able to worship it at all." She didn't think Lin Fan had any reason to lie to her, and his explanation made sense of the contradictions in the records. "Haven't you been to one of the branch halls of the holy land of Yaoqi? Didn't they have any records of this?" Lin Fan asked, glancing at her. "No." Gu Lingqi shook her head. "When I entered, I did get some things, but it seemed like the branch hall had been evacuated in a hurry. Many items were either taken away or destroyed, especially the books containing various records. It was as if someone deliberately erased all the information. I only learned that the person in charge of the branch hall went missing in the sky burial grounds from a notebook I found in the remains of one of the hall's disciples." "Is that so?" Lin Fan frowned slightly. The hurried evacuation of the branch hall, along with the deliberate destruction of records, suggested that someone was systematically wiping out the legacy of the holy land of Yaoqi. That would explain why such a powerful sanctuary, which hadn't disappeared all that long ago, had become so obscure. But who could be behind this? "It seems the truth is even more complex than we imagined," Lin Fan said, looking toward the depths of the island. The mountain ranges stretched out, and in the distance, they could faintly see pavilions and towers. Despite the passage of time, they still shone with a unique brilliance. He had a feeling that this exploration of the ruins would be anything but simple. "Stay close to me when we go inside," Lin Fan warned, heading toward one of the peaks. The mountain wasn't particularly tall, and the remaining buildings weren't very elaborate. The formation protecting it was relatively weak, so it seemed like a good place to test the waters. "Got it," Gu Lingqi replied. Though her senses weren't as sharp as Lin Fan's, she had one strong suit. Once she chose to trust someone, she did so wholeheartedly. "Woo woo woo caw 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 caw. Ya ya ya." The mountain, which had seemed small from afar, loomed large as they approached. Towering trees and a chorus of birds and beasts made it feel like an entire mountain range. The two of them stood at the foot of the mountain. In addition to the distant pavilions, they also noticed numerous battle scars. A nearby peak had been sliced cleanly in half by a single sword strike, the cut smooth as a mirror. Even now, they could sense the lingering sharpness of the sword's edge. To split a mountain with a single strike and leave the sword's intent intact through the ages, this was no ordinary feat. Even a nine-turn great sage might struggle to accomplish it. It wasn't just about destroying the mountain, it was about preserving the essence of martial intent within it, a feat that touched upon the power of laws. What kind of battle took place here? For a martial arts sanctuary that once dominated an era to suddenly fall like this. Gu Lingqi took a deep breath, her heart heavy with emotion. Lin Fan remained silent. The world was far more complicated than it appeared. The divine dragon's remains in the sky burial grounds, the sealed god's corpse, the blood he had unearthed in the former Western Frost Kingdom, all these were beyond ordinary comprehension. And the tainted dragon ship. All these unknown forces had been slowly erased by time, forgotten in the river of history. But let's not dwell on that now. Our priority should be climbing this mountain and obtaining the treasures here to strengthen ourselves. That's the right path. Lin Fan said pragmatically. You're right. Gu Lingqi paused for a moment but soon smiled and nodded in agreement. Although this peak was on the outskirts, it was still protected by a strong formation. Forcing their way through could trigger a series of unfortunate consequences. However, since it was just the outer edge, it shouldn't be too difficult. At least, that's what Gu Lingqi thought. But when she tried to take action, she found herself completely at a loss. The formation here, though not as complex as those in the sky burial grounds, was still beyond her abilities to break. She felt a bit embarrassed, like she'd been useless this whole journey. Let me handle it, Lin Fan said without a hint of blame. He hadn't expected her to do much anyway. All he needed from her were the bits of information she'd gathered and her honesty in sticking to their agreement. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Lin Fan dismantled the formation, breaking through several key points. The protective barrier around the peak dissipated, revealing the mountain in greater clarity. But before they could make a move, the massive stones scattered around the base of the mountain began to tremble and rise. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. These stones, as they stood up, emanated a faint sense of threat. And this was just the beginning. As the stones awakened, something deeper within the mountain began to stir as well. This is only the first peak. According to the layout, this should just be part of the outer section. Gu Lingqi, who had been closely observing the changes, could no longer stay calm as she noticed the reaction from breaking the formation. This was merely the outermost peak, an area that should belong to the outer disciples if following the pattern. Yet even here they felt an overwhelming sense of danger. How were they supposed to explore this place? Lin Fan's expression turned serious as well. He hadn't expected the difficulty here to be so high. If the outer area was already like this, it was hard to imagine what lay deeper within. Roar. As they pondered, the giant stones that had risen from the mountain's base let out deafening roars, like the beating of a mourning drum. These weren't just stones, they were creatures that resembled giant rocks, or perhaps puppets made to look like stone through some special technique. Though they moved stiffly, the aura they exuded was comparable to that of a fifth-turn martial saint. With such powerful puppets in such large numbers, it was beyond anything they had imagined. What do we do now? Gu Lingqi asked, her expression tense and uncertain. What else can we do? Lin Fan replied. We've come this far, so nothing we encounter can stop us from moving forward. As he spoke, a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. These stone puppets, though intimidating, weren't enough to make him retreat. Even the unknown entity awakening within the mountain wouldn't be able to stop him. I'm with you. Gu Lingqi gritted her teeth, deciding to stick by Lin Fan's side. Howl. As the two stepped into the mountain's territory, the stone puppets were fully activated. Despite appearing to be made entirely of granite, they moved like living beings, letting out terrifying roars as they lumbered toward Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi. Standing over 10 meters tall, they resembled ancient giants, each step radiating immense pressure. When they approached, they attempted to crush the two intruders beneath their massive feet. The special force fields they emitted made it difficult to even move, and one wrong step would lead to being flattened. But Lin Fan only glanced at them coldly before swinging his blood-red spear. Like cutting through tofu, he dismembered the stone puppets with ease. Though these fifth-turn level puppets might be formidable to others, to Lin Fan, they were nothing special. Gu Lingqi wasn't far behind, joining the battle soon after. Seeing Lin Fan effortlessly destroy dozens of puppets gave her confidence. But when she actually engaged, she realized these stone creatures were more complicated than they seemed, especially since they were resistant to her extreme ice domain. Despite her efforts, she could only slow them down, unable to cause significant damage. Is the gap really this wide? Gu Lingqi's face turned pale as she once again felt the vast difference in power between her and Lin Fan. Lin Fan, however, paid no attention to this and quickened his pace. These stone puppets were never his true target. He was focused on the entity awakening in the depths of the mountain. Tianqing Peak. No invitation, no entry. A cold voice echoed as a pitch-black figure swiftly descended from the mountain. With just a simple movement, the entire space fell silent, as if only this figure existed. Here it comes, Lin Fan muttered, his expression heavy. The presence he had sensed awakening had arrived. What? Is that thing? Gu Lingqi, who had been doing her best to deal with the stone puppets, found her extreme cold domain shattered the moment the pitch-black figure appeared. It hadn't even attacked her directly, just its mere presence was enough to overwhelm her. Her face changed drastically. Step back, Lin Fan instructed. The figure before him also exerted significant pressure on him. This was another puppet, but unlike the stone ones, it was forged from some kind of divine metal and infused with unknown elements. Such powerful constructs were no longer found in the present day, yet their strength could still terrify even the mightiest warriors. I won't back down. I may not be able to do much, but I can assist you from the sidelines. Gu Lingqi stubbornly replied, determined not to be useless. Lin Fan glanced at her but didn't argue further. Besides, the black puppet wasn't giving them much time to talk. With a cold gaze, it joined the battle. As its earlier words suggested, it was the guardian of this peak, created solely to protect it. Anyone entering without an invitation would face its most brutal punishment. Even after countless years, with its master long gone, it remained unchanged. Extreme Frost Domain Gu Lingqi acted first, determined to help. She wasn't foolish enough to charge in recklessly but instead coordinated from a distance as she promised. Her ice abilities were excellent for support, though the black puppet's power was beyond imagination. Even if it hadn't reached the level of a legendary 9th turn martial saint, it far surpassed a 6th turn. The primary issue was that this puppet's immense strength was concentrated in its physical form, making it highly resistant to elemental attacks. Gu Lingqi, who could freeze vast regions of the Moai River and trap the fearsome mermaids in ice, found her abilities far less effective here. However, she had anticipated this. After casting her domain, she didn't stop but instead channeled her strongest power to unleash another divine ability. Stream chain snowflakes began to swirl around her, turning her hair white as she invoked her most powerful technique. These chains, formed from pure ice, emerged from her domain and wrapped tightly around the black puppet. The puppet struggled immediately, its terrifying strength causing the very air to crack. Gu Lingqi trembled under the strain but managed to hold on. Strike. Though this all happened in an instant, Lin Fan launched his attack almost simultaneously. His blood-red spear, radiating the aura of a mighty dragon, pierced directly toward the black puppet under his control. A deafening roar echoed, reverberating across the island. The guardian puppet has been defeated. Has someone breached the island? On the highest peak, deep within the island, stood a sacred pool exuding a faint celestial aura. Within it, a figure as pure as jade bathed in the divine energy. Shrouded in mist, their exact appearance was unclear. Upon hearing the roar, the figure slowly turned, whispering softly before stepping out of the sacred pool. What an extraordinary combat unit! Could this be one of the mechanized beasts from the Mo family's legacy? Gu Lingqi marveled as she approached the defeated black puppet, unable to hide her amazement. Such a powerful combat entity, and yet it was merely an inanimate object. How terrifying! It's not a mechanized beast, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. As a master of divine-level mechanisms, he could easily tell the difference. Then what is it? Gu Lingqi couldn't contain her curiosity. Lin Fan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he examined the puppet more closely. Upon inspecting its structure and the seemingly chaotic but actually highly ordered patterns etched into its surface, his eyes narrowed. Those patterns, they were the markings of a complete divine weapon. In other words, this puppet wasn't just a machine, it was a weapon, a humanoid weapon. Although it sounded absurd, the design confirmed it. The puppet was powered by a high-grade crystal beast core, and its strength was amplified through the divine weapon inscriptions. This intricate construction was beyond even Lin Fan's capabilities as a master craftsman. Not because his forging skills were lacking, but because the puppet's creation involved techniques that surpassed ordinary craftsmanship, akin to those found in immortal cultivation stories, where war puppets were forged using celestial methods. Perhaps if I reach true divinity, I'll be able to comprehend such things, Lin Fan thought as he studied the humanoid weapon puppet one last time. Though the metal it was made of was excellent, it was far too heavy to take with him. Besides, he hadn't come here to haul back lumps of iron. With the guardian puppet out of the way, their ascent up the mountain became much easier. Along the way, they encountered several exotic beasts, some even reaching the semi-saint level. However, upon seeing the two of them, the beasts fled in terror, as if wishing they had more legs to run with. Rustling. As they reached halfway up the mountain, the sound of rushing water filled the air, a waterfall hidden in the mountains. There's a medicinal field here. Gu Lingqi, with her sharp eyes, spotted a lush medicinal field by the waterfall. It was bathed in glowing light, and the air was thick with the scent of rare herbs. Let's take a look. Lin Fan said, raising an eyebrow as he led the way toward the field. The field wasn't large, perhaps just about an acre, divided into small plots. There was no protective formation, only a few scarecrows standing among the plants. Seeing this, Gu Lingqi prepared to examine the field more closely, hoping to find some valuable herbs. After all, this was the legendary holy land of Yaoqi, and even its outermost areas were far from ordinary. The guardian puppet they had encountered earlier was proof of that. Hold on. Lin Fan stopped her just as she was about to step forward. What's wrong? Gu Lingqi asked, puzzled. She didn't think Lin Fan was planning to keep all the treasures for himself. Don't you think this is strange? Lin Fan asked instead of explaining. Strange? Gu Lingqi frowned slightly, taking a closer look at the field. Nestled by the water and surrounded by pleasant scenery, the small field was entirely visible at a glance. There was no formation protecting it, and she couldn't see anything unusual. Lin Fan glanced at her sideways. At your age, have you learned nothing? Doesn't it seem odd that such a valuable medicinal field is untouched by any birds or beasts? Do the creatures of the mountain follow rules so well? Gu Lingqi had been annoyed at first, but Lin Fan's words made her pause. He was right. Even from a distance she could see that some of the herbs growing there were rare treasures. And although she didn't recognize some of them, their glow and the medicinal aura they emitted made it clear that they weren't ordinary plants. These valuable herbs weren't just beneficial to human martial artists, they would be just as coveted by birds and beasts, especially the exotic creatures in the mountains, who were on their own paths of cultivation and evolution. Yet the field remained intact, the precious herbs untouched, some even withering and rotting in the ground without being harvested by the beasts. How could that not be strange? Could there be a trap? Gu Lingqi asked, holding her breath. After encountering the guardian puppet earlier, she no longer underestimated anything here. Let's find out. Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, far more relaxed than the cautious Gu Lingqi. With that, two pitch-black dragon-like creatures slowly extended from behind him. These were the result of his cultivation of the 9 changes of the reverse dragon, a top-tier technique. Enhanced by his divine dragon power, they looked like true demonic dragons. Each of them was strong enough to fight on their own, capable of battling at the level of a 5th-turn martial saint. Go! Lin Fan commanded, pointing toward the field. The 2 dragons detached from him and slithered into the medicinal field, twisting and turning through the air. At first, nothing happened. One of the dragons even successfully dug up a valuable herb. But the moment it uprooted the herb, one of the seemingly old and worn-out scarecrows moved without warning. The stick it held to ward off birds suddenly transformed into the sharpest of blades, slicing through the air. In an instant, it decapitated the dragon holding the herb. The dragons, possessing a sliver of autonomous will, could follow their master's commands in battle. Yet even with this awareness, the dragon couldn't react in time and was swiftly beheaded. The other dragon immediately became alert, but 2 more scarecrows were nearby. It blocked the strike from one, but couldn't evade the second. In the blink of an eye, both dragons were slain in the field, their life force returning to Lin Fan as they dissolved into blood energy. Gu Lingqi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. She had noticed the scarecrows before, but since they seemed lifeless and didn't exude the same oppressive aura as the guardian puppet, she hadn't paid them much mind, assuming they were just there to scare off animals. But in reality they were strange entities capable of killing beings as powerful as 5th-turn martial saints in an instant. If she had naively walked into the field and faced those scarecrows, she shuddered to think what would have happened. Even if she survived, she would be left battered and bruised. Lin Daohua, you've saved me once again. How should I repay you this time? Gu Lingqi said gratefully, looking at Lin Fan. A life for a life, perhaps. Lin Fan replied calmly, before turning his attention back to the scarecrows in the field. Am I really that bad? I'm just a bit older than you, that's all. Gu Lingqi huffed, clearly displeased. Lin Fan simply chuckled and said nothing more, letting her figure it out for herself. Gu Lingqi grew even more annoyed, but before she could retort, Lin Fan stepped into the field. Lin Daoyu, Gu Lingqi called out, momentarily forgetting her anger as she hurried to warn him. She was about to tell him not to let his guard down, but the next moment, she froze. The scarecrows in the field didn't attack Lin Fan. In fact, they even tilted slightly, as if bowing to him. What's going on? Gu Lingqi was stunned. This was completely different from what she had expected. Only Lin Fan seemed unsurprised. So that's how it is, he murmured, looking down at the object in his hand, an amulet that seemed to pulse with life. Who would have thought it was actually true? Lin Fan remarked calmly, his expression composed and untroubled. When he saw the scarecrows activate their protective abilities, He immediately sensed a familiar presence, a presence tied to a special token he had obtained while crossing the strange dragon ship on the Mo River. He had been testing a theory, and it turned out to be correct. The holder of this token was indeed the owner of the medicinal field scarecrows. The token carried the aura of its original owner, as if the owner were there in person. These scarecrows, despite their terrifying ability to instantly kill a 5th-turn Martial Saint-level dragon, were simply special puppets with rigid programming. Once set by their master, they operated strictly according to those instructions. That's why, even after their master's death, they continued to function, guarding the medicinal field from any intruders. That token of yours? Gu Lingqi noticed the jade token in Lin Fan's hand, her eyes widening slightly as she stared at it. I happened to find it by chance. Lin Fan responded casually, not hiding anything. But Gu Lingqi didn't take her eyes off the token. Instead, she said, "This token, I've seen it described in the information I collected at the Yaoqi Holy Land branch." "Oh? What does it say?" Lin Fan's interest was piqued. He had only taken out the token because it seemed to match the aura here, but he didn't have a deeper understanding of it. Any useful information could significantly aid them in their exploration. Gu Lingqi explained, "Lin Daoyu, you might have noticed that the characters inscribed on your token are the same as those used by the Tianxing Merchant Association I founded, right?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded. He had noticed this similarity the first time they met. Gu Lingqi continued, "The reason I chose that name is because the Yaoqi Holy Land branch I entered was part of a lineage known as Tianxing. Much of what I gained from that branch helped shape who I am today, so I named my merchant association in its honor." "I see." Lin Fan nodded in understanding, sensing that she wasn't finished. He continued listening intently. "According to the records I gathered," Gu Lingqi resumed, "this Tianxing lineage was quite influential within the Yaoqi Holy Land. If the owner of your token was a core disciple of that lineage, it means you could access most areas within this holy land." Hearing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the significance. If what she said was true and the token's original owner held enough status, their exploration would become much simpler. The token could allow them to pass through most areas without being blocked by various formations or attacked by powerful guardians. This would save a great deal of time and help them avoid many dangers. Though Lin Fan's strength was formidable, the difficulty of this place was incredibly high. Even he couldn't guarantee his safety with absolute certainty. After all, this was just an outer peak, yet it was already so perilous. What kind of dangers awaited in the true core of the Holy Land? "Let's harvest these herbs first. We can test it on the other peaks later," Lin Fan suggested, deciding not to dwell on it. Whether the token would be useful could be determined when they explored other peaks. For now, it was time to gather their spoils. Gu Lingqi had no objections after all. Treasure hunting was their main goal. This is the solar spirit flower. It's long extinct in the outside world, only mentioned in ancient texts, but it has incredible properties. It can purify the toxins within a martial artist's body. With a body free of impurities, cultivation becomes much easier. Gu Lingqi exclaimed as she picked a flower, her excitement evident. For martial artists, especially those with great power, their bodies often accumulated various toxins. These toxins weren't from external sources but were the residual effects of consuming different pills during cultivation. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. And though martial artists knew this, they often had no choice but to take these pills to advance quickly. Without them, it would be difficult to achieve their desired heights within a limited lifespan. Only by reaching higher realms could they gain more years and unlock greater potential for the future. However, too many toxins could clog the meridians, hinder cultivation, and even shorten one's lifespan. These toxins were a major concern for countless powerful cultivators, and a herb that could purify them would be worth any price. Unfortunately, the solar spirit flower had long vanished due to over-harvesting and changes in the environment that no longer supported its growth. Now, it was only found in ancient texts. But here, in this medicinal field, there was a whole batch of these rare flowers. No wonder Gu Lingqi was thrilled. Just these solar spirit flowers alone make this trip worth it. Gu Lingqi happily harvested the precious flowers, counting over 20 in total, which delighted her even more. With these flowers she could cleanse her body of accumulated toxins, making future cultivation smoother, and even potentially breaking through to the next level. "Are you satisfied so easily? Come and see what I found over here." Lin Fan's amused voice caught Gu Lingqi's attention, drawing her gaze to the unusual herb he was holding. "Is that the 9 tribulations sacred grass?" Gu Lingqi's eyes widened, her voice faltering with astonishment. The 9 tribulations sacred grass was the main ingredient in the 9 tribulations sacred pill, a pill known not for directly increasing one's cultivation, but for its miraculous effects in helping cultivators break through bottlenecks. As its name suggests, it could help one overcome tribulations. For instance, when a martial saint attempts to break through to a higher level by unlocking more internal restraints, this pill could provide significant assistance. Even if the attempt failed, the pill's effects would prevent any harmful repercussions, allowing for future attempts without fear of residual damage. This pill, which could help one pass tribulations, was invaluable. Unfortunately, the main ingredient, the 9 tribulations sacred grass, had also become extinct. To find it here was a stroke of incredible luck, and Gu Lingqi could already foresee her cultivation level skyrocketing once she crafted the sacred pill. Already at the 6th turn, another breakthrough would push her into the later stages of martial saint, a transformative leap that would make her one of the most invincible powerhouses in the world, someone even the mighty Qin Empire would hesitate to provoke. This small herb garden is like a legendary fairyland, Gu Lingqi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, practically glowing with joy. Lin Fan's mood was also good. If one field yielded such valuable finds, what treasures might be hidden in the pavilions on this peak or on the other? More central peaks? This truly was a legendary martial arts sanctuary. Even though it had fallen into ruin, its legacy was beyond imagination astonishing, to say the least. As they continued gathering herbs, Gu Lingqi's delighted exclamations echoed from time to time. For someone who managed a vast merchant association and had reached the 6th turn level in cultivation, her excitement was a testament to just how valuable their finds were. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile as well. The harvest from this medicinal field was indeed excellent. With his skills as a divine alchemist, he could refine these precious herbs into powerful pills, maximizing their potential. You've almost dug up the entire ground. You don't need to scrape it down another 3 feet, Lin Fan said as he finished collecting the herbs. He glanced at Gu Lingqi, who despite her fairy-like appearance, now resembled a village woman, covered in dirt and furiously digging through the soil. He couldn't help but feel slightly amused. Considering her status, it was quite surprising to see her so absorbed in her task. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Gu Lingqi realized how disheveled she looked. Embarrassed, she noticed her clothes were dirty and quickly tried to explain herself. I just didn't want to miss anything. Some of the rarest herbs grow underground, you know. Lin Fan shook his head. With his yin-yang dragon eye, he was an expert at finding treasures. Even if they were buried 3 feet or even 3 meters underground, they couldn't escape his keen vision. However, he chose not to say anything further. The herbs in this field were too valuable, and no one wanted to overlook anything. Let's clean up a bit, Lin Fan suggested, pointing to the clear stream formed by a nearby waterfall, perfect for washing off the dirt. Lin Fan only needed to wash his hands, but Gu Lingqi was covered in mud from head to toe, even her face. A simple rinse wouldn't suffice. Lin Dao Yu, could you turn around for a moment? I want to wash up, Gu Lingqi said shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although she often joked, she wasn't as thick-skinned as she pretended to be. When it came down to it, she found it hard to act as casually as her words suggested. Lin Fan chuckled, teasing her, "What's this? Are you getting shy? I was thinking we could bathe together." Gu Lingqi wanted to retort confidently, but in truth she was all talk. Despite her age, most of her time had been spent in seclusion, cultivating or honing her chess skills. She had no experience with relationships, she hadn't even held a man's hand before. The only reason she teased Lin Fan about her age was to keep up appearances. "Alright, go ahead and wash up. I'll stand guard for you. This place is full of potential dangers, so be careful," Lin Fan said, seeing her discomfort and deciding to stop teasing. He turned around and kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Once Lin Fan had turned his back, Gu Lingqi quietly slipped out of her clothes. She also removed the white veil from her face, revealing her flawless beauty, a face that could make anyone fall for her. Since Lin Fan was nearby and danger could strike at any moment, she kept on her undergarments, which only added to her allure. Though Lin Fan had turned away and refrained from using his spiritual senses to peek, his sharp hearing still picked up the sound of water splashing behind him. His mind couldn't help but imagine the scene: a beautiful woman bathing in a river, a vision as elegant as it was captivating. As Gu Lingqi washed away the dirt, she glanced at Lin Fan, relieved to see that he truly was acting like a gentleman. But at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed. Was she not attractive enough to catch his attention? She couldn't help but feel conflicted, wanting him to look but also appreciating his restraint. Such is the paradox of a woman's heart. Given the hidden dangers in this place, she didn't dare to relax completely. After a quick wash, she used her inner energy to dry herself off and got dressed. The sound of rustling fabric reached Lin Fan's ears as she put her clothes back on. The act of dressing, simple as it was, held its own kind of allure. Outwardly calm, Lin Fan was internally struggling to keep his composure. But he wasn't about to lose control in such a situation. "I'm done, Lin Daoyu," Gu Lingqi called out. She was now fully dressed, her perfect features once again hidden behind her white veil. However, the slight mist on her skin from the bath made her look even more enchanting, like a lotus freshly risen from the water. Despite her slightly older age, there wasn't a single flaw to be found in her appearance. "Thank you for standing guard, Lin Daoyu," Gu Lingqi said with a graceful smile, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "It was nothing," Lin Fan replied, suppressing the heat rising within him as he adjusted his inner energy. Noticing something, Gu Lingqi's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile, though the veil hid it from Lin Fan. "Lin Daoyu, those scarecrows guarding the field are incredibly powerful, and since you have the token to control them, what do you plan to do with them?" Gu Lingqi asked as they returned to the medicinal field. The scarecrows weren't exactly portable, and their main function was defense. But as guardians for a home, they would be extremely valuable. Lin Fan understood this as well, but with the Holy Land's ruins still to explore, it wasn't practical to carry them around. "I'll leave them here for now. We can collect them on our way back," Lin Fan decided. He wasn't about to let such useful items go to waste. "Sounds good," Gu Lingqi agreed, and the two continued their ascent up the mountain. After they left, the field returned to its peaceful state. A small white bird fluttered out from beneath one of the scarecrow's hats. Strangely, the scarecrows hadn't attacked the bird. Even as it flew away, they remained still. The bird left the field and headed straight for the deepest part of Yaoqi Holy Land, chirping excitedly as it landed on the hand of a woman shrouded in mist, her figure barely visible through the glowing light. The bird chirped rapidly, as if reporting something to her. The woman nodded after listening, feeding the bird a glowing grain before turning her gaze toward a distant mountain, the very mountain where Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi were searching for treasures. As Lin Fan climbed the mountain, he suddenly turned to look toward the depths of Yaoqi Holy Land. "What's wrong, Lin Daoyu?" Gu Lingqi, noticing his unusual behavior, instantly became alert. This place was far from safe. Lin Fan didn't respond right away. He stared into the distance for a while before saying, "I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but it felt like someone was watching us just now." "Someone watching us?" Gu Lingqi's heart skipped a beat as she also looked toward the depths of Yaoqi Holy Land. This place was the lost ruins of a martial arts sanctuary. Over the long passage of time, it had faded from memory, and without a detailed map, they wouldn't have found it. By all accounts, no one should be here. But could Lin Fan's instincts be wrong? Though Gu Lingqi didn't say anything, her actions spoke volumes. She was already on full alert. "No need to worry about it for now," Lin Fan said, retracting his gaze. "Whether someone is here or not, we should continue with what we came to do." Giving up now wasn't an option for Lin Fan, especially when it came to the Divine Lotus in the sacred pool. That was something he would never abandon. "All right." Gu Lingqi, who had grown to trust Lin Fan almost blindly, calmed down as she saw how composed he was. Meanwhile, deep within Yaoqi Holy Land, the mist-shrouded woman slowly withdrew her gaze. Such sharp senses. "It seems these visitors aren't here with good intentions," she murmured, her voice ethereal and resonating with a mystical quality, as if she weren't of this world. "However, no matter who they are, the Holy Land cannot be desecrated. If they leave now, I'll let them consider this their fortune. But if they don't know their place, I'll make sure they do," she whispered to herself, then gently released the small white bird in her hand. Back on Tianqing Peak, Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi continued their ascent until they arrived in front of a pavilion. From the outside, the pavilion appeared intact, but as they drew closer, they saw that it was actually in ruins. The structure bore numerous battle scars, and dried brown stains, remnants of blood, were visible, indicating the fierce battles that had taken place here. Even the outer peaks saw such brutal fighting. Yaoqi Holy Land must have faced a tremendous disaster when it fell, Gu Lingqi remarked as she examined the remnants of the battle. If a powerful martial arts sanctuary like this could fall, what hope did others like them have for the future? Lin Fan remained silent. He had expected this from the start. Bringing down a holy land that once floated in the sky would have required unimaginable conflict. But where are the bodies? All we see are battle marks. Gu Lingqi wondered aloud, noticing something odd. They were eaten, Lin Fan replied calmly. Eaten? Gu Lingqi didn't understand at first. The blood and flesh of powerful warriors are highly beneficial to various beasts. Do you think the creatures in these mountains would pass up such a feast? Lin Fan explained as he approached the pavilion's entrance. As he spoke, he noticed beast tracks and droppings nearby, confirming his theory. Beasts. Those remains alone could have been a fortune, Gu Lingqi muttered angrily. The ones who had fallen here must have been top-tier warriors, and whatever they carried wouldn't have been ordinary. Even looting their corpses could have yielded great rewards. But now, with the bodies gone, who knew where their remains had ended up? How could they loot anything now? It doesn't matter. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasures are still inside, Lin Fan said, unconcerned. The ones who had fallen outside were likely small fry. The truly valuable items would be inside the pavilion. Thanks to the protective remnants of formations, the interior had not been ravaged by the beasts. Gu Lingqi noticed this too, and her eyes lit up with renewed excitement. Step back a bit, Lin Fan warned as he began to dismantle the formation guarding the pavilion. With his mastery, the remaining formation was no challenge. In no time, he broke through it. As the formation fell, a chilling wind blew out, so cold that even a martial saint would shiver. The scene was ominous, to say the least. But Lin Fan paid no mind. He lit up his body with a faint golden glow to illuminate the way and boldly stepped inside. Gu Lingqi, having seen such eerie places before, followed without hesitation. The two disappeared into the dark pavilion, looking as though they had been swallowed by it. It's so cold in here, Gu Lingqi shivered as they entered. The chill inside was even more intense than outside, seeping into her very soul. Lin Fan didn't respond but instead focused on the depths of the pavilion, where a faint, swaying figure was slowly approaching them. Is it a fiend or a ghost? Gu Lingqi asked, her expression growing serious as she spotted the figure. No, it's a wealth-bringing spirit, Lin Fan corrected, summoning his blood-red spear and charging forward. Roar. The figure was a sentient corpse, similar to a zombie. As Lin Fan rushed toward it, the corpse let out a beast-like roar, revealing its long black claws as it lunged at him. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he swung his spear. Slash. The sharp edge of the blood-red spear sliced through the corpse's arm, severing it cleanly. No blood flowed from the wound. The flesh was dry and hard like deadwood, clearly the result of the body becoming rigid. But even its toughness couldn't withstand Lin Fan's enhanced spear. Roar. The sentient corpse became even more enraged, baring its fangs and glaring with blood-red eyes that sent chills down anyone's spine. Lin Fan found the sight unpleasant, so in the next instant, he drove his spear straight into one of its eyes, crushing the crimson orb and pulverizing its brain. Despite this lethal blow, the corpse showed no signs of stopping. It continued its relentless attack with its remaining arm. Truly a dead but not stiff case, Lin Fan muttered, recalling the saying about such creatures. But he didn't slow down. If it was this resilient, he would just have to reduce it to pulp. With that decision, Lin Fan switched tactics, using his spear like a hammer to beat the corpse into a bloody pulp. Crack. Crack. With a series of sharp cracks, the supposedly indestructible sentient corpse was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Once reduced to such a state, it couldn't continue its assault. However, this method of dealing with the creature had one drawback. Lin Daoyu, how are we supposed to loot the spoils now? Gu Lingqi asked, staring blankly at the mess of flesh on the ground. Sorry, force of habit. Lin Fan apologized with a sheepish smile. Fortunately, there wasn't just one corpse. As soon as the battle ended, more roars echoed through the pavilion as additional sentient corpses emerged from the shadows. This time, Lin Fan was careful not to reduce them to mush. Instead, he dismembered them with his spear, leaving their bodies intact. But after searching through the remains, they found nothing of value. That's odd. There should have been something left behind, even if someone looted the place before us. Gu Lingqi frowned. Lin Fan didn't comment but focused on the dismembered corpses. His gaze eventually settled on one of the severed fingers, where he noticed a small metallic ring that looked almost like gold but wasn't. It was so thin that it could easily be overlooked. A spatial ring. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he reached out and took the ring. A spatial ring. This was truly a fantastical item. Even though Lin Fan was a master-level divine craftsman, he couldn't forge such a treasure. Not because creating the ring itself was difficult, but because after crafting the ring, it required immense power to tear a piece of space from the void and seal it inside the ring. Only then would it be a complete spatial ring. Lin Fan could tear open space, but only on a shallow level, like how extreme heat can cause space to warp slightly. However, tearing out an actual piece of space was different. One is like opening a small tear, and the other is like ripping off an entire section for use. The difference is like night and day. Even a ninth-turn great sage couldn't reach this level. The gap was simply too vast. So, even if Lin Fan could craft the ring's body, without the ability to seal space within it, it would be useless. If this process weren't so difficult, spatial rings wouldn't be considered divine treasures. A spatial ring. Gu Lingqi, who had been by Lin Fan's side the whole time, gasped as she heard his words. She had never seen a spatial ring herself, but she had read about them in ancient text rings that could contain an entire space within them, allowing objects to be stored inside such a small item. To her, such a technique seemed like something only gods could achieve. Is it really a spatial ring, she asked, taking a deep breath and looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, the ring's owner is dead, and the seal on it has broken. You can probe it with your spiritual sense to confirm. Following his suggestion, Gu Lingqi sent her spiritual sense into the ring and immediately found herself within a small space, about a few meters in size. Inside were numerous items, untouched by the passage of time. It really is a spatial ring. Gu Lingqi trembled as she explored the space, realizing it matched the descriptions from the ancient texts. This was a priceless treasure. The contents aside, the ring itself was of immeasurable value. Lin Fan smiled. This spatial ring was indeed a valuable find, especially in a place like this, where it would greatly simplify their treasure hunting. And beyond that, the ring contained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. Even with just a glance, Lin Fan could see rare and extraordinary items inside, including extremely precious medicinal herbs that made his breath quicken. There were also large quantities of rare divine metals, enough for Lin Fan to forge a batch of divine weapons. His family and their shadow guards had grown strong, with dozens of martial saints among them, but they lacked suitable weapons. Without the right weapons, even the strongest warriors would be at a disadvantage in battle. However, with these divine metals, that problem could finally be solved. There's also a manual. Lin Fan noticed a small, carefully stored jade scroll in the center of the ring. With a thought, he retrieved it, discovering that it was an ancient scripture. Jade scrolls were typically used by powerful ancient sects to preserve not just the techniques, but also the martial intent of the person who recorded them, making them easier to comprehend. The Yaoqi ancient scripture. Lin Fan could make out the ancient characters on the scroll, although they were difficult to read. As he confirmed the title, Gu Lingqi's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, her wide-eyed expressions weren't due to cosmetic surgery, or her stitches would have popped by now. But she didn't care, staring at the jade scroll with rapid, excited breaths. Lin Fan was equally impressed. A powerful technique like this was the foundation of any martial artist. Unfortunately, it's only the introductory chapter. Lin Fan sighed after noticing the small characters beside the title that marked it as the introductory chapter. Only the introductory chapter. Gu Lingqi's enthusiasm dimmed visibly. Lin Fan smiled. Even the introductory chapter is valuable. It can lead to the peak of martial saint, and even provide guidance beyond that. Just the introductory chapter can take someone to the peak of martial saint. Gu Lingqi almost wanted to widen her eyes again, but she restrained herself, though her breathing still quickened. If the introductory chapter could bring someone to the peak of martial saint, what could the later chapters achieve? Could they lead to the realm of ancient gods? Gu Lingqi found it hard to believe, and for a moment, her mind went blank. Lin Fan put away the jade scroll, his eyes bright with determination. We need to find more of this technique. This is the real treasure here, everything else is just a bonus. Agreed. Gu Lingqi nodded vigorously. In the face of such a powerful scripture, even a legendary spatial ring seemed insignificant. Once they were strong enough, they could create as many spatial rings as they wanted, or even open entire dimensions where they would reign as sovereigns. This expedition to the ruins was definitely worth it, Gu Lingqi said excitedly, knowing that as a participant, she too would share in this incredible find. Thank you, senior, for this gift, Lin Fan said, bowing respectfully to the dismembered corpse. Even though he had cut the body to pieces, he still felt it was important to show respect for the predecessor who had provided them with such treasures. Thank you, senior. Gu Lingqi echoed, following his gesture. Both of them honored the fallen warrior properly. After paying their respects, they continued searching the pavilion. Although they encountered several more sentient corpses, they found nothing more of value, no more spatial rings either. It seemed that when disaster struck, the guardians with the spatial rings had already collected everything inside the pavilion before they met their end. We've gained a lot already, there's no need to be greedy, Lin Fan said, showing contentment with their haul. He knew that one must learn to be satisfied to maintain a calm mind. I understand, but the treasures here are just too tempting. Even the smallest find is priceless, Gu Lingqi said with a wry smile. She knew the importance of being content, but it was hard to control her desires when faced with such valuable items. That's true, Lin Fan agreed, nodding with a smile. With the pavilion thoroughly searched, the two of them began their descent. Thanks to the spatial ring, carrying their finds was much easier. As they passed by the medicinal field, Lin Fan also collected the scarecrows. Each of these scarecrows had the strength of a fifth-turn martial saint, and their strange abilities could even challenge sixth turns. Though they weren't very mobile, they would be perfect guardians for his home. Gu Lingqi couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Such powerful guardians would be invaluable for protecting her own family. "Don't worry, I'll give you a couple of them when we leave," Lin Fan said with a smile, sensing her thoughts. With his divine-level crafting skills, as long as he had enough materials, he could create mechanized beasts with similar strength, perhaps even more versatile ones. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu," Gu Lingqi said gratefully, without any pretense of refusing the offer. "Let's keep going. This is just the outer area, there are still greater treasures ahead," Lin Fan said, taking out the Tianxing token and surveying their surroundings before heading deeper into the Holy Land. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman who had been watching them from afar saw their next move, and her calm eyes gradually turned cold. "Damn it! Someone else got here first and looted everything." Their suspicion turned out to be correct. With the core disciples token in hand, Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi found it much easier to explore the area. However, it seemed that someone had either looted the place earlier or arrived just before them. On the next few peaks, they found little of real value. Though there were some herbs, most were of average quality. Even the pavilions atop the peaks were similarly devoid of anything worthwhile. The closer they got to the heart of the Holy Land, the fewer treasures they found. This frustrated Gu Lingqi, who couldn't help but curse out loud. Lin Fan remained silent. Ever since he felt the presence watching them from the depths, he had a vague suspicion that they weren't the first to arrive. The situation they faced now confirmed that suspicion someone had indeed gotten here before them, possibly someone connected to the true legacy of Yaoqi Holy Land. Whoever it was had clearly managed to access the treasures without disturbing the formations, which suggested they weren't just ordinary intruders. Could there really be someone with the true inheritance? As they explored yet another peak, only to find it already looted, Lin Fan's gaze grew more profound as he looked toward the deepest part of the Holy Land. There, a towering mountain rose into the clouds. The lower half was lush and green, while the upper half was capped with a light layer of snow. Wisps of cloud circled it, and occasionally, cranes flew gracefully through the mist, giving the mountain a mystical appearance, like a scene from a legend. But what truly drew attention was the constant aura of divine pressure emanating from the mountain. It was a sacred aura, unmistakably divine. Having seen the corpse of an ancient deity up close before, Lin Fan knew he wasn't mistaken. "Is the person who's been watching us on that mountain Gu Lingqi?" asked as she noticed Lin Fan's fixed gaze on the tallest peak. "Whether they're there or not, we'll find out once we go up," Lin Fan replied with a calm smile. They hadn't found the legendary Yaoqi yet, so it was highly likely that the sacred pool was located on the highest peak. However, just as they began their ascent, they were stopped. "Outsiders, this is not a place for you. Leave immediately." A guardian puppet blocked their path, far stronger than those they had encountered before. Its terrifying aura locked onto them, and even though Lin Fan held the core disciples token, it had no effect this time. "If you want us to leave, hand over the body-shaping Divine Lotus from the Yaoqi," Lin Fan said calmly. He knew that communicating with the puppet was akin to communicating with its master. "The Divine Lotus is the foundation of the sacred pool. It cannot be given to you. Leave now." The puppet's voice was stiff, devoid of emotion, clearly reflecting its master's refusal. "Then there's nothing more to discuss," Lin Fan replied coldly. The body-shaping Divine Lotus was his primary goal, and he wouldn't back down. Summoning his blood-red spear, he charged at the puppet. If they wouldn't hand it over, he would take it by force. Despite the puppet's formidable strength, it couldn't withstand Lin Fan's relentless assault. With Gu Lingqi's support, they quickly destroyed its core. Wasting no time, Lin Fan continued his rapid ascent toward the peak, with Gu Lingqi close behind. Both were among the most powerful in the world, and even though the mountain reached into the clouds, it didn't take them long to reach the top. Contrary to the steep slopes, the summit was surprisingly flat, with an elegant array of palaces built across it. The buildings were constructed from flawless jade, each block more precious than gold. Just one of these jade bricks could fetch a high price outside. Beyond that, there were also rare trees that glowed with a soft light, clearly not ordinary plants and worth a fortune themselves. A thin mist drifted over the ground, adding a layer of mystery to the scene. Standing before the stairway leading up to the palaces, Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi felt as if they had stepped into a mythical paradise. With jade for bricks, divine metals for beams, and pearls for lamps, what an incredible martial sanctuary. This is beyond extravagant. Gu Lingqi was deeply shaken by the sight. As the head of one of the top 3 merchant associations in the Qin Empire, she was incredibly wealthy. Yet, compared to this, her wealth seemed like a joke. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan asked suddenly as he saw Gu Lingqi, who had just been awestruck, now trying to pry loose one of the jade railings. "This railing is reinforced with divine metal. If I take it back and refine it, I can forge a true divine weapon." Gu Lingxi's eyes burned with excitement as she worked to dislodge the railing. No one could resist the chance to forge a divine weapon from such materials. "It's useless. Don't waste your energy," Lin Fan said, shaking his head. "The entire palace complex is protected by a formation that links it to the mountain itself. Unless you can uproot the whole mountain, you won't be able to remove even a single piece." Hearing this, Gu Lingqi paused but didn't give up entirely. "Lin Dao, you were able to break the formation in the celestial burial chess game. Surely you can crack this one too." She looked at him with bright, hopeful eyes, clearly eager to take the palace apart. "I can break it. But it would take a lot of time. Besides, the owner of this place wouldn't let us do that," Lin Fan replied, his gaze fixed on the palace gate. As he spoke, the previously empty entrance was now occupied by a figure, a woman, shrouded in a glowing mist. Gu Lingqi hadn't noticed her at first, but once Lin Fan pointed her out, she quickly assumed a battle stance. "You've made it this far, which shows you have some fate with Yaoqi. But your greed and disregard for the warnings mean that fate is now severed," the misty woman said softly, her voice ethereal and devoid of emotion, as if she were merely stating a fact. Her condescending tone immediately ignited Gu Lingxi's temper. "What arrogance! You talk as if Yaoqi Holy Land belongs to you," she retorted coldly. "Women naturally tend to clash, and especially so with rivals." The misty woman, however, merely glanced at Gu Lingqi with indifference and didn't react further. This blatant disregard only fueled Gu Lingxi's anger more, and she was about to unleash her extreme frost domain when Lin Fan raised a hand to stop her. "Are you the inheritor of Yaoqi?" Lin Fan asked, looking directly at the woman. She didn't answer, but her silence was answer enough. Seeing this, Lin Fan continued, "I don't wish to be your enemy, but the body-shaping Divine Lotus is crucial to me. I hope you can part with it. The Divine Lotus is a sacred relic of Yaoqi. It cannot be given to outsiders." The woman responded without hesitation, just as she had controlled the guardian puppet earlier. "If you won't give it up, then I'll have to take it myself," Lin Fan said, his tone resolute. Whether or not she was the true inheritor of Yaoqi, he wouldn't leave without the Divine Lotus. If anyone stood in his way, he would cut them down. "Lin Dao, don't rush in just yet. Let me test her strength first. Let's see how powerful she is to be so arrogant." Gu Lingqi stepped forward, eager to engage in battle. Although the woman shrouded in mist was hard to see clearly, her cultivation level was not hidden. She was a 6th-turn martial saint. That alone gave her reason to be confident. But Gu Lingqi was also a 6th-turn martial saint. She had worked hard to reach her current level, and during their earlier conversation, this woman had looked down on her. Gu Lingqi couldn't just let that slide. Lin Fan understood this, which is why he didn't stop her. He had also noticed the woman's cultivation and knew that Gu Lingqi had the right to challenge her. Even if this woman was a descendant of Yaoqi Holy Land, it didn't mean she was unbeatable. "You're stubborn." The misty woman's ethereal voice turned cold as she made the first move. With a slight gesture of her hand, an overwhelming wave of icy mist surged toward both of them, clearly intending to finish the fight in one blow. So arrogant, Gu Lingxi's expression turned icy. She wasn't someone to be trifled with either. In response to the woman's attack, she unleashed her extreme frost domain at full power. The ground beneath her froze over, and snow began to fall from the sky, quickly turning into a blizzard. A frigid wind, capable of freezing souls, swept through the area. But that was just the beginning. Empowered by her domain, Gu Lingqi summoned countless sharp icicles, which shot toward the incoming mist like a deadly barrage. The two forces collided with a series of deafening crashes. The mist seemed ethereal, while the ice shards were solid, yet their clash sounded like weapons striking each other, tearing through the air. Thankfully, the area was protected by strong formations, otherwise, the impact would have been devastating. After a fierce struggle, the two attacks canceled each other out, leaving both sides seemingly even. At least, on the surface. However, it was clear that Gu Lingqi had to exert her full power, using both her domain and her divine abilities. In contrast, the misty woman had casually flicked her finger. "She's strong," Gu Lingqi muttered, her face growing serious. She had hoped to take advantage of the woman's arrogance and seize the initiative, but she hadn't expected that she would need to go all out just to break even with a casual strike. "I see you have some skill, but it's far from enough," the misty woman remarked indifferently. "Don't speak too soon." Gu Lingqi gritted her teeth, unleashing her full power. she launched a furious barrage of sharp ice shards, raining down on the woman like a relentless storm. But the misty woman remained unfazed, effortlessly countering with swaths of radiant mist, sweeping away Gu Lingqi's attacks as if they were nothing. Gu Lingqi was unwilling to accept defeat, but the difference in power was undeniable. The woman's strength lived up to her title as the inheritor of Yaoqi Holy Land. Despite being at the same level, she fought as if she were a level above, her abilities seemingly on par with those of a 7th turn or even 8th turn martial saint. Gu Lingqi, who had been empowered by divine blood, had reached the peak of the 6th turn. Yet against this woman, she felt like a novice, easily suppressed. "I won't give up," she cried, summoning the divine ability she had gained after breaking through the 6th turn. Ice and snow coalesced into several lifelike ice dragons that appeared in the air, lowering the temperature to absolute zero. Even the mere presence of these dragons could freeze martial saints below the 4th turn into statues. Frozen dragonflight, attack. Gu Lingqi floated in the air, surrounded by swirling ice and snow, like a queen of frost. With a shout, she commanded the ice dragons to strike, sending them barreling toward the misty woman. This time, the woman responded with a bit more seriousness. Instead of a casual flick, she formed a complex hand seal and pushed forward. A radiant mist, as vibrant as a peacock's tail, swept over the dragons. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dragons, which could freeze even the void, shattered into countless ice fragments. The shockwave from the clash rushed toward Gu Lingqi, and despite her quick reaction to defend herself, she was sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Gu Lingqi's lips, staining her white veil red. Lin Fan quickly intervened, neutralizing the force of the shockwave and using his divine dragon power to cleanse her body of the residual energy. Thanks to his timely help, Gu Lingqi avoided further injury, but the previous attack had already left her severely wounded. "I lost," Gu Lingqi whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. She had anticipated defeat but never imagined it would be this one-sided. She had been utterly crushed with no chance to fight back. The gap between them was too vast, even though they were at the same level. "Don't worry. I'll take care of her for you and let you decide her fate afterward," Lin Fan said with a comforting smile. Although the woman's strength had surprised him, it didn't deter him. After stabilizing Gu Lingqi's condition, Lin Fan stepped forward, gripping his blood-red spear. "Will you continue down this foolish path?" The misty woman's gaze remained cold. Gu Lingqi, a 6th turn martial saint, had been defeated. What could Lin Fan, a mere 5th turn, hope to accomplish? Even if he were a genius capable of fighting above his level, she believed he was still being foolish. "My friend was right, you're incredibly arrogant. You look down on everyone, treating the world's martial artists as if they were nothing." Lin Fan's voice was calm, but his aura, which he had been suppressing, began to surge. Roar! A golden divine dragon materialized behind him, radiating a sacred and overwhelming presence. Its power was so immense that even the divine aura of the mountain seemed to be overshadowed. The misty woman's composure faltered for the first time. As the inheritor of Yaoqi Holy Land, she had always believed herself invincible within her realm. No one at her level could challenge her. Those beneath her, like Lin Fan, weren't even worth considering. But as Lin Fan unleashed his full power, the confidence she once held began to waver. What terrifying suppression! How can someone like this exist in this era? The misty woman's eyes showed a flicker of disbelief. It was as if everything happening before her shouldn't be real. But Lin Fan paid her no heed. She had refused his request and injured his friend. This couldn't be forgiven. As the misty woman hesitated, Lin Fan moved. In an instant, he shot forward like a streak of blood-red lightning, closing the distance between them. Today, there would be bloodshed. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan quickly closed the distance between them, thrusting his blood-red spear straight at the mist-shrouded woman. As the inheritor of Yaoqi Holy Land, she was certainly no ordinary opponent. Sensing Lin Fan's formidable strength, she no longer underestimated him. With a swift and precise motion, she formed a complex hand seal and pushed forward. "Disperse," she commanded, her ethereal voice echoing as 5 colored rays of light burst forth, spreading like a shockwave. The force was so intense that it felt stronger than the most devastating tsunami from a disaster movie. For the first time since his debut, Lin Fan was forced to take several steps back in close combat. Even against divine beings, this had never happened before. Impressive. "A true inheritor of the Holy Land," Lin Fan exclaimed as he stomped the ground, creating a massive crack in the solid earth protected by powerful formations. Only then did he manage to stop his retreat. His eyes gleamed with newfound respect for his opponent. However, the misty woman's expression also grew more serious. Her dispersal technique was powerful enough to send even the strongest of her peers flying, or worse, severely injure them. Yet Lin Fan, despite being a full realm lower than her, had only been pushed back a few steps and remained completely unscathed. This outcome was far beyond her expectations. She had thought her initial response was sufficient to counter Lin Fan's divine dragon aura, but now she realized it wasn't nearly enough. While she appeared calm on the surface, her mind was in turmoil. She had clearly encountered a formidable adversary. But this realization didn't cause Lin Fan any fear. Instead, it only fueled his excitement. As a dragon, he was naturally inclined to battle. Lin Fan, with the body of a divine dragon, had always sought worthy opponents. Now that he had finally found one, he wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away. "Kill," he shouted, wasting no time in engaging her in a full-scale battle. His powerful physique cracked the ground beneath him as he surged forward at a speed that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. His attack was so swift that the Misty Woman didn't even have time to form another dispersal seal. But the Misty Woman didn't panic. As a descendant of a martial arts holy land, she had no weaknesses. While she excelled at long-range attacks, she was just as capable in close combat. A slender, five-colored sword materialized in her hand. She gripped the hilt and thrust it forward, perfectly intercepting Lin Fan's spear with precise timing and flawless technique. Clang! The two weapons clashed, locking in a stalemate. Yet, this was only on the surface. Lin Fan had only used a fraction of his strength, while the Misty Woman had subtly infused her sword with mystical energy to withstand his monstrous power. What terrifying strength, the woman thought, her eyes narrowing. Despite her top-tier holy body, which had been nourished by the divine power of the Yaoqi for years, she found herself struggling against Lin Fan's raw power. She knew that even against the legendary battle saint physique, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But here, she was being overwhelmed, undeniably and completely. Still, she wasn't one to falter. Though brute force was part of power, it wasn't everything. With a deft motion, she withdrew her sword using a skillful technique, and her form blurred as she danced around Lin Fan, attacking with ghost-like agility. Her swordsmanship was masterful, and each strike was accompanied by a five-colored glow that seemed to slow space itself, as if imbued with the power of time and space. The blade's sharpness was equally terrifying, cutting through the air and distorting the void. Despite the deadly assault, Lin Fan remained unfazed. His spear moved with precision, effortlessly blocking her attacks. Though his movements appeared simple and wide-reaching, they were perfectly timed to intercept each of her strikes. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed countless times. Though both fighters controlled their power with incredible skill, the resulting shockwaves were more devastating than Gu Lingqi's earlier full-force attacks. The winds created by their battle scattered the misty clouds surrounding the mountain, revealing a clear blue sky above. "These two are monsters," Gu Lingqi, who was healing nearby, couldn't help but mutter in awe as she witnessed the spectacle. The battle raged on. Lin Fan, exhilarated by the rare challenge, fought with increasing fervor. But the Misty Woman was beginning to struggle. Although she seemed to be on the offensive, constantly pressing Lin Fan, the reality was different. Every clash with Lin Fan's overwhelming strength was wearing her down. She realized that in terms of raw power, she was outmatched, no matter how refined her techniques were. Acknowledging this, she decided to change tactics. Close combat wasn't her weak point, but it wasn't her strength either. The five-colored light was her true domain. With a swift motion, she leveraged the force of their last clash to propel herself backward, putting distance between them. "Holy radiance," she intoned softly, her voice resonating with the power of the heavens. It was so profound that even Lin Fan, for a brief moment, felt disoriented. When he regained his focus, she had already put considerable space between them. She formed a sword hand gesture and completed an intricate seal. Buzz! The air hummed as countless points of light converged around her. A colossal figure, formed from radiant light, appeared behind her, a towering female silhouette exuding an aura of divinity. "Destroy," she commanded. As she pointed her sword finger at Lin Fan, the divine figure mirrored her action, extending its hand toward him. Buzz! An explosion of light filled the sky, more dazzling than the stars. It was a breathtakingly beautiful sight, yet it carried lethal intent. Wherever the light passed, the void collapsed, time seemed to freeze, and even the fundamental laws of reality retreated before it. It was as if this light was the only truth in existence. For the first time, a look of genuine seriousness crossed Lin Fan's face. This woman's strength far surpassed anything he had imagined. The strength displayed by the mist-shrouded woman was undeniably terrifying. However, Lin Fan was no pushover either. Throughout their battle, he had only been using his physical power to fight her, never once tapping into his Qi and blood energy, nor utilizing any of his divine abilities. For a martial artist, True strength comes from the combination of internal and external power, unleashed together with the divine abilities gained from unlocking the body's potential. Only then can one reach their peak state. Divine Dragon Transformation. Lin Fan's expression remained calm as his eyes began to glow with a golden light. Golden dragon scales appeared across his body, neatly covering his skin. This was his divine ability, Divine Dragon Transformation. After receiving the gift from the Divine Dragon, transforming his body into a dragon's, this was the first divine ability he had obtained. And with his flawless combat physique, this ability had reached new heights. As he activated it now, it felt as though endless power was surging within him. Roar! Lin Fan let out a thunderous roar, his QI and blood power soaring. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight into the destructive radiance unleashed by the mist-shrouded woman. The void around him shattered, but it couldn't break through his dragon scales. Instead, the destruction was reversed and obliterated. With a sweeping motion of his blood-red spear, he cut through the waves of radiance. In this collapsing void, Lin Fan's unstoppable might became evident as he pressed forward against the tide. A monster. The woman's expression grew more serious. The holy radiance she had unleashed was one of her most powerful techniques from the five-colored divine light, a move that had never failed to overwhelm her opponents at the same level, and even those above her. Yet now, not only was it blocked, but it was also countered head-on with brute force. Your strength is impressive, worthy of a Holy Land inheritor, but it's still not enough. Lin Fan's face carried a mocking smile as he echoed the very words she had said to Gu Lingqi earlier. The woman's eyes turned icy cold. The same words she had used to look down on others were now thrown back at her, making the insult clear. As a proud descendant of a martial Holy Land, this was a heavy blow to her pride. Her gaze became emotionless, entering a state of complete detachment. Evil radiance. Her cold voice resonated with the same celestial tone as before, and once again, countless rays of light appeared. But this time, they were no longer the holy, blinding light from earlier. They had turned dark, embodying evil. The entire area was shrouded in black light, as if it had been plunged into a bottomless abyss, suffocatingly oppressive. The divine figure behind the woman, which once radiated holiness, transformed into a sinister form. Her golden robes darkened to black, and her eyes, once glowing with divine light, now shone with endless evil. Just one look could make anyone tremble in fear. Lin Fan had shattered her first attack, and now she unleashed the next. The five-colored divine light contained 5 deadly attacks, each representing a different attribute, with each being stronger than the last. The first attack, Holy Radiance, sought to overpower opponents with righteousness and suppress them with its divine nature. Lin Fan had been forced to use his divine ability to withstand it. Now, the second attack, Evil Radiance, embodied the notion that when good fails, evil rises to take its place. The woman, once a celestial being, now seemed like a demon from the depths of hell. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the increased danger, but even this transformation wouldn't stop him. Smiling coldly, he dragged his blood-red spear and charged forward. Yet, as soon as he took a step, the entire world shifted. What had been a clear sky suddenly darkened, and the smooth white jade ground beneath him transformed into a vast sea of blood. Standing on this blood sea, Lin Fan could feel its thick, sticky texture underfoot. The air was filled with a heavy stench of blood, radiating an overwhelming evil that made one feel on the verge of madness. The mist-shrouded woman was nowhere to be seen. All that surrounded Lin Fan was an endless void. Destroy! He vaguely heard the woman's ethereal voice, yet no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find her. Lin Yu. Be careful! Gu Lingqi's anxious voice reached him next. You've pushed me too far, the woman's voice followed. And then Lin Fan heard a scream. It was Gu Lingqi's. Though he couldn't see her, he could guess what had happened just from the sound. You've really made me angry now. From the start of the fight, Lin Fan had remained calm, even feeling a thrill at encountering such a powerful opponent. But now, he was furious. Heaven and Earth Transformation. 3 heads, 6 arms. Furious, Lin Fan decided to stop holding back and unleashed 2 of his most powerful divine abilities simultaneously. First, his body began to expand rapidly as he activated Heaven and Earth Transformation, a technique that greatly amplified his strength. Then, with 3 heads, 6 arms, an ability reminiscent of the ancient war god Nasha, he grew additional heads and arms, allowing him to attack from multiple angles at once. With one hand gripping the blood-red spear, and another forming a blood sword through blood condensation, his remaining 4 fists executed the Dragon Tiger Destruction Fist technique. 6 attacks at once. Each one carried the power to easily annihilate a 6th-turn martial saint like Gu Lingqi. Now, unleashed together, they all targeted the blood sea below him. The result was inevitable. In an instant, the blood sea exploded, and the entire illusory space was torn apart by sheer force. As the illusion shattered, Lin Fan found himself back on the mountaintop platform. But things had changed. Gu Lingqi, who had been healing moments before, now lay at his feet, covered in blood and seemingly unconscious. At the same time, a black beam of destructive light hovered just a meter away from his forehead. Unlike the holy radiance that had collapsed the void earlier, this destructive light was devoid of any visible power, appearing as an ordinary beam. Yet it was filled with the essence of death, radiating an aura of death's finality. If this beam pierced his forehead, not even a deity could save him. The blood sea had been an illusion, and this black beam was the true attack. But Lin Fan had already shattered the illusion, and he wouldn't allow this attack to succeed either. Moving swiftly, he used his 6 hands to simultaneously destroy the beam. Without missing a beat, his enormous body lifted its right foot and brought it down on the mist-shrouded woman, aiming to crush her. Though the woman realized her evil radiance had failed, she did not falter. She knew her attack wouldn't work on Lin Fan, and had already prepared for this. Determined, she bit her lip and made a difficult decision. "Soul Radiance," she whispered. Her pale face grew even paler as she quickly formed a hand seal. Soul Radiance, the third and most powerful attack in the 5-colored divine light. In her current state, she couldn't fully control it, and using it required a significant sacrifice. Normally she wouldn't have considered it, but now, she had no choice. With a resolute voice, a faint beam of light shot out from her forehead. Faster than the speed of space itself, it reached Lin Fan's brow in an instant, piercing through before he could react. In that moment, Lin Fan, who had been poised to strike, froze mid-motion, as if someone had forcefully shut down a computer. He was completely immobilized. The mist-shrouded woman also froze in place, her hands still in the middle of the seal. Even Gu Lingqi, lying unconscious on the ground, was suspended in the eerie stillness. The once bustling mountaintop now fell silent, shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. Your spiritual power has actually reached a tangible form. Within a special space devoid of any concept of time or place, a mental battlefield was unfolding, a sea of consciousness, the realm of the mind. The mist-shrouded woman's final trump card, her soul radiance, had transformed her spiritual energy into a physical form, allowing her to invade the consciousness of her enemy for a fatal strike. Without the protection of the body, a person's mind is incredibly vulnerable. This ultimate technique had been the downfall of countless powerful opponents, and there had been instances where Yaoqi Holy Land experts used it to kill enemies of a higher realm. Having paid a significant price to use this move, the mist-shrouded woman didn't expect any surprises. Yet, to her shock, Lin Fan's spiritual power had already reached a tangible level without relying on external forces or techniques. As her spiritual body, glowing with countless rays of light, invaded his mind, she found herself momentarily stunned by the sight of Lin Fan's tangible spiritual form. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, whose consciousness was now separated from his physical body, frowned. "Is this your doing again?" Lin Fan asked coldly, raising his gaze to the uninvited guest who had barged into his mental realm. Though the spiritual forms were somewhat translucent, he immediately recognized her. The woman didn't bother responding. Soul Radiance was her ultimate technique, and she wasn't about to stop now. With a shout, she charged at Lin Fan's spiritual form, engulfed in radiant light, determined to finish the fight. The mind is the core of a person, and any damage to it can have severe consequences at best, memory loss at worst, complete mental collapse. Destruction of the mind means a body reduced to a mere shell. That's why battles of the mind are so dangerous and usually avoided unless absolutely necessary. Lin Fan understood this well, but he didn't back down. Her tangible spiritual power was artificially enhanced, while his was naturally attained. There was a clear difference in strength. Given this advantage, why would he retreat? Letting out a cold snort, Lin Fan flew forward to meet her attack. A silver rune appeared on his forehead, an advanced mental technique he had learned from his divine wife. The woman's brow also changed as a 5-colored lotus blossomed there, signaling her use of another mental technique. Spiritual attacks are formless and invisible, yet they are the most lethal. In an instant, the two clashed in an intense battle of wills. "Annihilating light," the woman shouted, sending a beam of white light from the lotus on her forehead straight toward Lin Fan. Mirror reflection. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as the silver rune on his forehead glowed, summoning a grayish-white mirror before him. Swish! The light beam struck the mirror and instantly bounced back, forcing the woman to dodge in a rather awkward manner. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan formed glowing wings of light on his back, propelling himself forward at lightning speed to close the distance between them. He knew that when it came to spiritual techniques, he couldn't compete with someone from a martial Holy Land. However, his advantage lay in the higher level of his spiritual power. As an experienced warrior, he knew how to play to his strengths. If his techniques couldn't match hers, he would defeat her in close combat, where his superior power could dominate. The woman realized this too, which was why she had initially avoided getting too close and relied on long-range spiritual attacks. But now, she had no choice. As she dodged, Lin Fan was already upon her. Without any fancy techniques, he threw a punch straight at her face. She quickly crossed her arms to block, but to her surprise, the attack was just a feint. Lin Fan used the opening to get even closer, flashing behind her and locking her in a chokehold with both arms. "You're not getting away this time," Lin Fan grinned coldly. "You." The woman was stunned. In the mental realm, where spiritual forms are more sensitive than physical bodies, this close contact was like being trapped in an embarrassing, intimate embrace. "Let go of me." Let go, she struggled frantically, but her spiritual power was weaker than Lin Fan's, and now, bound by his hold, she had no way to break free. She could only angrily demand that he release her. But would Lin Fan listen? "You're dreaming," he scoffed. He had her where he wanted her, and he wasn't about to give her a chance to retaliate. Desperate, the woman kicked backward, aiming for Lin Fan's vital spot. Her move was well executed, but Lin Fan had anticipated it. As soon as she kicked, he clamped his legs around hers, immobilizing her further. Now she was left standing on one leg, her arms raised high in his hold, and her remaining leg trapped, a thoroughly humiliating position. You rogue," she cried out, her voice no longer ethereal but filled with frustration and even a hint of tears. Gone was her calm demeanor, replaced by helplessness and anger. Yet Lin Fan didn't relent. He had seen how dangerous she could be, and he wasn't about to give her another chance. As a descendant of a martial holy land, who knew what other deadly techniques she had up her sleeve? At that moment, a radiant glow appeared on Lin Fan's forehead, signaling the final strike. Realizing the impending danger, the woman abandoned her shame and summoned her power. The five-colored lotus on her forehead exploded, unleashing a surge of energy that allowed her to break free from his hold. She wasted no time biting down on Lin Fan's arm and using the brief distraction to escape his grasp. Without hesitation, she transformed into a beam of light and fled from his mental realm. Lin Fan stood there, momentarily stunned. She had managed to slip away. As she left, the connection between Lin Fan's mind and body was restored, and his vision returned to the mountaintop. Without missing a beat, his foot resumed its powerful stomp, but the woman was already gone, standing several meters away, glaring at him. The explosion of her lotus mark had severely damaged her spiritual power, and even the light that usually shrouded her form was starting to flicker. Though her face was still obscured, glimpses of her flawless features could be seen. Despite her youthful appearance no older than 20, her expression was as cold as ice, her gaze filled with fury. "I'll remember this. Next time we meet, I will make you pay for everything," she vowed, her voice trembling with both rage and exhaustion. She wrapped herself in the remnants of her light, and before Lin Fan could react, activated a powerful defensive formation. In a flash, Lin Fan found himself back on the surface of the ocean outside the island. "Damn it." A repelling formation, Lin Fan cursed, stomping the water as he attempted to return to the island. But before his eyes, the island flickered, and then vanished entirely. He quickly activated his yin-yang dragon eyes to search for it, but there was nothing. The island hadn't just hidden itself, it had been transported elsewhere. Damn it, Lin Fan clenched his fists in frustration. Not only had he failed to obtain the body-forming Divine Lotus, but he had also lost track of his companion, Gu Lingqi. This was a setback unlike any he had ever faced before. Just as he roared in anger, several ominous figures emerged from the depths of the sea, their presence exuding malevolence. One of them sneered, "Hand over everything you obtained from the island, human." The creatures that emerged to threaten Lin Fan were none other than the ugly mermaids he had encountered before. However, unlike the lowly minions he easily dispatched earlier, these mermaids were of a much higher caliber, sixth-stage powerhouses. Clearly, they were the rulers of the mermaid tribe. In the Qin Empire, even a single existence like this could dominate an entire province. Now, with several of them together, it's no wonder they exuded such arrogance, speaking down to Lin Fan. But they had chosen the wrong target. Lin Fan, still fuming from his previous losses, needed an outlet for his rage. These creatures had just presented themselves as the perfect targets. "You want me to hand over what I got from inside?" Lin Fan, still in his transformed state with 3 heads and 6 arms, lowered all 3 of his heads to look down at the mermaids, his 6 icy eyes glaring at them. The ugly mermaids shivered under his gaze, fear creeping into their hearts. However, they quickly suppressed it, reminding themselves that they were 6th stage beings facing a mere 5th stage human. Outnumbering him, they believed they had nothing to fear. That's right. Hand it over, and we'll make your death less painful. Refuse and we'll make you wish you were dead, one of them snarled, continuing the threats. Lin Fan threw his head back and laughed loudly. These vile creatures actually believed they were on par with the Yaoqi Holy Land's inheritors. If they were truly that powerful, they wouldn't be lurking outside but would have stormed the island themselves. What are you laughing at? The mermaids growled, their expressions growing colder. I'm laughing at how stupid you are, Lin Fan replied bluntly. He didn't waste any more words on them, raising his foot and stomping down. Damn it, the mermaids, enraged by what they saw as an insult, felt a surge of fury not just at the insult, but at the sheer disregard for their power. Yet, their anger quickly turned to terror. As Lin Fan's foot descended, they found themselves unable to move. A terrifying force field held them in place, rendering them powerless to resist or escape. All they could do was watch as his enormous foot came crashing down like a pillar from the heavens. Boom! The sea exploded as if a massive bomb had detonated underwater, creating a vacuum as the water violently surged outward. The mermaids let out blood-curdling screams as they were crushed into nothing but bloody pulp. Only one of them managed to survive by turning his body into water, evading most of the impact. But even he was paralyzed with fear, realizing he'd barely escaped death. Without a second thought, he fled desperately, merging with the water and vanishing. Normally, Lin Fan wouldn't have bothered to chase after a fleeing coward. But right now, his anger was overwhelming. Think you can escape? Lin Fan's voice was cold as he took a step forward, plunging into the water after the fleeing mermaid. Boom! The sea roared as Lin Fan's power parted the water, creating a vacuum that rapidly closed in on the terrified mermaid. The creature, who had been swimming for his life, now realized how foolish he'd been to provoke such a monstrous being. King, save me, he screamed as he darted into an underwater trench, frantically calling for help. Who dares to harm my people? A thunderous voice echoed from the depths of the trench. Your worst nightmare, Lin Fan responded, hurling his blood-red spear with devastating force toward the source of the voice. Swish! The water parted as the spear shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt. The Mermaid King, who had been lying in wait, was immediately filled with terror. Damn you, fool! Why did you bring such a monster here? The Mermaid King roared as he hastily emerged from the coral-covered seabed. Unlike the others, this king was clad in a leather robe and wore a crown on his head. His aura was even more powerful, reaching the 7th stage. But despite his strength, he didn't dare confront Lin Fan head-on. Instead, he fled, not even attempting to block the attack. The surviving mermaid, who had called for help, was utterly stunned. The king, who had ruled this part of the river without challenge, was now fleeing for his life. How did we provoke such a terrifying monster? The mermaid thought, filled with regret. Arg, I'll fight you to the death, the king's voice echoed again, but it was filled with despair. The next moment, the blood-red spear shattered all of his defenses and obliterated his divine weapon. The force pierced through his body, reducing him to a bloody mist. The surviving mermaid could only watch in horror as his king was utterly destroyed, the shock causing his spirit to shatter. Paralyzed by fear, he collapsed to the ocean floor, his eyes losing all light as his mind broke. The blood-red spear returned to Lin Fan's hand as he dispelled his divine powers, returning to his normal state. Having vented some of his anger by slaying several mermaids, including a 7th stage king, he finally began to calm down. But the matter wasn't over. Only by finding the mysterious woman could he truly resolve everything. Just as he prepared to use his star-gazing technique to search for clues, a faint, familiar voice called out behind him. Lin Dao Yu. The voice belonged to none other than Gu Lingqi. Hearing it, Lin Fan immediately turned around. It wasn't an illusion. Gu Lingqi, who had vanished with the Yaoqi Holy Land, was now floating about 30 meters behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Fan flashed over to her side. Are you all right? Lin Fan quickly grabbed her hand, using his full medical expertise to check her condition. I'm fine. Gu Lingqi replied with a sweet smile, despite her weakened state. She raised her free hand, revealing something she held tightly. Lin Dao Yu, look what I found. In her hand was a small, delicate lotus flower radiating vibrant life energy. Even though it had been plucked, it still emitted a strong aura of vitality. A faint glow surrounded it as it floated gently in the air, spinning softly, rather than lying still in her palm. Anyone could tell at a glance that this small, fist-sized lotus flower was no ordinary object. This is the body-reforming Divine Lotus? Lin Fan asked, stunned after just one look. Gu Lingqi nodded with a smile. Yes, this is the legendary body-reforming Divine Lotus, A supreme treasure capable of reshaping one's physical form. Where did you get this? And how did you manage to escape? Lin Fan asked, still in disbelief. Where else could I have gotten it? I plucked it from the Yaoqi sacred pool. Gu Lingqi replied casually. You picked it from the Yaoqi sacred pool? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Gu Lingqi rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I was nearly killed. There's no way I could have picked it myself. That woman picked it for me, healed my injuries, and then sent me back. She did all that. Lin Fan found it hard to believe. Considering the enmity between them, he doubted the woman would show such kindness. Gu Lingqi shook her head slightly, still somewhat confused herself. Lin Fan thought for a moment and asked, Did she tell you to pass on any message to me? Gu Lingqi's eyes widened. How did you know? What did she say? Lin Fan pressed, ignoring her question. Gu Lingqi hesitated before speaking. Before she sent me away, she told me to tell you that she's not someone who can't accept defeat. Since she lost to you, the body-reforming Divine Lotus is yours. But the next time you meet, she won't lose again, and she intends to repay you for everything double. She then gave Lin Fan a careful look. On the surface, the message seemed straightforward, as if the woman was someone who could gracefully accept her loss. But when she recalled the odd expression and tone the woman had used, Gu Lingqi felt there might be something deeper going on. Lin Fan chuckled as he took the lotus from her hand. Anyone who loses to me is no longer worth considering as an opponent. Give her time, and the gap between us will only grow wider. The next time we meet, if she dares to trouble me, even if she gave me the lotus today, I'll make sure she experiences true despair. His words were calm, without any grandiose bravado, yet they carried a weight more imposing than any boastful declaration. Those who lose to me will never again be considered opponents. Give them time. And they'll only fall further behind, until they disappear completely. Why would they disappear? Because as time passes they won't even be able to see my shadow. Gu Lingqi knew Lin Fan wasn't just boasting. He was truly a monstrous talent. But she also knew the mysterious woman, the inheritor of Yaoqi Holy Land, wasn't someone to be taken lightly either. She had experienced it firsthand. Despite being in the same realm, she had been utterly overpowered by the woman, unable to put up much resistance. Lin Dao Yu, your strength is indeed incredible, and your talent is frightening. But that woman isn't ordinary either. From the divine power she displayed, I suspect she's the inheritor of the Yaoqi Saintus lineage, or perhaps even the current Yaoqi Saintus herself. Gu Lingqi warned. She had obtained some knowledge from the branch of Yaoqi she'd encountered before, and now that she had time to think, more memories were coming back to her. Yaoqi Holy Land was divided into two main factions, the outer and inner sects. The outer sect accepted both men and women as long as they had enough talent. But the inner sect was different, it only accepted women, regardless of how talented men might be. Despite this, the inner sect was the true core of Yaoqi. Aside from the Yaoqi Holy Land's master, the most important figure within the inner sect was the Yaoqi Saintus, the successor to the Yaoqi throne. She was required to have not only top-tier talent and wisdom, but also impeccable character. This legacy wasn't passed down through written records but through the mysterious entity on the main peak, which held divine power and had been passed down since ancient times. Only those who met the strict criteria could inherit the title and lead Yaoqi Holy Land to rise again, even after its fall. Hearing Gu Lingqi's explanation, Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. No wonder her strength was so formidable. She was the Yaoqi Saintus. That explained everything. As the heir to a martial Dao Holy Land, which was rumored to house the slumbering gods, she was no ordinary opponent. But to Lin Fan, the real feat was that he, with his cheat-like abilities, had managed to defeat her despite her lineage. That was the true testament to his prowess. Interesting. Lin Fan remarked with a smile, dropping the subject. If she wanted to settle the score in the future, she was welcome to try. Now that this matter is settled, let's head back. Despite the unexpected twists, we've gained quite a bit. We can sort everything out when we return. Lin Fan said. Gu Lingqi agreed wholeheartedly. The haul this time was indeed substantial. With their decision made, Lin Fan stored the body-reforming Divine Lotus and used his divine dragon power to summon the dragon ship from the Dark River. The ancient ships that sailed the river were closely tied to the divine dragon. Since Lin Fan had inherited the divine dragon's legacy, he could summon the ship at will. The two of them boarded the dragon ship and began their journey home. This time, there were no further incidents. With the Mermaid King dead, no other creature dared to challenge them. However, while their return journey was smooth, things hadn't been so calm at home. Shortly after Lin Fan left, assassins from the Bloodcrow Tower had returned. This time, they were even more formidable, including not only the feared gold-ranked assassins but also several enforcers who were even stronger than the gold ranks. These enforcers, with strength above the 4th stage, caused considerable trouble for Lin Fan's family. Even so, the family managed to hold their own, thanks to Lin Fan's diligent training. The all-female army, the Shadow Guards led by Lin Xiaotong, and the Family Guard led by Su Erhu were all forces to be reckoned with. But the Blood Crow Tower wasn't the only threat. There was another, more insidious power lurking in the shadows, the eunuch dispatched by the ruler of the Qian Empire. In fact, it was this eunuch who had secretly been fueling the Blood Crow Tower's actions. Has the person we sent to investigate still not shown up? The eunuch stood on a mountain peak, dressed in plain, rough clothes that lacked any trace of wealth, yet his eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce into a person's soul, making others shiver involuntarily. A subordinate nearby, bowing deeply in respect, answered, reporting to Lord Zhao, "The target we've been monitoring has yet to appear. And what about the people we sent to infiltrate and gather information? Any word from them?" the eunuch asked again, his tone calm but probing. "Lord Zhao, those we sent to infiltrate have disappeared without a trace. We've received no word from them," the subordinate replied, bowing even lower. "No wonder this target caught the emperor's attention, they're not ordinary," the eunuch remarked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on the seemingly unremarkable estate below. Despite its modest size, the estate seemed like a dangerous lair, where every agent sent in had vanished without a trace. Vanished was just a euphemism. The eunuch knew well enough what had become of them. "It's all because those fools at Blood Crow Tower are useless, otherwise we wouldn't be in this stalemate," the subordinate said, stealing a glance at the eunuch before speaking with a hint of reproach. "Indeed, they are useless." The eunuch nodded in agreement, smiling. "Ever since the emperor broke their backbone, they've been in decline, growing weaker by the day. They can't even handle a newly risen family, and they've lost a lot of manpower in the process. I overestimated them. Lord, shall I take some of our men and probe them directly?" the subordinate asked cautiously. The eunuch shook his head. "The emperor's stance is still unclear, so we can't act rashly. Go and contact the leader of Blood Crow Tower, and let him know that I'm not pleased with their progress." "Yes." Lord Zhao, the subordinate, quickly left to carry out the order. The eunuch stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the estate below with a smile of anticipation. "I'd like to see if this newly risen family can withstand the combined force of multiple branches of Blood Crow Tower." Inside the Lin family estate, Dao Miao Miao, known for her fiery temper, cursed loudly once again. These past days had been frustrating. Although the assassins from Blood Crow Tower couldn't harm them, and were often taken down by Lin Xiaotong's shadow unit before they could make a move, the constant harassment had still caused trouble for the Lin family. Even mundane tasks like grocery shopping had become a hassle, and casual strolls outside were out of the question. Being cooped up at home, despite the lively atmosphere, was making everyone restless. He Mingyu, who shared Dao Miao Miao's temperament, would have gone out herself to slaughter the assassins if it weren't for Ye Xiaoru holding her back. Blood Crow Tower's large-scale attack isn't just a random occurrence. Even if someone hired them, they wouldn't mobilize so many assassins at once. This doesn't align with Blood Crow Tower's usual style. Mo Qian, the scholarly wife, analyzed the situation. Her extensive research on the various powers within the Qian Empire helped broaden her understanding, which was useful for her study of mechanical arts. Now, this knowledge allowed her to provide insight into their current predicament. Who could it be? Is it the strategists or another enemy? The other wives frowned upon hearing Mo Qianxian's analysis. The strategists were the Lin family's most significant enemies, but that didn't mean they had no other foes. "Jian Lao, is there any news from the Buddhist sect?" Ye Xiaoru asked. With Lin Fan away, she, as the senior wife, had to step up. After all, she was the one with the official title and could best gather the other wives. Jian Lao shook her head. "There's no news yet, but they mentioned they were close to finding something, so it shouldn't be long now." As if on cue, not long after she spoke, Lin Xiaotong arrived with the abbot of the Buddhist sect. Over the past days, Lin Xiaotong's killing spree had not ceased. A heavy aura of blood surrounded him, and his killing intent had only grown stronger. Though still at the peak of the 4th realm, his presence now carried more weight than even a 5th realm martial saint, like the old man who had been merely a bystander before. "Greetings, honored ladies." Despite his formidable strength, Lin Xiaotong remained respectful toward Ye Xiaoru and the other wives. "No need for such formalities, Xiaotong. You've worked hard these past days," Ye Xiaoru said on behalf of the group. The wives had all noticed Lin Xiaotong's contributions and viewed him as family, just like Lin Fan did. "I'm just doing my duty." Lin Xiaotong replied with a slight shake of his head. In his eyes, this was simply what he owed the family. Everything he had, including his life, was given to him by the master of the house. Ye Xiaoru cared deeply for this younger member of the family and wanted to correct his mindset, but she knew her words would be in vain. In the end, she simply shook her head and turned to the abbot, who was waiting respectfully. The abbot, having gone through significant changes, had also ascended to the realm of martial saints, combining inner and outer strength. Yet, even with this newfound power, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward the seemingly delicate women before him. If not for knowing that the Lin family didn't follow the tradition of kneeling, he would have done so already. When he met Ye Xiaoru's gaze, he quickly bowed deeply. Greetings, honored ladies. Having aligned with Lin Fan, the Buddhist sect had become a subsidiary force of the Lin family, so the abbot addressed the women as his superiors. Ye Xiaoru and the others acknowledged him with a slight nod, far less warmly than they treated Lin Xiaotong. Wasting no time, they asked about the investigation. The abbot, not daring to delay, respectfully replied, "Honored ladies, at first, the investigation didn't go smoothly. It wasn't until my master personally intervened and secretly dealt with a Blood Crow Tower assassin that we uncovered some information. To get to the point." He Mingyu, disliking unnecessary words, interrupted him. Yes, the abbot quickly complied, summarizing the key information. The mastermind behind Blood Crow Tower's actions is a high-ranking figure within the Qian Empire's central administration. A high-ranking figure in the Qian Empire's central administration. The wives frowned even deeper at this revelation. While they weren't familiar with the inner workings of the empire initially, they had learned enough since arriving to understand the gravity of this. A high-ranking official from the empire's central administration represented one of the most powerful entities within the Qian Empire, standing at the pinnacle of authority. In many cases, their actions could even reflect the emperor's will. If this was truly the case, then the Lin family was indeed facing a serious threat. If it's really like that, we'll have to wait for our husband to return and decide our next move, Ye Xiaoru said after sending the abbot away, her expression heavy. The other wives nodded in agreement. They all decided to maintain the status quo until their husband returned to make the final decision. However, while they planned to bide their time, others had different ideas. After receiving the eunuch's message, the higher-ups at Blood Crow Tower, who had been holding back, finally mobilized their top forces. Led by the third tower master, who had reached the 6th realm, along with several enforcers in the 4th and 5th realms, and supported by a group of elite assassins ranked from gold down to bronze, they formed a terrifying assassination force. Using the cover of night, they launched a deadly assault on the Lin family estate, turning it into a blood-soaked battleground. By the Mohe River. After successfully landing from the dragon boat, both Lin Fan and his companion were in high spirits. This expedition to explore the ancient ruins had its challenges, but the overall results were very satisfying. Most of the desired treasures were secured. The only regret was failing to find the remaining 2 volumes of the Yaoqi ancient scripture. However, Lin Fan wasn't too worried. The mysterious woman wasn't ready to end things with him yet, so he was confident that she would eventually come to him. As long as he maintained his strength advantage, it would be just a matter of time. What's this? Just as he was about to celebrate by catching some fresh fish unique to the Mo River, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. At his level of cultivation, major events often came with premonitions. Without hesitation, he used his max-level star-gazing technique to divine the future. Luckily, it was nighttime, the optimal time for this technique. You seek death. Upon seeing the outcome of his divination, Lin Fan's expression turned icy cold. What happened? Gu Lingqi, who was beside him, immediately asked upon noticing his sudden change in demeanor. Something happened at home, Lin Fan replied grimly. He then activated his max-level soaring dragon steps, transforming into a dragon as he flew across the sky. I'll head back first. Follow me and meet me at my home later. I'll give you what you deserve. Then Lin Fan's figure swiftly disappeared, leaving behind only his voice echoing in the distance. Understanding the situation, Gu Lingqi didn't hesitate. She too activated her movement technique and soared through the air to follow in Lin Fan's footsteps. Inside the Lin family manor, a terrifying battle suddenly erupted without warning. Faced with the assault of a killer squad, Lin Xiaotong led the elite shadow guards to respond immediately. Under Lin Fan's intense training, these shadow guards had all reached the level of martial saints. Among them, the squad leaders were at least at the 2nd transformation stage, and several key figures had even reached the 3rd transformation stage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with their strength, they could easily annihilate a powerful force at the prefectural level. With Lin Xiaotong leading them, their combat power was even more astonishing. Lin Xiaotong, in particular, possessed the Slaughter Saint body, making her a nightmare for all strong enemies as she roamed the battlefield. If it had been ordinary assassins attacking, they would have handled it with ease. However, this time, the attackers were a group of killers led by a master at the 6th transformation stage. Despite this, the Shadow Kill Division stood their ground. No matter how formidable the opponent, they were determined to fight to the death to protect their beliefs. But the Killer Squad was too powerful. Not only did they outclass them in cultivation, but they also had a significant numerical advantage. Even though Lin Xiaotong fought like a killing god, she couldn't stop the overwhelming assault. The second line of defense, led by Su Erhu, had also been raised to the peak of the 3rd transformation stage under Lin Fan's guidance. The guards under his command were no less skilled, with many of them reaching the level of martial saints as well. But still, the enemy was too terrifying. Even though the leader at the 6th transformation stage hadn't made a move yet, the mere pressure from his aura was enough to suppress anyone below the 3rd transformation stage, preventing them from using even half of their power. Not bad. But only just that. After today, this so-called new family will no longer exist, the leader of the 3rd hall of the Blood Crow Tower sneered, as he hovered above the battlefield, watching the defenses being shattered one by one. He had initially been reluctant to act, considering his status, but someone had given the order, and he couldn't ignore it. He didn't want to waste time though. After a brief glance over the battlefield, he prepared to personally end this farce. But before he could act, he was suddenly locked onto by several murderous intents. More experts. He paused, looking toward the source of the killing intent. You Blood Crow Tower will pay for what you've done today. In his sight, several women soared out from within the manor, confronting him. Leading them was a woman wielding a golden spear. Despite being at the peak of the 4th transformation stage, she posed a significant threat to him. Another woman with a similar cultivation level, but with a sinister aura, also posed a threat. These two were none other than Yi Mingyu and Shu Yu, Lin Fan's most gifted wives. Yi Mingyu possessed the Battle Saint body, making her invincible in close combat, while Shu Yu had the unpredictable Blood God Saint body. Both were top-tier saint bodies and exceptional fighters. Although only at the peak of the 4th transformation stage, their true strength far exceeded their cultivation level. Behind them were Jian Ling and several other women. Though their strength was slightly lower, they were also top fighters within their respective levels. More experts, and even legendary saint bodies. But no matter. Our Blood Crow Tower has stood for countless years, facing all kinds of powerful physiques. Why would we fear you? The 3rd hall master was momentarily surprised but soon laughed off the threat. You'll find out soon enough, Yi Mingyu responded coldly, unleashing her defiant battle saint will. Sisters, leave this guy to Shuyu and me. Go support the others on the battlefield. Although the youngest, Yi Mingyu was the strongest and most familiar with the Blood Crow Tower, so she took command. The others agreed without hesitation, nodded, and rushed to support the outer defenses. They were strong, but this level of battle was beyond them, and staying would only hinder the fight. The 3rd hall master didn't stop them. It didn't matter who he started with, there would be no survivors here today. Killing 2 legendary saint bodies at their prime would be an excellent accomplishment for him. Kill. Neither Yi Mingyu nor Shuyu were gentle women. On the contrary, they were decisive and ruthless in battle. Especially Zhuyi, who had once been a feared leader of a demonic sect. Only after falling for Lin Fan had she softened somewhat, but now, facing a powerful enemy, she reverted to her true nature. Without hesitation or probing, she drew her black iron sword and attacked the 3rd hall master. The blood-red sword energy sliced through the sky as she unleashed her blood god will, seemingly capable of staining even the heavens. The moon above turned blood red. Xiao Bai. Yi Mingyu was no slower. As soon as Zhuyu attacked, she summoned her mount with a loud shout and charged with her golden spear. Her mount, the Night Lion Tiger Beast, had already advanced to the Saint Beast level in the Heavenly Burial Ground, and its unique abilities greatly enhanced her combat power. Facing the powerful attacks of both women, the 3rd hall master slowly put away his disdain. Despite being 2 levels lower, the combined strength of these 2 women was a serious threat, forcing him to be cautious. Impressive for saint bodies. Given time, I wouldn't be your match. But for now, you're not ready, he smirked coldly, drawing a blood-stained sword. The battle erupted in an instant. Under the moonlight, the twin saints displayed their power, fighting a 6th transformation expert as equals. The Lin family manor. It was built just outside Tianfeng City. The fierce battle that erupted here was quickly noticed by the residents. As the general in charge of defending the area, He Zhenqian, Lin Fan's father-in-law, naturally became aware of it too. However, just as he was about to leave for the barracks to lead his troops and support his daughter and son-in-law, A figure dressed in simple clothes blocked his way. "General He, do you still remember me, your old examiner?" The one blocking his path was none other than the eunuch who had been orchestrating events from the shadows. It was as if he had anticipated that He Zhenqian would try to intervene, and he had timed his appearance perfectly. Lord Zhao He Zhenqian's entire body trembled when he saw the eunuch. He was very familiar with this eunuch, because when he had taken the military exams, this man had been his examiner. According to tradition, that made He Zhenqian his student, and he should address him as teacher. "It seems, General, he still remembers me. I guess I wasn't such a bad teacher after all." The eunuch smiled, seemingly pleased that he was recognized. Under normal circumstances, He Zhenqian wouldn't have minded reminiscing with him. After all, the eunuch's status demanded respect. But now, he had no time for small talk. However, this eunuch came specifically to stop him. It wasn't that his strength could change anything, but He Zhenqian, as the general defending this region, represented the authority of the Qin Empire. If he truly led the Southwest Army to intervene, the situation would escalate. Even the infamous Blood Crow Tower would be forced to retreat in the face of the Empire's might. If that happened, the eunuch's plan would fail. Seeing that the eunuch had no intention of stepping aside, He Zhenqian had no choice but to speak up. "Lord Zhao, I have urgent military matters to attend to. Could you?" "General He, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting I'm blocking your way?" the eunuch interrupted, the smile on his face fading. He Zhenqian was incredibly anxious, but he couldn't afford to offend the man in front of him. This was the chief eunuch of the Qin Imperial Palace, a close confidant of the Qin Emperor himself. Even the Prime Minister wouldn't want to cross him lightly. In this high martial world, holding such an important position required not just political savvy but unimaginable strength. Otherwise, one wouldn't survive long enough to enjoy the power. "Of course not, my lord. It's just that I truly have urgent military matters to handle," He Zhenqian explained in a panic, not daring to force his way through. Hearing this, the eunuch's smile returned. "General He, you're exaggerating. Of course military matters are of utmost importance. But since I'm here, as a loyal servant of the Qin Empire, I should help share your burdens. Why don't you tell me what's going on?" Well, He Zhenqian hesitated. The truth was, there wasn't any real military matter, he just wanted to help his daughter and son-in-law. "Is it inconvenient to say? Or do you think my rank is too low to be informed?" The eunuch knew exactly what was happening but maintained his polite smile. As the chief eunuch of the Qin Palace and head of the Internal Affairs Office, he had the authority to monitor all officials. He couldn't make decisions, but he had the right to know, so he could report to the emperor. Even the highest-ranking generals had to respect this authority because he represented the emperor's will. With such power, his words were like a dagger to He Zhenqian's heart. How could He Zhenqian dare claim that the eunuch didn't have the right to know? But if he answered truthfully, how could he explain that there was a battle outside the city that required him to lead his troops to suppress it? But the fight was outside the city and hadn't affected the civilians. According to Qin law, he had no right to mobilize the troops. And so, the father-in-law who could have helped was forcefully stopped by the imperial rules the eunuch wielded. Back at the Lin family manor, seeing that no military forces arrived despite the intense battle, the assassins of the Blood Crow Tower grew even more brazen. They no longer restrained the effects of their combat, unleashing their full power on their targets. "Sister King, we have to go out and help. If this continues, we won't hold out until my husband returns." In the deepest part of the manor, protected by powerful formations that Lin Fan had set up, Lingqi, who was about to give birth along with Gu Lingqi and other young members of the family, were kept safe from the battle. But seeing the dire situation outside, Lingqi couldn't stay calm anymore. Even though the female warriors had joined the fight, they were still struggling to gain the upper hand. Especially in the sky, where the battle between the twin moons and the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower was the fiercest. The twin moons displayed strength far beyond their peers, able to fight enemies above their level. But their opponent wasn't just a regular foe, he was 2 levels above them in cultivation, a gap that was as vast as 2 worlds. Even though the twin moons were strong, the difference of 2 levels was too much to overcome. And that wasn't all. Being the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower, his combat prowess was top tier even within his level. With both of these factors combined, even the twin moons struggled to hold their ground. As the battle dragged on, they began to falter. As an empress who cultivated the tyrannical path, how could Lingqi stand by and watch? Xiao Qing, who wasn't skilled in combat, had also stayed behind to protect the others. Seeing the situation, she too was anxious. But with Lingqi so close to giving birth, how could she agree to let her join the fight? "You can't go out there without any hesitation," Xiao Qing shook her head, refusing Lingqi's suggestion. But she didn't refuse entirely. After a moment of determination, she added, "You're right. We do need to help, but not us, I'll go help." Without waiting for a reply, Xiao Qing stepped out of the safe zone Lin Fan had set up. "Stop. Who gave you permission to move? Stand still and don't move." Instead of heading to the outer defenses, Xiao Qing went straight to the main battlefield in the sky. As soon as she arrived, she shouted at the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower, who was dominating the fight with his 6th level power. It seemed absurd. How could someone so much weaker dare to yell at such a powerful enemy? But to everyone's shock, the third leader actually hesitated. It looked as if he might even obey her command and stop. This battlefield, being the decisive one, had the full attention of everyone involved. When they saw this, every single person was stunned. Even those who witnessed this scene were stunned, including the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower himself. He was baffled by what was happening. Although his mind was perfectly clear, and he had no intention of stopping his actions, he couldn't control his body. It was as if something inside him was resisting, as if another consciousness had taken over. Faced with this unknown force, he was not only dumbfounded but also a bit fearful. The unknown instills fear in everyone, and this powerful leader was no exception. "Sisters, attack quickly. His strength far exceeds mine. I can't keep him under control for long." Xiao Qing urgently transmitted to He Mingyu and Shui as everyone else stood in shock. Although she appeared calm on the outside, sweat was already starting to bead on her forehead. Clearly, controlling such a terrifyingly powerful opponent was an immense burden for her. He Mingyu and Shuyu snapped out of their shock, nodded firmly, and unleashed their strongest attacks on the now hesitant third leader. This was an opportunity too good to miss, regardless of their inner turmoil. Facing these lethal strikes, the third leader had no choice but to defend himself. Despite his superior strength, he couldn't afford to underestimate the attacks of two powerful saint bodies. "Stop!" Just as he forcefully suppressed the abnormality within his body and prepared to counterattack, Xiao Qing's voice rang out again. Like a nightmare interrupting his actions, her words caused his movements to falter once more. Slash, slash. In the next moment, He Mingyu's spear pierced his side, and Zhuyu's blood-colored sword energy almost split him in two, sending a torrent of blood gushing from his wounds. A chilling scream echoed as the third leader managed to regain control of his body at the last second. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but he was gravely injured. Realizing the danger he was in, he no longer dared to hold back. Or rather, he was now fighting for his life. Blood ignition technique. With a roar, he activated his life-saving secret art. His blood ignited in black flames, and even the blood spilling from his wounds wasn't wasted. As his blood burned, a terrifying aura spread outwards. Already near the peak of the 6th transformation stage, this secret art pushed his power even higher, almost reaching the limits of his cultivation level. Empowered by this fearsome force, he finally managed to shatter the influence that had been controlling him. As the force broke, Xiao Qing, who had already been struggling to maintain control, couldn't hold on any longer and coughed up blood. "You dared to push me this far? Today I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." With his body now fully under his control, the third leader's eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred as he glared at Xiao Qing. "Everyone, stop him." Seeing this, Shuyu immediately shouted to He Mingyu, and together, they moved to intercept the third leader. It was the right decision, but with his newfound power, stopping him was no easy feat. Despite their best efforts, they were sent flying by his powerful counterattack. With the frontline defenses breached, Xiao Qing, who had been supporting from the rear, was now fully exposed to the assassin's attack range. Die! Showing no mercy, the third leader swung his blood-stained sword, unleashing a terrifying energy slash that seemed to tear the heavens apart. This was the power granted by his secret technique, a strike so deadly that even someone as powerful as He Mingyu, with her invincible combat body, might not be able to withstand it. Xiao Qing. All the women fighting on the battlefield gasped in horror at this sight, especially Jianling. Ignoring her own battle, she rushed toward Xiao Qing. The bond between her and Xiao Qing was more than just sisterhood by name, it was true. Deep kinship forged over years of growing up together. But Jianling was only at the 3rd transformation stage. Even though she was exceptional within her level, she was powerless to change the outcome of this high-stakes battle. She couldn't even get close, she could only watch in helpless despair. Xiao Qing. Her voice cracked with grief. But there was nothing she could do. At this moment, she had never wished for power more than now. "Miss." Hearing Jianling's anguished cry, Xiao Qing turned to look back. There was no fear or despair in her eyes, only a gentle smile meant to reassure her. This made it even harder for everyone to bear. Lingqi in particular was filled with regret, blaming herself for Xiao Qing's imminent death. Sensing Lingqi's thoughts, Xiao Qing glanced in her direction and subtly shook her head, indicating that she didn't hold any grudge. As she finished this gesture, the third leader's deadly sword strike reached her. Locked in place by his power, Xiao Qing couldn't move. She couldn't even speak, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Boom! At that crucial moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, growing louder as it approached. This was Lin Fan, who had divined the danger at home and rushed back at full speed. His sheer velocity tore through the void, creating a direct path through space. He had finally arrived, only to witness this horrifying scene. His pupils instantly turned red with rage. "How dare you!" An earth-shaking roar reverberated through the skies, as if the very heavens were filled with wrath. "Go?" Another voice followed, and countless black metal birds shot through the air, flying toward Xiao Qing at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, these metal birds transformed into intricate components that attached themselves to Xiao Qing, covering her entirely in black armor, just as the deadly sword energy struck. In a brief moment, Xiao Qing experienced several changes. The third leader, who was certain he had avenged himself, was shocked to see his attack blocked. The seemingly fragile armor had withstood his most powerful blow. Though damaged, the armor remained standing, and Xiao Qing was still alive. He was stunned. But he didn't slow down. Realizing things had taken a turn, he immediately focused on eliminating the greatest threat, Xiao Qing, who had the power to control him. He unleashed another terrifying slash, aiming to destroy the armor in his way. But the armor moved on its own and vanished in a flash, only to reappear in front of another figure. It was Lin Fan, his eyes burning with fury. Facing the sword energy that could shatter the heavens, Lin Fan simply raised a hand and crushed it into nothingness. As the energy dissipated, his cold, bone-chilling voice echoed, "Today, none of you will leave alive. Today, none of you will leave alive." The icy voice echoed throughout the land, reverberating with such intensity that even the residents of distant Tianfeng City could hear it clearly. Who's speaking? Many confused residents stepped out of their homes, searching for the source of the voice, but found nothing. Only those with considerable strength looked toward the Lin family manor with serious expressions. "He's back." The old monk from the Buddhist temple also stepped out of his quarters. Hearing that voice, he knew exactly who had returned. He also knew that the fate of the assassins who had come to cause trouble was now sealed. The assassins from the Blood Crow Tower were indeed formidable, but he was well aware that this individual was beyond ordinary comprehension. The last time this person returned, the monk had gone to pay his respects and report on the temple's progress. However, just upon meeting him, the monk had almost been compelled to kneel from the overwhelming pressure and experience still etched deeply in his memory. "Master, do you think he can win?" the abbot asked cautiously, knowing how terrifying the assassins were. The old monk shot a sidelong glance at his disciple. "Do you really need to ask?" Disciple was too reckless. The abbot immediately lowered his head. "He's finally back." At the general's residence, He Zhenqian, who had been anxiously waiting after being blocked, finally felt relief upon hearing the voice. The eunuch, who had been leisurely drinking tea, slowly set his cup down when he heard it. Just one sentence from Lin Fan had shaken the hearts of many. But the man himself had no interest in this reaction. All that filled his mind now was an unquenchable coldness and an endless thirst for blood. He had returned just in time. His wives were injured, but thankfully none of them had died. However, the Shadow Kill Division and the Lin family guards had suffered heavy casualties. Even Lin Xiaotong, the strongest among them, was covered in blood after facing 3 ancient masters at the 5th transformation stage. Su Erhu, the head guard, had it even worse. A vicious slash across his face had nearly split his head in two. They had paid a steep price to protect those close to Lin Fan. Seeing this scene, he had no interest in anything other than tearing the attackers apart. Such arrogance. Lin Fan's domineering entrance had initially scared many, but upon realizing that he was only at the 5th transformation stage, their confidence returned. Even if he had a top-tier saint body, they were many and would not be afraid. As for his earlier feat of crushing the sword energy with his hand, they assumed it was due to a divine ability that temporarily granted invincibility, something with a time limit and defensive focus. The third leader of the Blood Crow Tower did not stop his subordinates' comments. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan, trying to discern his true power. Unfortunately, he could see nothing beyond Lin Fan's cultivation level. "Lu, take care of him." After a moment of consideration, The third leader decided not to engage personally and instead sent one of his subordinates at the 5th transformation stage. Yes. The subordinate who had just mocked Lin Fan nodded and leaped forward. You arrogant! He barely got the words out before a blood-red spear pierced him like a skewer. In an instant, Lin Fan appeared in front of him, his spear effortlessly impaling the man. Violent energy surged from the spear, obliterating his life force in an instant. An ancient master, who had just appeared, was killed so quickly that he didn't even have time to scream. Everyone present was stunned. Annoying. Only then did Lin Fan's cold voice follow. With a shake of the spear, the lifeless body exploded into a shower of blood. The blood of a high-level martial saint, refined to the extreme, gushed out like a burst pipe, drenching the other assassins in hot, sticky rain. It was only then, feeling the blood on their faces and smelling the intense scent, that the assassins snapped out of their shock. How? How was this possible? They couldn't believe that someone of the same level had been killed so easily, so brutally, without even leaving a corpse behind. Even the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower nearly turned to flee in fear. It was truly terrifying, but it was too late to escape. A deadly intent had already locked onto him. You're next. Lin Fan flicked the debris off his blood-stained spear and fixed his cold, piercing gaze on the third leader. Gulp. The third leader involuntarily swallowed hard. Despite being one level higher in cultivation, he felt no sense of security. Instead, he felt like he was the one at a lower level, completely suppressed. Friend, there's no need for us to fight to the death. We could. Is that your final statement? The third leader tried to negotiate, but Lin Fan's icy words cut him off. You. The third leader was enraged. With his status and power, no one had ever dared to speak to him this way. But now, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. The man before him was unfathomable. Despite being at a lower level, he exuded the aura of a god. The third leader disliked uncertain battles, but it was clear that this fight was inevitable. After ensuring that Su Erhu and the others had carried the wounded away, Lin Fan stepped into the air, walking steadily toward the mastermind behind the attack. The reason he had delayed was simply to avoid harming his own injured people. But now that they were safe, he had no reason to hold back. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The third leader, seeing Lin Fan's approach, finally snapped. He had no choice but to fight. Blood demon sky-splitting slash. With no other option, he launched his most powerful attack. Fueled by his secret art, he swung his blood-stained sword, unleashing a terrifying blood-red energy that seemed to split the heavens and earth apart. The energy was accompanied by the eerie whispers of a blood demon, meant to disorient the mind and make resistance difficult. Even those not directly targeted struggled to concentrate under its influence, some even clutching their heads in pain. But Lin Fan, who bore the full brunt of the attack, remained unfazed. Seeing their leader's powerful move, the other assassins regained some of their morale, believing that victory was still within reach. But in the next moment, their hopes were shattered once more. The devastating energy slash was obliterated by Lin Fan's blood-red spear. The whispers of the blood demon only seemed to fuel his ferocity. Without slowing down, he continued forward, impaling the third leader with the same spear. Yet again, a powerful figure was skewered like a helpless target. This time, the victim was none other than the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower, a master at the terrifying 6th transformation stage. The scene froze as if time had stopped. Even the eunuch at the general's residence, who had been calmly sipping tea, paused in shock. The cup in his hand shattered with a crisp crack. Upon reaching the martial saint stage, one's spirit and body are greatly refined. A strong warrior at this level is notoriously hard to kill, with a life force that's incredibly resilient and various techniques to preserve life. Even if their vital organs are pierced or their heart is removed, they wouldn't die immediately. Especially with the dark arts of the Blood God sect, they could even recover from being shattered. But those wounded by Lin Fan seemed to lose that ability. Not only were their vital organs pierced, but their life force was also completely extinguished. Even the powerful third leader of the Blood Crow Tower could only reach out in disbelief before collapsing lifelessly. This is impossible. The remaining assassins, snapping out of their shock, couldn't believe what had just happened. The third leader had lived for 1,000 years. Over that time, countless ancestors and even ancient masters had fallen to him, earning him and the Blood Crow Tower a fearsome reputation. His name alone struck fear into many powerful figures, even suppressing ancient noble families. But now, he had been killed in a single blow. How could they believe it? Even if they survived to tell the tale, no one would believe it. Kill! Lin Fan, his expression cold and indifferent, pointed his blood-red spear, which had just slain the third leader, at the remaining assassins from the Blood Crow Tower. Roar. The Lin family guards, already fired up by their master's overwhelming power, erupted in a frenzy. At Lin Fan's command, they charged at the remaining assassins with renewed vigor. The assassins, now completely terrified, had no will to resist. They stood frozen in shock until one among them suddenly bolted, sparking a chaotic retreat. The others, snapping back to reality, also fled in panic. I told you, none of you will leave here alive today. Lin Fan watched the assassins flee without any emotion. Channeling his internal energy, he summoned several blood-colored dragon spirits that slowly emerged behind him. These dragons, manifestations of his energy, weren't as powerful as his full-strength dragons but still reached the level of the fourth transformation stage. Though not suitable for fighting high-level opponents, they were more than enough to deal with these fleeing assassins. This group attack technique was something Lin Fan had created himself, inspired by Gu Lingqi's use of similar skills. Although still rough around the edges, it was more than sufficient to wipe out these broken-spirited assassins. The dragons roared and soared through the sky. As they descended, countless areas around the Lin family manor were stained with the blood of fallen warriors. That day, an uncountable number of martial saints perished. Having unleashed his newly created demonic dragons emerging from the abyss, Lin Fan no longer concerned himself with the fleeing assassins. The dragons, imbued with his will, would relentlessly hunt down and kill any who survived. Take this. Lin Fan approached Zhao Qing, who had suffered from the backlash of her earlier efforts. He retracted the damaged demonic dragon armor and handed her a healing pill he had personally refined. Although she wasn't physically injured, her energy had been severely depleted. Normally she could recover with some rest, but Lin Fan's tone left no room for argument. Zhao Qing obediently took the pill and swallowed it. After she consumed the pill, Lin Fan used his energy to help her quickly absorb its healing effects. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhao Qing had fully recovered from the backlash. At the same time, the pursuit of the assassins had ended. Lin Fan sat in the main hall of the manor, awaiting reports from his people. The first to return was Lin Xiaotong, carrying the head of a fifth transformation assassin. From the lingering aura, it was clear this was a powerful opponent. Xiaotong failed to protect the family properly, causing us to suffer losses. Please punish me, master. Lin Xiaotong knelt before Lin Fan, his head bowed in shame. As the family's first line of defense, he had failed to protect the manor, and one of the mistresses had almost been killed. In his eyes, this was an unforgivable failure. However, his plea for punishment went unanswered for a long time. When he finally dared to look up, he saw that Lin Fan had already walked over to him. Master. Master. Lin Xiaotong stammered, unsure of what to say as he looked up at Lin Fan. You don't need to be so harsh on yourself. I've always seen how hard you've worked, but this incident has sounded an alarm for us. If we don't want it to happen again, we need to work even harder. Lin Fan personally helped Lin Xiaotong up and straightened his disheveled clothes as he spoke. Thank you, master, for your kindness. I promise to work even harder in the future and ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Lin Xiaotong, now more determined than ever, made a firm promise as he looked at his newly straightened clothing. I believe in you. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, then pulled out a sunlight spirit flower from his spatial ring, placing it in front of Lin Xiaotong. This flower can purify any poison in your body. Take it and refine it. I believe it will be very useful for your current situation. Lin Xiaotong practiced the path of slaughter, relying less on pills. However, his cultivation path carried its own inherent risks. Over time, the bloody energy from his kills would taint his body and even erode his mental strength. Even with his slaughter saint body, he couldn't completely avoid this issue. The sunlight spirit flower, which could purify any poison, was the perfect remedy for Lin Xiaotong. By resolving this potential problem, he could continue advancing rapidly through his unique path of slaughter without worrying about hidden dangers. Lin Xiaotong understood this well. Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, he knew that this flower was exactly what he needed. Thank you, master, for your gift. He respectfully accepted the flower, tears welling up in his eyes, an emotion he rarely showed, and only in front of Lin Fan. After all, he was still just a young man, though the bloody path he walked often made people forget that. Go on. Lin Fan didn't say much more. He simply patted Lin Xiaotong on the shoulder, encouraging him. Lin Xiaotong silently nodded, then swiftly left with the bloodied head still in his hand. This incident had deeply affected him, and he was eager to grow stronger to repay Lin Fan's trust and kindness. Husband. Zhu Yu and He Mingyu soon returned as well, each holding a blood-dripping head of their own. They weren't carrying the heads as trophies but to honor the fallen elders of the Lin family who had died in the attack. The heads of these assassins would serve as a tribute to the spirits of the deceased. Were you hurt? Lin Fan asked, looking at his two wives. Don't worry. The saint bodies you helped us refine aren't just for show, Shu Yu replied playfully. In battle she was a ruthless demon, but in front of Lin Fan she was a playful and affectionate wife. He Mingyu, with her usual boldness, added, Shu Yu's right. If it weren't for the huge gap in our cultivation, we wouldn't have needed to wait for you to come back. We would have taken care of that old bastard ourselves. The bond between the two women had grown stronger through battle, making them as close as sisters. My wives are amazing. Lin Fan laughed and praised them both, clearly pleased. Soon the other wives arrived as well. Seeing everyone gathered and safe filled the group with relief and joy. Daddy, wah! Little Lin Shi, accompanied by her two elder sisters, Qingju and Qing'er, came running in like a gust of wind and leaped into Lin Fan's arms. Though she and her brother had been sent to a safe room during the crisis, her martial god body made her naturally sensitive to the situation. She knew something serious had happened at home, and while she hadn't shown it, she had been incredibly anxious, worrying about her family and her mother. Now that her father had returned and everything was resolved, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and burst into tears in his arms. Shh, it's okay. Daddy's back now, and no bad people can cause trouble anymore. Lin Fan gently comforted his crying daughter. Little Lin Shi nodded vigorously, her big dark eyes filled with tears. Lin Fan tenderly wiped them away, his hatred for those who had caused this trouble intensifying. Sister, father still has a lot to deal with. Let's go back to the courtyard and let him take care of things first. Little Lin Hao, who had also come along, sensibly urged his sister to return with him. Okay. Understanding her brother's reasoning, little Lin Shi nodded obediently and left with him. Watching his thoughtful children, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, but also a heavier burden of responsibility. Anyone who tried to harm his precious children would face his full wrath. The immediate crisis for the Lin family had passed, but soon after, the old monk from the Buddhist temple arrived to apologize. He hadn't been able to help during the crisis, so he had come to make amends. Lin Fan, however, had no patience for formalities and quickly waved him off. Your temple used to be a major power. How much do you know about the Blood Crow Tower? Lin Fan's voice was cold. This matter would not be forgotten. The Blood Crow Tower would be dealt with first, followed by those who had pulled the strings behind the scenes. No one would be spared. Sir, all the members of the Blood Crow Tower, including their leader, have been eliminated. The loyal subordinate immediately reported this news to the eunuch as soon as the assassin squad from the Blood Crow Tower was wiped out. The eunuch had already left the general's residence and returned to his own quarters. Upon hearing the report, he remained calm, merely nodding slightly. I saw it. No wonder he caught the emperor's attention. This upstart does indeed have extraordinary abilities. Though he had been blocking He Zhenshin earlier, the eunuch had kept his eyes on the battlefield, observing everything as it unfolded. At their level, there was no need to be physically present to see what happened. When he witnessed the third leader of the Blood Crow Tower being killed in an instant, even he was shocked. After all, even if he were in that situation, the result would have been the same. But what was his cultivation level? He was already in the late stage of the martial saint realm, nearing the pinnacle of martial arts. And what about Lin Fan? Merely at the 5th transformation stage, a mere ant in comparison. Yet, Lin Fan could achieve what he could. How could he remain indifferent? Sir, now that this man has appeared, should we continue to investigate further? The subordinate hesitated before asking. There's no need to investigate further. He's beyond your reach now, and sending more people would only mean their deaths. Since he's set his sights on the Blood Crow Tower, let him deal with that useless organization. Meanwhile, I've received word from Ling Zhou about the possible appearance of a divine thought. The emperor has issued an order for us to investigate the truth of this matter. The eunuch responded, waving off the subordinate's suggestion. A possible divine thought. The subordinate, who had more to say, gasped in shock at the mention of this, and fell silent. Divine thoughts. Ordinary people might not know what they are, but any seasoned warrior would be all too familiar with these terrifying entities. It's no exaggeration to say that they are the nightmare of all powerful beings. They once nearly brought the entire Qin Empire to its knees. If it hadn't been for the current emperor's exceptional talents and his ability to stabilize the empire with dragon-like might, allowing the nation's prosperity to suppress evil forces, the chaos unleashed by a divine thought in the past would have already wiped out all life. Even so, the catastrophe inflicted unimaginable wounds on the Qin Empire. The death toll reached the tens of millions, with nearly 10 provinces affected by the disaster. At that time the eunuch's strength was still low, but he had witnessed the battle to suppress the divine thought from afar. Even after so many years, the memory still made him break out in a cold sweat. "Sir, is this true?" His face paled with fear, and his voice trembled. "It's not certain yet," the eunuch replied with a slight shake of his head. This uncertain answer only deepened the subordinate's terror. Finally, unable to contain himself, he said, "Sir, you know how terrifying divine thoughts are. Do we really have to investigate this? Are you defying orders?" The eunuch's eyes narrowed, devoid of any emotion. "This is an imperial edict, personally delivered by the emperor. Your servant wouldn't dare." The subordinate quickly dropped to his knees in fear. "Stand up," the eunuch sneered. "There's nothing to fear. With the invincible might of the emperor, even if a divine thought were to appear again, it wouldn't be able to cause any significant trouble." "You are wise, sir." The subordinate flattered him immediately. "It is the emperor who is invincible," the eunuch corrected sternly. Yes, the subordinate hastily agreed. "Let's go." The eunuch took one last look in the direction of the Lin family manor before flicking his wide sleeves and striding out of Tianfeng City. Inside the Lin family manor, the old monk from the Buddhist temple was doing his best to answer Lin Fan's questions with utmost diligence. The Blood Crow Tower has existed for a long time. They were around even when the Yaoqi Holy Land still stood. They specialize in taking on paid assassination contracts and are divided into 7 branches, known as the 7 Towers. Each tower operates independently under its own leader. The higher the number, the stronger the tower. The old monk continued earnestly. This time, the attack on you was led by the 3rd tower, whose leader was at the peak of the 6th transformation stage. You're familiar with this, of course. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, he was familiar with it. After all, he had just killed that 3rd leader with his own hands. Continue. Lin Fan instructed. Understanding the foundation of the Blood Crow Tower was crucial to eradicating them completely. Yes, the old monk, encouraged by Lin Fan's response, continued with even more enthusiasm. With the 3rd leader dead and his elite forces decimated, the 3rd tower is no longer a threat. However, you should be cautious of the 2nd and 1st towers, which are far more dangerous. Even the old monk, despite his experience, couldn't keep calm when mentioning the top 2 towers of the Blood Crow organization. During the Buddhist temple's peak, even they had avoided provoking these 2 towers. It wasn't just the assassins under their command that were terrifying, just the tower leaders themselves were enough to strike fear into the hearts of many powerful figures. "Do they have any grand saints?" Lin Fan asked, narrowing his eyes. No, they don't," the old monk replied, caught off guard by the question. A grand saint is a being who has unlocked all bodily limitations, mastered all divine powers, and is on the path to becoming an ancient deity. Such figures have long transcended worldly affairs, focusing solely on their cultivation, and even traveling the world in search of the way to godhood. There's a saying under a grand saint, all are ants. The Blood Crow Tower, formidable as it was, didn't have a grand saint among its ranks. But even without such a figure, the tower's leaders at the 7th or 8th transformation stage were still incredibly powerful. Reaching the later stages of the martial saint realm opens up an entirely new world. Yet Lin Fan seemed unimpressed, casually asking about the existence of a grand saint, leaving the old monk unsure of how to respond. Lin Fan, however, showed no reaction. Upon hearing that there were no grand saints in the Blood Crow Tower, he lost interest in further details. If they don't have a grand saint, there's no need to say more. Tell me where their bases are, especially their headquarters. I need this information. With his current strength, Lin Fan could kill someone at the 7th transformation stage in one strike. Even if he couldn't instantly defeat someone at the 8th transformation stage, his immense vitality, stemming from his youth, would allow him to wear them down. That's the advantage of youth. Yes, the old monk, though feeling uneasy, dared not question Lin Fan's orders. As a secretive assassin organization, the Blood Crow Tower naturally kept its various branches well hidden. But the Buddhist temple, once a dominant force throughout the land, knew many secrets, including the locations of several key Blood Crow Tower strongholds. You don't know the location of their headquarters, do you? Lin Fan asked, frowning slightly. While the other strongholds were valuable, his main target was their headquarters. Please forgive me, my lord. The old monk apologized. Our temple once tried to investigate, but we couldn't find any leads. We even lost several branch leaders during the investigation, forcing the abbot at the time to call it off. So it's that well-hidden. Lin Fan frowned even more, but he didn't blame the old monk. Waving his hand, he said, I understand. I won't hold this against you. However, I'm giving you a task: find the headquarters of the Blood Crow Tower. At your command. The old monk bowed and left to carry out the order. Watching the monk depart, Lin Fan turned his attention to the items he had obtained from exploring the sacred ruins. He began by placing the strange scarecrow in key positions around the manor as protection. Then he distributed the sunlight spirit flowers, which could purify any poison from the body, to his wives for them to refine. He believed that once they purified their bodies, their strength would reach new heights. After settling these matters, Lin Fan took out the Yaoqi ancient scripture, his most valuable find, and began studying it carefully, while waiting for Gu Lingqi to arrive. But after waiting 3 days, she still hadn't shown up. It wasn't until 5 days later that a branch manager, who had previously delivered a message to Lin Fan, rushed over with a letter. The Jiyu family in Lingzhou was in crisis, and Gu Lingqi had returned home to help, preventing her from meeting Lin Fan as planned. Reading this, Lin Fan didn't react much at first. As a large business family, the Jiyu family was naturally no stranger to rivals and conflicts. But when he reached the later part of the letter, he suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. The divine thought has broken free. Moreover, it has emerged from the forbidden zone known as the heavenly burial ground, and is now searching for those who had once ventured into the divine forbidden area. The white-haired elder, who had been a mere bystander back then, has already been captured by the divine thought, and his whereabouts are unknown. Gu Lingqi learned of this, and abruptly left midway to return to her base. Gu Lingqi's letter now informed Lin Fan to be cautious. After all, compared to those who had only been on the sidelines, Lin Fan was the true central figure. If the divine thought had indeed left the forbidden zone to hunt down those who had been there that day, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be among its primary targets. It actually broke free. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. It wasn't that he feared the divine thought, but the powerful formations he had set up in the abyss, taking advantage of the dangers of that place, weren't something that could be broken in a short time. Even with the divine thought's immense power, it shouldn't have been easy to escape. It should have taken years of wear and tear before it could break free. And by then, Lin Fan's strength would have reached an entirely new level. By that time, the divine thought's escape would be nothing more than an opportunity for Lin Fan to easily defeat it. But now, how much time had passed? In such a short period, not only had it broken free, but it had also left the forbidden zone and was now searching for them. Lin Fan couldn't believe that no one else had a hand in this. Yet, when they had exited the zone, the burial aura had reappeared. Who could have possibly tampered with his formation in such an environment? Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled that unsettling gaze he had felt when leaving the abyss. No wonder the divine monument had a warning. This place is indeed far from safe. Lin Fan sighed deeply, unable to suppress a hint of frustration. The rewards he had gained from that journey were tremendous, and he still hadn't fully utilized them. But the potential threat that came with them was no joke either. I've received the letter. Could you help me send a reply to your president? Lin Fan placed the letter down and asked the branch manager who had delivered it. This matter had started because of him, and there was no way he could ignore it now. Of course, senior. The branch manager replied respectfully. Please wait a moment. I'll write a letter, and you can arrange for it to be sent to her. Lin Fan nodded, and asked for paper and a brush, quickly writing a response. Given his current cultivation level, his writing speed was swift, and within half a minute, the letter was finished. The branch manager accepted the letter without further delay and departed after bidding farewell. Watching the manager leave, Lin Fan returned to his tasks, preparing for what was to come. First, he took out the 9 tribulations grass and refined it into a tribulation crossing pill. Then he used the precious divine metals he had obtained from the Yaoqi Holy Land ruins to forge suitable divine weapons for his family members. With his current strength, these tasks were completed much faster than before. In less than half a month, both tasks were finished. After that, Lin Fan used his divine power to transport massive mountains from various regions and place them around the manor, setting up a series of powerful formations. These formations included offensive, defensive and entrapment arrays so powerful that even a 6th transformation martial saint would find it impossible to escape. Even higher-level martial saints would struggle to break through using brute force. This took another half-month to complete. In total, it took Lin Fan about a month to finish all these preparations. During this time, he also revised his cultivation technique, switching to the Yaoqi ancient scripture from the martial sacred ground. Although his previous technique, the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, was also top tier, it was still limited to the mortal martial realm. It was powerful, but only within those confines. The Yaoqi ancient scripture, on the other hand, transcended the mortal world, almost like a legendary immortal technique. Just the introductory chapter could elevate someone to the peak of the martial saint realm, and even provided guidance for future paths. The difference between the two techniques was stark. As expected, when Lin Fan successfully transitioned to the new technique, one of the locks within his body naturally opened. In the martial saint realm, each transformation unlocks a new level of power. In less than 2 years, Lin Fan had already reached the 6th transformation, unlocking 6 of these internal locks, an astonishing speed of cultivation that was unmatched. As a result, Lin Fan was blessed with another powerful divine ability. Upon receiving this ability, Lin Fan laughed for a full half hour. Previously, he had been concerned about how to deal with entities like the divine thought that transcended the mortal realm. But now, with this divine ability, his concerns vanished. Instead, when he encountered the divine thought, he planned to give it a very unpleasant surprise. "Greetings, master." After finishing his work, Lin Fan returned home, where Lin Xiaotong, fresh from his own cultivation, came to pay his respects. One glance at Lin Xiaotong, and Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. "Very good, you've unlocked another internal lock. Now that you've reached the 5th transformation, you should be able to fully absorb this slaughter crystal." With that, Lin Fan took out the slaughter crystal he had obtained from killing the ghost commander and handed it to Lin Xiaotong, who had just broken through to the 5th transformation. The crystal, containing the essence of the slaughter path, was a perfect match for Lin Xiaotong's slaughter saint body. "Thank you, Master." Lin Xiaotong didn't refuse. Only by gaining more strength could he fulfill his duties and prevent the past from repeating itself. If he ever felt he had failed, he was ready to give his life to make amends. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Once Lin Xiaotong absorbed the slaughter crystal, his path of slaughter would become even purer, and his combat abilities even more fearsome. With that matter settled, Lin Fan headed to the backyard. Little Lin Hao, as if sensing his father's approach, was already waiting at the entrance to the courtyard. "Father." Upon seeing Lin Fan, little Lin Hao respectfully greeted him. "You cheeky boy." Getting all formal with your old man, Lin Fan chuckled, walking over and ruffling his son's hair. "Hey hey." Little Lin Hao laughed. Though they didn't spend much time together, the bond between father and son was strong. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile and then smoothed down his son's messy hair. Once that was done, he asked seriously, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Little Lin Hao nodded firmly. Lin Fan said no more and led his son to the alchemy room. Although they had obtained the body sculpting Divine Lotus, it wasn't as simple as just using it to reshape his son's physique. The first step was to refine his body, transforming it into a state that could be molded. Only then could the Divine Lotus's power be used to reshape his physique. Even with Lin Fan, a master divine alchemist, personally overseeing the process, it would be extremely painful. This was why Lin Fan hadn't immediately started the procedure upon returning. He had to ensure everything was prepared. During this time, little Lin Hao had been taking specific pills to form a protective layer inside his body, reducing the pain and ensuring he could better absorb the Divine Lotus's power. The body sculpting Divine Lotus could indeed reshape his physique, but how successful the process would be depended on how much of its power he could absorb. Lin Fan had originally planned to continue preparations for a while longer, but his son's eagerness made him decide to trust him. After all, his son might not be the most exceptional, but he certainly wasn't a coward. Lin Fan. Mayor Lin Fan. When they arrived at the alchemy room, Lu Woyan, little Lin Hao's mother, was already there, her face filled with worry. Seeing the two of them, her concern was evident. "Don't worry. Lin Hao is my son too. I won't let anything happen to him." Lin Fan reassured his wife gently. Little Lin Hao added, "Mother, father won't let anything bad happen to me. The next time you see me, I'll be a rare genius that comes along only once in 1,000 years." He even tried to make a joke to ease his mother's worries. Lu Woyan, knowing her son's character, was both comforted and pained by his maturity. "All right, I'll be waiting for that day, waiting for my son to become an extraordinary genius." Lu Woyan forced a smile, showing none of her usual coldness, only the warmth of a mother's love. "Lin Fan, I'm entrusting him to you." With that, she turned and left the alchemy room, not wanting to stay and risk trying to stop the process. Lin Fan nodded, closed the heavy door, and opened the tall alchemy furnace. "Get in," he instructed, taking a deep breath. Little Lin Hao nodded resolutely and climbed into the furnace, stepping onto the platform inside. Lin Fan cleared his mind of distractions. His mental energy, now at a tangible level, formed a protective barrier around his son's body. Then he raised his hand and lit the flames beneath the furnace. First came the intense heat. This step expelled excess moisture from the body while also purging impurities. Next, scalding hot water was added, along with rare medicinal herbs, to further cleanse the body of impurities while replenishing vital energy. This ensured that the process wouldn't be fatal. The entire process took more than 2 hours, a grueling ordeal. Yet despite being just a child, little Lin Hao remained silent from start to finish. His small lips were tightly pressed together, his face pale from the excruciating pain. By the time he was immersed in the scalding herbal bath, his entire body turned a deep red, like a shrimp that had been boiled. It was painful just to watch, even for Lin Fan, an adult. If you can't bear it, let me know right away. Lin Fan, usually strict, couldn't help but soften as he spoke to his son. But little Lin Hao shook his head. Father, I can still endure it. Even though he was practically being boiled alive, he gritted his teeth and persisted. He knew that the more thoroughly his body was purified, the more effectively he could absorb the energy of the body sculpting Divine Lotus. The more energy he absorbed, the stronger his newly reshaped physique would become, perhaps even attaining the level of a top-tier saint body. Although little Lin Hao rarely spoke and never seemed to compete for anything, he was fiercely determined inside. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he understood the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. He also didn't want to disappoint his parents. Respecting his son's resolve, Lin Fan increased the intensity of the fire, further refining the impurities in his body. Nearly a full day passed, and the medicinal liquid in the cauldron was completely boiled away. By that time, the impurities in little Lin Hao's body had been thoroughly expelled. Absorb with all your strength. Lin Fan's expression was serious as he took out the body sculpting Divine Lotus and urged his son. Then, he channeled his power to refine the lotus into pure energy. Under his control, the energy from the Divine Lotus enveloped little Lin Hao like a thick cloud. Clang! With that, Lin Fan closed the lid of the cauldron. Inside, little Lin Hao had essentially become a human-shaped elixir. What kind of transformation he would achieve now depended entirely on his own abilities. Though the hard work was done, Lin Fan didn't let his guard down. After all, this was his first time using the body sculpting Divine Lotus in practice. His powerful spiritual sense, now tangible, remained within the cauldron, monitoring every change. Inside the cauldron, little Lin Hao sat cross-legged, diligently absorbing the energy of the Divine Lotus. Thanks to the earlier preparations, the absorption process went smoothly. And then something unexpected happened. It seemed as though something within little Lin Hao was particularly attuned to the body sculpting Divine Lotus. The mist-like energy of the lotus began to coalesce, reforming itself back into the shape of the original flower. Without any external influence, it floated above little Lin Hao's head and started to spin. As it rotated, purer waves of energy flowed from the lotus into little Lin Hao's head, where he absorbed and refined them completely. It was as if the Divine Lotus had chosen him as its rightful master, willingly offering its final essence to him. This unexpected development made Lin Fan nervous at first. But soon he realized that this method was far superior to the one he had intended. Under the lotus's guidance, not a single drop of its power was wasted. Little Lin Hao absorbed exactly as much as he could handle. This not only minimized the risks but also maximized the effectiveness of the energy. In the beginning, little Lin Hao had shown signs of pain during the transformation. But now, his expression was peaceful, even serene, with a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he found the process quite comfortable. Despite the ongoing transformation of his body, the energy from the Divine Lotus kept everything in perfect balance, preventing any pain. Seeing this, Lin Fan finally relaxed, even starting to look forward to the final result of his son's transformation. 3 more days passed in this manner. Outside, Lu Huayan, who had been waiting, could no longer remain calm. During these days she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, sitting steadfastly by the door. No amount of persuasion from others could move her. The other wives, understanding her worry, stopped trying to convince her, and instead joined her in keeping vigil. Even Long Kui, who was heavily pregnant, came to offer her support. Sister Huayan, don't worry. Our husband is the best divine alchemist, and this isn't a dangerous process. Everything will be fine. Yi Xiaorou gently reassured her. As the eldest wife, it was her duty to step up in times like these. While she didn't possess great strength or a powerful physique, her gentle nature and fairness had earned her the respect of all the other wives. When she spoke, even Lu Huayan relaxed a little and nodded slightly. Creak. At that moment, the door to the alchemy room slowly opened from the inside. Lin Fan emerged first, still looking as confident and carefree as ever. But this time, his wives barely spared him a glance before their eyes locked onto the figure behind him, little Lin Hao, whose transformation had been completed. Gone was the weak and frail boy they once knew. The new Lin Hao exuded a subtle yet undeniable pressure. A sense of power that transcended mere strength. It was a presence that commanded respect. This wasn't a pressure born of cultivation or physical prowess, but a pressure that came from his very being. It was like the presence of a young tiger, one that no ordinary creature would dare challenge. Even the top-tier saint bodies like those of He Mingyu and the others felt a slight suppression in his presence. They, who had always stood at the pinnacle, suddenly felt a hint of being overshadowed. Perhaps only someone with the divine martial god body, like little Lin Shi, could evoke a similar feeling. Realizing this, their eyes lit up with excitement. Could Hao Er also have the martial god body? They stared at little Lin Hao with bright, eager eyes. As his aunts, they naturally wanted the best for him. If he indeed possessed the martial god body, it would be a monumental blessing for the Lin family. Having 2 children with such rare and powerful physiques was an unimaginable fortune for any family. Lu Woyan, also a saint body holder, felt the same suppression and looked at her son with growing excitement. He doesn't have the martial god body, Lin Fan said with a smile, but his physique isn't any weaker. In fact, I'm not exactly sure what it is. An unknown physique. His wives were stunned by this revelation, their eyes widening in surprise. Lu Wuyan, as his mother, instantly became more anxious. Don't worry, Lin Fan reassured her. Although it's an unknown physique, it's not harmful. And it's certainly not weaker than the martial god body. He wasn't lying. The Divine Lotus had chosen little Lin Hao as its master, ensuring that no energy was wasted. Combined with the fact that little Lin Hao had endured the entire purification process, the result was a qualitative change of physique that surpassed even the strongest saint bodies. While it wasn't the same as little Lin Shi's naturally divine martial god body, it was a different kind of divine body, one that seemed custom-made for little Lin Hao. What this new divine body could achieve in the future, Lin Fan couldn't even begin to imagine. When he explained this, his wives were left speechless with amazement. Lu Woyan, in particular, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Little Lin Hao had not only succeeded in his transformation, he had undergone a transformation unlike any other. Are you going out again, my love? Little Lin Hao's transformation had been a success, and the entire Lin family was filled with joy. But when they learned that Lin Fan was planning to leave again, his wives couldn't help but feel worried. I have some matters to take care of. Don't worry, there aren't many people in the Qin Empire who can harm me now, Lin Fan reassured them. The situation with the divine thought had to be dealt with, and it needed to be resolved outside. If he waited for the enemy to come to him, he would be at a disadvantage. I'm coming with you. He Mingyu stepped forward. With her current strength, she wouldn't be a burden. Normally Lin Fan wouldn't refuse. Having his wife by his side would certainly make things less dull. But this time, he was dealing with the terrifying divine thought, something that even he couldn't be entirely confident about, let alone others. Stay home and focus on refining the pills I made for you. Increase your strength, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. He Mingyu wanted to protest, but Ye Xiaoru gently interrupted. Husband is right. Our main task now is to improve our own strength so we can truly help him in the future. All right. He Mingyu agreed reluctantly, her mood dropping, but she didn't argue further. Seeing her downcast expression, Lin Fan smiled and tried to cheer her up. You have plenty to keep you busy at home. The family just faced a crisis, and we need to maintain stability. Plus, the children are reaching the age where they need to start their martial training, so you'll have your hands full. Honestly, I'm the one who's slacking off. But I still want to be with you, He Mingyu admitted softly, understanding the logic but unable to suppress her feelings. Having not been with Lin Fan for long, she was still very attached to him. Feeling guilty, Lin Fan pulled her into a tight embrace. Since they had been together, they'd rarely had time alone. But that was the reality of his situation. Since arriving in the Qin Empire, he had to focus on building his foundation and couldn't afford to be distracted. I'm sorry, but I promise this will be the last time, Lin Fan said sincerely, holding his wife close. He Mingyu leaned against his shoulder. Despite wanting to go with him, she eventually nodded in understanding, resolving to work harder so she could truly help him one day. After comforting He Mingyu, Lin Fan went to check on his wife, Long Kui. According to the usual timeline, she should have given birth by now. However, there were no signs of labor, not even any indication that it would happen soon. If everything hadn't seemed normal, both her pulse and the baby's movements, Lin Fan might have considered performing a C-section. After all, in natural terms, keeping a baby in the womb for too long wasn't ideal. Is our baby okay? Long Kui, like any concerned mother, couldn't help but ask while Lin Fan examined her. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. The baby is perfectly healthy. No need to worry. That's good. Lingqi sighed in relief, fully trusting her husband's judgment. In a world of high martial arts, a longer gestation period wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, children with extraordinary physiques often had extended prenatal development, sometimes lasting 2 or 3 years. Such children usually turned out to be exceptionally gifted. Lingqi knew this as well. Since there were no issues with the baby, the extended pregnancy likely meant that the child was destined for greatness. Rest well at home. I promise I'll be back when the baby is born, Lin Fan said gently, placing his hand on her swollen belly. Lingqi nodded obediently, her face glowing with the soft light of maternal love. After settling everything, Lin Fan took Jian Lao aside into the study. Make sure to keep pushing the Buddhist temple to investigate the Blood Crow Tower. It would be best if they can locate their headquarters. We've clashed with them multiple times now, and until we completely wipe them out, our family won't have peace. Lin Fan instructed Jian Lao. She was responsible for the family's intelligence network, and her level-headed approach made her perfect for the task. Jian Lao, who had always managed such matters well, nodded confidently. Don't worry, husband. I'll make sure to uncover their headquarters. I trust you, Lin Fan said with a smile, pulling her into a warm embrace. Unable to resist, he planted a firm kiss on her lips. Jian Lao blushed, still shy even after all their years together. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan laughed heartily, making her blush even more. She playfully hit him on the shoulder with a small fist. After sharing a tender moment, Jian Lao stood up, sensibly helping Lin Fan straighten his slightly rumpled clothes. Husband, can you tell me what you're dealing with this time? She asked gently, unable to suppress her curiosity and concern. The divine thought, Lin Fan said after a moment's hesitation. He decided not to keep it a secret, especially since it couldn't be hidden for long. The divine thought. Jian Lao's eyes widened in shock. She had already heard about the terrifying entity from He Mingyu after their exploration of the heavenly burial ground. Has it escaped? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, it's broken free and is searching for those of us who entered the forbidden zone that day. I don't want to bring that disaster to our doorstep, so I have to deal with it now. Jian Lao understood everything now, her eyes welling with tears. As the head of the family's intelligence network, she had already researched the terror of the divine thought and knew about the catastrophic destruction it had once caused. Reading about its horrors in the records had shaken her deeply. Don't worry, Lin Fan said with a reassuring smile, flexing his muscles playfully. Your husband is pretty powerful now. A mere grudge-holding ghost isn't even worth my attention. His exaggerated gestures made Jian Lao laugh, easing her fears. Just wait for me at home, Lin Fan said, embracing her one last time before mounting his formidable tiger mount and heading out. His destination was Lingzhou, where the divine thought had appeared, and where an important branch of the Blood Crow Tower was located. He intended to deal with them both in one fell swoop, making a powerful statement upon his arrival. Lingzhou, a land of outstanding talent and abundant resources. Compared to the remote areas like Sainindao, Lingzhou was far more prosperous, with a higher level of martial arts development. Although the regions in the Qian Empire were nominally equal, in practice, they were divided into distinct tiers. For instance, places like Sainindao were considered lower-tier regions, some of the least developed. Meanwhile, Wuzhou and Mozhou, which Lin Fan had previously passed through, were mid-tier. Lingzhou, on the other hand, belonged to the highest tier. Naturally, such a prosperous area attracted countless powerful forces vying for its resources. The Gu family was one of these forces, and so was the Blood Crow Tower, a notorious assassin organization. To seize the wealth of this land, the powerful fourth branch of the Blood Crow Tower had set up its headquarters here. They were well aware of the recent defeat of the third branch, where even the third branch leader had fallen. Now, the leader of the fourth branch, along with the high-ranking members and enforcers, were gathered to discuss the situation. Those fools from the third branch got wiped out by a small family from the edge of the empire, bringing shame to the Blood Crow Tower. They deserved their fate, spat an elderly woman, her face seemingly kind but her words sharp and venomous, as she cursed the fallen third branch. Under normal circumstances, such words would not find much support, considering both branches belonged to the same organization. But here, many enforcers nodded in agreement. This response might seem strange, but within the Blood Crow Tower, it was quite common. The fourth and third branches had always been rivals, and if not for the overwhelming power of the top two branches, they might have fought each other outright. Now that the third branch had suffered a humiliating defeat, the fourth branch felt no sympathy, only contempt. The leader of the fourth branch sat at the head of the table, quietly listening to the discussions below. He appeared ordinary, his face unremarkable, with no visible aura of strength, like a simple middle-aged man. Yet when he spoke, everyone fell silent, paying close attention. Let's quiet down for a moment. It's true that the third branch brought shame to the Blood Crow Tower and their deaths were deserved. But we are all part of the same organization, and we cannot simply ignore this incident as if nothing happened, he said calmly. After his words, one of the enforcers hesitated before asking, "So what should we do, leader?" The fourth branch leader smiled. "What else? We must put all our strength into destroying those who dared to challenge the Blood Crow Tower." Everyone in the room agreed, but no one spoke up. They might have mocked the third branch, but they knew it wasn't weak. The fact that even the third branch was wiped out meant their opponents were formidable. Could the fourth branch really succeed where the third had failed? It was one thing to talk big, but none of them wanted to risk their lives. "Hey, didn't you all just say it was just a small family from the edge of the empire?" the leader sneered. The enforcers looked embarrassed but didn't argue. The fourth branch leader wasn't looking to start trouble, so he only mentioned it briefly. After a moment of silence he added, "Don't worry. This time, the leader of the seventh branch will accompany us." The seventh branch leader, some of the enforcers, particularly those at the fourth or fifth transformation level, looked unimpressed. After all, the seventh branch was the weakest, with its leader only at the peak of the fourth transformation. It made sense that they didn't take him seriously. The fourth branch leader noticed their reactions, his sneer growing colder. "Do you really think the grand leader of the Blood Crow Tower would be so blind as to appoint a newcomer as a branch leader without reason?" As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept over everyone in the room. The enforcer's eyes widened in realization. "Does he have some hidden strength?" the elderly woman who had insulted the third branch asked, her tone more respectful now. "You'll find out soon enough." The fourth branch leader replied cryptically, offering no further explanation. At that moment, a scout rushed in, his footsteps hurried. "What is it?" the fourth branch leader asked, turning to the scout. The scout bowed and reported, "Master, the target you ordered us to watch is heading toward Lingzhou." Heading toward Lingzhou, the leader's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing within them. "Could he be coming for us?" one of the enforcers asked. Before the leader could respond, the elderly woman scoffed, "Him? Dare to come after us? He should be grateful we aren't going after him. Does he think he can take on the Blood Crow Tower?" The Blood Crow Tower had earned its fearsome reputation through countless ruthless acts. Never before had anyone dared to come after them, it had always been the other way around. To think someone would dare challenge them was laughable. The fourth branch leader, however, remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Send someone to invite the seventh branch leader to join us." At the border of Lingzhou, Lin Fan, riding atop his powerful Tiger King, crossed a massive mountain range and entered the prosperous region of Lingzhou. Immediately, he could feel the difference. This place was bustling with life, and the martial artists he encountered were stronger than those in other regions. Even the bandits who tried to ambush him along the way were far more formidable than those he had faced in Xian and Dao. Is expected of a high-tier region. Lin Fan mused with a smile. Perhaps I should establish a foothold here. His business ventures, such as the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Medicine Pavilion, were being revitalized. Opening a branch here would likely bring significant profits. With the Gu family and Gu Lingqi as partners, there would be no issues with resources or development. But first, I need to deal with the fourth branch of the Blood Crow Tower, Lin Fan thought, his smile turning cold. "Let's go," he commanded softly. The energetic Tiger King let out a roar and surged forward like a yellow whirlwind. A tiger moves with the wind, a dragon moves with the clouds. Having reached the sacred beast stage, Tiger King's speed was incredible. In less than half a day, they had traveled thousands of miles and arrived at a seemingly ordinary town. This town was the headquarters of the fourth branch of the Blood Crow Tower, one of their most important strongholds. However, the town appeared deserted. There were no residents, only a group of black-clad, masked figures standing at the town's entrance, as if they had been waiting for Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly and continued to ride forward, alone and unhurried. This situation suited him just fine. "You really had the guts to come here." Seeing Lin Fan appear alone on his mount, the higher-ups of the Blood Crow Tower were instantly enraged. Although they had been informed by scouts in advance, witnessing it in person was a different matter altogether. The previously arrogant old woman, in particular, glared at Lin Fan with venomous eyes, as if she wanted to flay him alive. "And why wouldn't I come?" Lin Fan's expression remained calm, showing no fear. To him, the people before him were already dead. "Do you really think our Blood Crow Tower is so easily bullied?" The fourth branch leader stepped forward, his deep eyes calculating something unknown. He didn't intend to attack right away, seemingly weighing his options. Lin Fan didn't respond to him but instead glanced toward the edge of the town. I didn't expect to see you here, Uncle Wang. It seems I've come to the right place. Standing at the spot Lin Fan was watching was a black-clad figure none other than the Prince of Virtue Jian Wang, whom he had encountered before in the heavenly burial ground. However, that encounter had only been with a projection, not the real person. The Prince of Virtue looked the same as ever. Hearing Lin Fan's words, he smiled and said, "You've grown quickly, my dear nephew. In just a short time you've reached the 6th transformation. You haven't disappointed me." "Glad to hear that." Lin Fan replied with a smile, though his spiritual sense was carefully scanning the prince. Something felt off about him. "You know each other?" one of the enforcers asked, unable to remain calm after hearing their conversation. "Uncle and nephew? Were they on the same side?" The 4th branch leader didn't seem surprised by this revelation, as if he had known all along. "Yes, we know each other," the Prince of Virtue replied casually. Although his cultivation level was only at the 4th transformation, he spoke confidently, even in the presence of the higher-level 5th transformation enforcers. His lack of deference irked them, but recalling their leader's earlier words, they refrained from acting on their irritation. However, they silently vowed to teach him a lesson if he turned out not to be as mysterious as their leader implied. The Prince of Virtue seemed unconcerned by their attitudes and didn't even glance in their direction. His focus was entirely on Lin Fan, the nephew who pleased him greatly. "Are you here to destroy the 4th branch?" he asked Lin Fan with a smile. "That's right," Lin Fan replied calmly, as if it were the simplest task in the world. The Prince of Virtue chuckled. "Nephew, the Blood Crow Tower is not as simple as you think. Acting so rashly could drag my niece into a disaster from which there is no return." "We'll see," Lin Fan responded, his expression unchanging, clearly dismissing the warning. His arrogance was infuriating, and the assassins could no longer hold back their anger. "What an arrogant fool! Master, give the order. If we don't kill this lunatic, how will the Blood Crow Tower maintain its reputation?" While Lin Fan's previous feats were impressive, the 4th branch wasn't to be underestimated. They had prepared in advance, not only gathering all their elite forces but also activating their most powerful killing array. The town might seem ordinary, but the surrounding mountains were inscribed with terrifying formations. Years of refinement had made them incredibly potent. With the advantage of time, terrain, and manpower, the 4th branch was far better positioned than the 3rd branch had been. The 4th branch leader remained calm, refraining from giving the order immediately. He glanced at the Prince of Virtue, who smiled and nodded slightly. Only then did the leader raise his hand and give the command. "Kill! Kill!" With that cold order, countless assassins from the Blood Crow Tower surged toward Lin Fan. These were all warriors at the martial saint level. Although few in number, their power far surpassed that of ordinary armies. Leading them were 2 formidable enforcers, one nearly at the 6th transformation and the other the venomous old woman at the 5th transformation. No wonder she had spoken so arrogantly, she had the strength to back it up. As the 2 powerful enforcers charged forward, their murderous intent was so overwhelming it seemed to freeze the very air. The old woman struck first. The dragon-head cane she carried shed its disguise, revealing a blood-stained long sword. In a flash she was upon Lin Fan, the sword aimed directly at his forehead with precision and deadly intent. There were no grand displays of power, just a concentrated, lethal strike. Clink! The sharp sword tip struck Lin Fan's forehead but didn't pierce through as expected. Instead, it met something as hard as steel, producing a clear ringing sound. Lin Fan hadn't dodged or summoned any defensive techniques, he simply stood there, letting the attack hit him. Yet, not even his skin was scratched. How was this possible? The old woman's face turned pale, her body trembling. The sword she wielded was a true killing weapon, one that had drunk the blood of countless martial saints, including some ancient masters. Even a 6th transformation expert wouldn't dare take such an attack lightly. But now, her lethal strike had done nothing. The other assassins watching this gasped in shock, their scalps tingling with fear. What kind of monster was this? Some of the assassins hesitated, their steps faltering. It wasn't cowardice, it was sheer terror at the sight before them. But while they hesitated, Lin Fan moved. His cold eyes glanced at the sword still resting against his forehead. Casually he raised his hand, grasped the sword between 2 fingers, and snapped the tip off with a slight twist. The legendary weapon, which had claimed countless lives, broke like a twig. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan sent the broken sword tip flying back toward the stunned old woman's forehead. This was his way of returning the favor. The old woman tried desperately to dodge, but before the thought could even reach her muscles, the sword tip had already pierced her forehead, exiting through the back of her head in a spray of blood. The violent force extinguished her life in an instant. With just a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan had killed a fearsome fifth transformation enforcer. Roar the Tiger King, spurred on by its master's valor, charged into the fray with renewed ferocity. Together, they unleashed devastation. With a single sweep of Lin Fan's blood spear, a group of assassins was cleaved in half. In mere moments, half of the fourth branch's elite force had been annihilated. The fourth branch leader, who had initially planned to use his men to test Lin Fan's strength, was horrified by how quickly they were decimated. His heart clenched in pain, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of fear. Too powerful. Not even he, with his peak 6 transformation strength, could match this. Almost instinctively, his eyes turned to the Prince of Virtue again. But the prince merely watched calmly, showing no intention of intervening. The branch leader had no choice but to refocus on the battle. Activate the killing array, he ordered, his voice tinged with desperation. Facing such a terrifying enemy, he had no choice but to unleash the fourth branch's strongest weapon. Yes, sir, his subordinate quickly responded, pulling out a jade compass and beginning the activation process. At first, everything seemed to go smoothly. The mountains surrounding the town began to hum as the array came to life. But soon, the subordinate's face twisted in horror as he realized that the formation was no longer under his control. What's going on? The subordinate froze in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. And this was just the beginning. Their nightmare was only about to begin. The powerful killing array, which was the hidden trump card of the Blood Crow Tower, had spiraled out of control. But it wasn't just any ordinary malfunction. The control of the array had been seized by someone else. Although the array had successfully activated, instead of crushing the invading enemy, it turned its deadly force against the Blood Crow Tower's own members. This killing array was the culmination of years of effort and resources, a terrifying weapon capable of overwhelming even a 7th-level martial saint. Many powerful forces knew about the Blood Crow Tower's strongholds, and some had deep grudges against them. But none dared to attack, precisely because of the fearsome killing arrays protecting these bases. Now, however, that very weapon had turned on them. In an instant, assassins below the 4th level of cultivation were obliterated into clouds of blood, proving just how deadly the array was. Yet for the remaining assassins of the 4th branch, they could only wish the array wasn't so formidable. Only then might they have a chance of survival. You've gone mad. The 4th branch leader, eyes bulging with rage, grabbed the subordinate who had been controlling the array with a jade disc. Please, master, spare me. It wasn't me. I swear, it wasn't me. The subordinate, though at the 4th level of cultivation, was like a helpless insect before the peak 6th level branch leader. As he felt death closing in, he desperately pleaded for his life, snapping out of his stupor. If not you, then who? The branch leader's gaze was murderous. In the blink of an eye, all the Blood Crow Tower assassins below the 4th level had perished. Even those at higher levels were struggling to hold on. The chaotic energy of the array was growing stronger with each passing moment, its killing intent becoming increasingly overwhelming. Those at the 4th level could barely endure, and in a short while, even the 5th level cultivators would be overwhelmed. When the array reached its peak, even the branch leader himself, a peak 6th level martial saint, wouldn't survive. I don't know, the subordinate stammered, his face blank with confusion. He genuinely had no idea who had taken control. The array had been functioning normally, and he had held the central control disk, but it no longer responded to him. It was as if, without a sound or trace, someone had altered the array. Useless fool, the branch leader roared in fury, and with a savage twist of his arm, he tore off the subordinate's head. The subordinate died with wide eyes, filled with a mix of terror and confusion. Even in death, he had no idea why the array had slipped from his control. Trash, the branch leader cursed, crushing the severed head underfoot. Faced with this unexpected crisis, he could no longer maintain his composure. Why aren't you acting yet? Are you waiting for us all to die? He shouted, his gaze snapping back to the Prince of Virtue, who had remained indifferent throughout the chaos. The situation was dire. If they didn't act soon, they would be wiped out without Lin Fan lifting a finger. The Prince of Virtue's expression finally shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. It was clear that even he had anticipated this turn of events. Things had spiraled beyond his control. I underestimated you. It seems I didn't know my nephew as well as I thought, he said, his gaze shifting to Lin Fan. It was now evident that Lin Fan was behind the array's sudden shift in allegiance. It was him who altered the array. The 4th branch leader's eyes snapped to Lin Fan, realization dawning. Seeing Lin Fan freely moving within the array, casually harvesting lives while remaining untouched, the branch leader knew the Prince of Virtue wasn't wrong. Damn it, the branch leader's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. All his careful planning and strategizing were worthless in the face of such overwhelming power. When true strength shattered all pretense, even the most calculating of masterminds were reduced to mere mortals, prone to panic and rage. "Do you have any other tricks left?" Lin Fan calmly moved through the array, each swing of his blood spear claiming another assassin's life. Using a killing array to trap someone with his mastery of formations was beyond futile, it was suicidal. "Master, save me." The strongest enforcer, nearly at the 6th level, could no longer hold back his fear as Lin Fan closed in on him. Desperation filled his voice as he pleaded for help. The branch leader's face twisted in frustration. He wanted to help, but he was struggling to survive himself. "Are you still just going to stand there? Are you waiting for us all to die together?" he roared once more at the Prince of Virtue, his voice laced with fury and desperation. It was a strange sight, a powerful martial saint reduced to begging for help from someone supposedly weaker. "Go ahead, Uncle Wang. Show me what you can do," Lin Fan said, his gaze locking onto the Prince of Virtue. Lin Fan wasn't being arrogant, there was something about the prince that unsettled him. He needed to understand what was going on. The Prince of Virtue knew far too much about him and his family. If there were hidden schemes at play, they needed to be dealt with now. The Prince of Virtue let out a heavy sigh, clearly reluctant to act, but the situation left him no choice. With a soft rustle, his body disintegrated into fine dust once again. This time, however, he didn't disappear. Instead, the dust transformed into a strange, swirling mist, forming a massive curtain that surged toward Lin Fan. The mist moved with eerie speed, defying space itself, and within a blink, it enveloped Lin Fan, wrapping him in a gray cocoon. This cocoon appeared thin and fragile, but it seemed to cut off everything: space, time, and even the flow of energy. The moment Lin Fan was trapped inside, the killing array he had taken control of lost its connection to him, and slowly returned to normal. The Blood Crow Tower assassins, each bearing a token that identified them to the array, were no longer targeted. While they were still trapped, at least they were no longer being torn apart by their own defenses. What is this?" The surviving assassins breathed a collective sigh of relief but quickly turned their eyes toward the mysterious cocoon. The 4th branch leader's face was now a mask of intense concentration. In response to his subordinates' questions, the branch leader uttered just 2 words, his voice heavy with dread: "Soul possession." The moment the 4th branch leader uttered those words, the remaining Blood Crow Tower assassins couldn't help but gasp in shock. At their level, they had already begun to grasp the power of the soul, what some called spiritual energy. The mastery of martial arts was, in essence, a reflection of this power. The higher one's cultivation, the more formidable their soul became. For some, it was even possible to survive the destruction of their physical body by relying solely on their soul. But soul possession was an even more terrifying technique. It didn't just allow someone to survive, it enabled them to devour another's soul and take over their body. Such a method was nothing short of defying the natural order. These assassins had only heard of such methods in legends, they had never seen it in action. Now, not only were they witnessing it, but it was being used on someone they had once dismissed as insignificant. No wonder their branch leader held someone with only a 4th level cultivation in such high regard. This kind of technique demanded respect. Can the 7th branch leader really succeed in such a defiant act? The surviving assassins murmured, holding their breath in fear. They had already seen how terrifying the man who had destroyed the 3rd branch was. If the 7th branch leader failed, they dreaded to think what their fate would be. "Don't worry," the 4th branch leader said seriously. "Our Grandmaster's judgment is never wrong. Now that this person is caught in the soul possession, there's no way he can survive." But his strength, one of the assassin elders hesitated, clearly afraid, only to be cut off coldly by the branch leader. Strength in martial arts doesn't mean his soul is equally strong. These are 2 different things. His icy gaze and tone brooked no further argument. The elder assassin quickly fell silent. At this point, whether it was likely or not, they had no choice but to hope for success. If the 7th branch leader failed, they knew their fate would be grim. While they exchanged nervous whispers, Lin Fan found himself back in his mental space once again. And just like last time, he wasn't alone. But unlike before, when he had faced the ethereal beauty of the Saintus of the Jade Pool, this time his uninvited guest was an old man. "You've already reached the level of a tangible spirit." The Prince of Virtue, who had come to possess Lin Fan's body, was visibly shaken upon seeing Lin Fan's fully formed spiritual body. When he had first encountered Lin Fan in the Qine Empire, the prince had set his sights on him. That formidable body of Lin Fan's was exactly what he had been searching for, a perfect vessel. If he could possess it, he would gain a powerful new form. The technique he practiced was indeed strange, allowing him to continuously acquire new bodies, each of which could cultivate independently. Lin Fan's rapid progress, rising from an ordinary man to this level in just a few short years, indicated that he possessed an extraordinary talent. Seizing his body would not only give the prince a strong new vessel, but would also greatly enhance his power. It was with this plan in mind that the Prince of Virtue had eagerly collaborated with the fourth branch leader, hoping to seize this opportunity. But what he hadn't expected was that Lin Fan had already reached the tangible spirit realm. This was a level the prince himself had only barely touched. And even reaching that level had been a source of pride for him, as few throughout history had managed it. It was a crucial factor in his confidence to carry out the soul possession. So, this was your plan to possess my soul? Seeing the old man in his mental space, Lin Fan smiled. If that was the case, then this would be easy to handle. After his battle with the Saintus of the Jade Pool, Lin Fan had gained a lot of experience in fighting within the spiritual realm. And compared to her, this so-called Prince of Virtue was less formidable in terms of spiritual strength. If he could defeat the Saintus, who had inherited the legacy of an ancient martial sect, what hope did the prince have? Attempting a soul possession now was nothing short of walking straight into death. The Prince of Virtue remained silent, clearly realizing that things had gone completely off script. Why are you just standing there, Uncle Wang? Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Lin Fan teased, having fully relaxed now that he understood what the prince was up to. I never thought that no matter how carefully I calculated, I'd still miss the mark. The prince sighed, a hint of envy in his voice as he continued, my dear brother, you truly raised a remarkable daughter. Lin Fan didn't interrupt, curious about this strange uncle of his. Despite being an insignificant prince from a small region, the Prince of Virtue possessed extraordinary and mysterious methods that even Lin Fan, with all his advantages, found impressive. Had it not been for Lin Fan's unique talents, this cunning old man would have been unstoppable, even on the grand stage of the Qin Empire. After a moment of quiet reflection, the Prince of Virtue finally turned to Lin Fan. No need for dinner. But if you'd be willing to lend me your body, I'd be quite happy. Even though the situation had spiraled out of control, the prince remained unshaken, his tone calm and amiable. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for the old man. If it were anything else, perhaps I might consider it. But in this case, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Their conversation remained courteous, like a dialogue between close relatives. But in the next instant, they both attacked simultaneously, their movements eerily synchronized. Ha ha! You truly are a good nephew. The Prince of Virtue laughed heartily. And you're a good uncle, Lin Fan replied with a smile, though his attacks grew even fiercer. A divine symbol appeared between Lin Fan's brows, and he unleashed a powerful blow. The prince, true to form, responded with his signature bizarre techniques, transforming into a blood-red specter that bombarded Lin Fan with relentless attacks. If this had been Lin Fan's first battle within the spiritual realm, he might have struggled. But with the experience he had gained last time, his control over his powers had grown significantly. No matter how strange or unpredictable the prince's attacks were, Lin Fan countered them with overwhelming force. This was his domain, after all, and he could draw on his body's strength for support. As the battle dragged on, it became clear that the Prince of Virtue was doomed to lose. This is the third time I've lost to you, the prince said with a rueful smile. But as they say, 3 times is the charm. Next time, I won't go down so easily. Keep growing, or don't blame me if you can't keep up, nephew. Despite facing defeat, the prince remained composed, just as he had been before. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, ready to act, but he was too late. As the prince's final words faded, his soul burst apart with a loud crack, even more decisively than before. Lin Fan quickly activated his mirror reflection technique, protecting himself from the blast. And just like that, the Prince of Virtue vanished once again. Only some residual soul energy lingered, which Lin Fan absorbed, further stabilizing his spiritual realm and advancing his tangible spirit state. Though the encounter had an almost absurd quality, with the prince's repeated failures and departures, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. That was indeed a good uncle. He mused before returning his consciousness to the outside world. With his uncle's gift in hand, it was time to wrap things up. The Blood Crow Tower had gone to such lengths to greet him, it was only proper that he reciprocated with a fitting farewell. He was confident they would appreciate the gesture. Outside the small town, the massive formation still loomed, shrouded in a haze full of killing intent. Even the assassins of Blood Crow Tower, armed with their identification tokens, were unable to leave its confines. At this point, all they could do was pray that their 7th branch leader would emerge victorious. But fate had different plans. When the gray cocoon that had blocked their view dissipated, revealing the all-too-familiar expression and gaze of Lin Fan, despair washed over the assassins. Even the 4th branch leader, who had maintained his composure until now, found his breathing unsteady. It was clear that even someone as powerful as the fourth branch leader could no longer stay calm in the face of this outcome. How could this have failed, he muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. He had seen the spiritual power of the Prince of Virtue with his own eyes, a force that had given him immense confidence. Otherwise, knowing that the entire third branch had been wiped out, he would have been more cautious. As an assassin, avoiding direct confrontation when the odds weren't in your favor was basic survival. But now, all his predictions had crumbled. He was forced to swallow this bitter truth, no matter how much he resisted. What do we do now? Branch leader, the few remaining assassins, all of them at least at the fourth stage of cultivation, feared and revered as grandmasters in their own right, looked to him with desperate eyes. These top-tier assassins, who once inspired terror in others, now found themselves just as lost as ordinary men. Faced with their hopeful gazes, the fourth branch leader suddenly laughed, though there was no joy in it. What else can we do? We, the Blood Crow Tower, never back down from a fight. If we're going to die, we'll make sure to take them down with us, he spoke with a fearless smile as he drew a rusty sword from its sheath. This sword, which appeared to be nothing more than a piece of corroded metal, was actually a dreaded weapon. When unsheathed, it exuded a tangible killing intent, and faint images of powerful figures bleeding out could be seen in its aura. This was a cursed weapon, one that had been soaked in the blood of countless powerful beings. With this sword in hand, the fourth branch leader had the confidence to challenge even the legendary 7th stage martial saints. Yet, even with such a deadly weapon, he could find no comfort. The person he was up against was too terrifying, too unfathomable, like a forbidden land of death. His elite followers had been effortlessly slaughtered. The Grand Killing Formation, a stronghold painstakingly built over the years, had been taken over in an instant. Even the soul possession technique, one of the most feared arts, had failed miserably. Facing such a formidable opponent, how could he have any confidence left? His instincts were right. In the end, not even the curse's sword could save him. He fell during his charge, unable to stir up any significant resistance or even splash his enemy with blood. Despite being a peak level 6th stage martial saint, he met the same fate as all the others: instant defeat. Branch leader, the remaining assassins, seeing him fall, were filled with rage. Their eyes turned red as they realized their fate was sealed. Knowing there was no way out, they decided to charge forward, determined to meet their end with dignity. "You have some backbone," Lin Fan remarked as he tossed aside the lifeless body of the fourth branch leader. He acknowledged their courage but had no intention of showing mercy. This was a battle to the death, and only one side could survive. The entire skirmish lasted about half an hour. When the hazy killing intent surrounding the town finally dissipated, the once formidable fourth branch of the Blood Crow Tower was wiped off the face of the earth. Outside the small town, the grand maneuverings of the Blood Crow Tower had not gone unnoticed by the major powers. Though they had no intention of intervening directly, they had sent experts to investigate what was behind the tower's movements. It wasn't long after Lin Fan single-handedly annihilated the fourth branch's headquarters that news of his feat spread. Though few knew his name, tales of his deeds quickly circulated, capturing the attention of everyone in Lingzhou. The fall of the Blood Crow Tower, especially the demise of its fourth branch as it tried to expand its influence in Lingzhou, was a source of delight for many. However, their relief was short-lived. Soon, all joy turned to fear. The rumored spirit of divinity finally made its presence known, emerging in the public eye. In a single night, a major city with a population of over 1 million was wiped out. When people entered the city the next day, they found nothing but lifeless corpses, drained of all vitality, their faces twisted in terror. The massacre, which claimed over 1 million lives overnight, sent shockwaves through Lingzhou, plunging the entire region into a state of panic. Suddenly, the once all-important matters of invincible warriors and the downfall of the Blood Crow Tower seemed trivial by comparison. "Ancestress, are you all right?" In a secret hideout belonging to the Gu family, several important members rushed over with healing elixirs, their faces filled with worry as they handed them to a veiled woman. This woman was none other than Gu Lingqi, who had narrowly escaped the massacre. Although she had managed to flee, she had sustained grievous injuries. Her face was pale, her clothes and veil stained with blood, and her breathing was weak. Seeing her in such a state, the Gu family members were beside themselves with worry. Compared to other ancient families, the Gu clan lacked deep foundations. Their entire lineage relied heavily on Gu Lingqi. If something happened to her, they feared their family would crumble. Regardless of their true intentions, they couldn't bear to see their ancient ancestors suffer. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Gu Lingqi accepted the healing elixirs, her brows furrowing slightly at the sight of her panicked relatives. She had once thought that the white-haired elder who had tagged along on their earlier mission was unimpressive, but now she realized he wasn't so bad after all. The current generation was even worse. The weight of the family rested solely on her shoulders, and it was exhausting. She found herself longing for someone she could rely on, someone dependable. And when she thought of that, the first image that came to her mind was of a certain figure. Unconsciously, a smile tugged at her lips, only to be followed by a sigh. The spirit of divinity has already marked me. I wonder if we'll ever meet again. I really want to see you, and taste your grilled fish once more. A trace of melancholy crept into her expression as she waved off her worried family members. It wasn't that she was heartless, she simply knew that the spirit of divinity had locked onto her. It would soon find her again. Keeping her family here would only lead them to their deaths. Once they had left, she didn't immediately take the healing elixirs. Instead, she pulled out a small, rough jade bottle, handling it with great care. This little bottle had been given to her by Lin Fan during their exploration of the Jade Pool Holy Land, when she had been injured. Though it was now empty, she treasured it deeply, caressing its surface with delicate fingers as if afraid to damage it. As she gently stroked the bottle, that faint smile returned to her lips. So soon. Inside the Gu family's hidden stronghold, Gu Lingqi had just taken a healing elixir. Her injuries had barely begun to heal when she suddenly sensed a terrifying presence closing in on her. It was the unmistakable aura of the spirit of divinity. That overpowering, god-like aura that looked down on all living things, viewing them as mere ants, left no room for doubt. As soon as she confirmed it, her expression darkened even more. It was too fast, which also confirmed one thing: the spirit of divinity had locked onto her. She couldn't hide, and she couldn't escape. Even if she managed to slip away for a while, it would find her again in no time. This realization weighed heavily on her, but she had no choice but to react immediately. Continuing her healing was no longer an option. Staying here meant certain death. Without hesitation, sensing the menacing aura drawing closer, Gu Lingqi stopped her healing and swiftly left the stronghold. She had just made her escape when a terrifying figure appeared silently in the now empty hideout. It was the spirit of divinity. Noticing that the place had been abandoned, it sneered malevolently. Run as far as you can. Lead me to him. It chuckled darkly, waving a hand casually. In an instant, it vanished again without a sound. With a soft rumble, the once sturdy hideout disappeared without a trace, and the entire area was wiped off the map. Such was the terrifying power of the spirit of divinity, capable of erasing everything with a mere gesture. Gu Lingqi had already fled over 100 miles, but she could still faintly sense the ripples from the destruction behind her. Her expression grew even more grave, and she pushed herself to move even faster. At her peak, a 6th-stage martial saint's speed was terrifying, capable of crossing the horizon in the blink of an eye, faster than a jet. But it wasn't enough. Before long, the spirit of divinity appeared behind her again. Damn it! Realizing her situation, Gu Lingqi prepared herself for a final, desperate battle. But then she noticed something odd: the spirit of divinity wasn't attacking. It simply followed her, neither fast nor slow, as if herding sheep back to its pen. At first, Gu Lingqi couldn't understand why. But slowly, the reason became clear. The spirit of divinity wasn't being merciful, it was using her. It wanted her to run to the place she believed to be safe. And what place would that be? Naturally, it was Lin Fan's territory, where she had always found refuge. The spirit of divinity wasn't after her alone. It was after Lin Fan, the one who had nearly sealed it away. It intended to use her as a guide to lead it right to him. Once she understood this, Gu Lingqi knew she had a chance to survive by cooperating, but she refused. She didn't even consider it. The moment she realized its plan, she immediately rejected the idea of seeking out Lin Fan. This version of the spirit of divinity was far stronger than when they had first encountered it. Back then, Lin Fan had struggled to resist its power, and had only managed to contain it with the help of a pre-arranged formation. Now that it had grown even more powerful, she knew that seeking Lin Fan out would only result in disaster. She had no doubt that Lin Fan, if forced into a sudden battle, wouldn't be able to handle it as he did before. Fully aware of this, she chose to abandon any thoughts of running to him. Even if it meant losing her only chance at survival, she didn't hesitate. Not only did she refuse to lead the spirit of divinity to Lin Fan, but she also deliberately changed direction, heading toward an even more distant and desolate place. At first, the spirit of divinity was patient, herding her like a sheep toward its intended target. But soon enough, it noticed something was wrong. The path she took led further and further into remote wilderness, first small, distant towns, and then endless mountains and barren wastelands. Even though the spirit of divinity wasn't human, it understood that humans didn't live in such uninhabitable places. Its smile faded, replaced by an increasingly unpleasant expression. "Do you want to die?" it growled, realizing that its prey wasn't cooperating. Furious, it raised its hand and struck out at Gu Lingqi, slamming her into the desert below. A massive crater formed and Gu Lingqi lay at the bottom, bloodied and broken, her once vibrant presence now a shadow of its former self. The white veil she wore had fallen away, revealing a face paler than paper, her breath shallow and weak, a sign that she was on the brink of death. Already gravely injured and having drained all her strength trying to flee, she was now completely spent after the spirit of divinity's enraged strike. Yet, she felt no sorrow. She had done what she set out to do. Lying at the bottom of the crater, staring up at the clear blue sky, she allowed herself a faint, iron-sweet smile. "At least I lived without regrets. It's just a pity. I'll never get to taste your perfectly grilled fish again," she murmured softly before closing her eyes. She was so very tired, after running for her life all this time. Now, finally, she could rest. Seeing this, the spirit of divinity grew even more enraged. It despised that look of satisfaction. It preferred the despair of its enemies. How dare she think she could die satisfied after defying it? No, it wouldn't allow that. It would destroy her body, tear out her soul, and torment her for eternity. It flashed down into the crater, raising its hand to strike, intent on obliterating her body and imprisoning her soul for endless torture. Gu Lingqi remained calm, fully prepared to meet her fate. However, there was one thing she hadn't anticipated. Someone appeared, pulling her back from the brink. Boom! Just as she closed her eyes to accept death, a deafening clash rang out. An enraged roar followed, along with the cold clash of battle cries. Forcing her eyes open, Gu Lingqi found herself no longer in the crater. A dragon-shaped aura now surrounded her, shielding her from any harm. And standing between her and the spirit of divinity was a familiar figure, locked in fierce combat with her pursuer. Lin Fan. As she gazed at his back, her eyes filled with tears. Although she could only see his back, Gu Lingqi immediately recognized him. This was the man who had been on her mind, the one who made the grilled fish she loved so much, and the very person the spirit of divinity was hunting for. Tears welled up in her eyes almost instinctively, and just then, the figure standing in front of her spoke. "You sure can run. I nearly broke my legs chasing after you." His words seemed to carry a hint of blame, but to Gu Lingqi, they were the warmest words she had ever heard, like a fire in the freezing cold. In the midst of despair, her world, which had faded to gray, suddenly brightened with color. She felt a surge of happiness, but along with it came a deep worry. "You shouldn't have come," she said weakly, clearly not wanting him to be in danger. If she hadn't cared, she wouldn't have run in the opposite direction for so long, trying to lead the danger away. "But here I am," replied Lin Fan, the same man who had just destroyed the fourth tower of the Blood Crow organization. He smiled playfully as he responded, trying to lighten the mood. It wasn't that he was being mischievous, he just knew that in her current state, Gu Lingqi couldn't afford to be consumed by negative emotions. How could he not understand why she had fled into the desolate wilderness? "Take this," Lin Fan said as he used his spiritual power to send a pill floating to her mouth. Knowing that the situation had already reached this point, Gu Lingqi didn't hesitate. She obediently took the pill and began to focus on healing her injuries. If she was truly worried about Lin Fan, the best thing she could do was recover quickly and help him. Seeing that she understood, Lin Fan withdrew the part of his mind that had been watching over her and turned his full attention to the spirit of divinity in front of him. Even though their initial clash had been brief, Lin Fan had already realized that this time, the spirit of divinity was even more powerful than before. Despite having improved his own strength through the Yaoqi ancient scripture, he still found himself being suppressed by this terrifying force. Recalling the suppression array that should have held the spirit of divinity for much longer, Lin Fan became even more certain of his suspicions. The spirit of divinity's early escape couldn't be a mere coincidence. There must be some unknown force at work behind the scenes. Is it that divine skeleton, or is there something else I missed? Lin Fan took a deep breath. Although the spirit of divinity in front of him was formidable, it was the unseen manipulator behind the scenes that he feared the most. The lingering sensation of being watched as he left the abyss had haunted him ever since. "You finally showed up." The spirit of divinity didn't know about Lin Fan's thoughts. Seeing that the person standing in its way was the one it had been searching for, its face twisted into a malevolent grin. Lin Fan pushed aside his thoughts and smiled back. "Yes, I'm here. Are you ready to die?" "Die? No, it's you who will die." The spirit of divinity's grin grew even more menacing, enough to frighten any child who saw it. Compared to their first encounter, the spirit of divinity had not only become more powerful but also more terrifying in appearance. What once was a sinister presence had now transformed into something truly horrifying. One look could send chills down anyone's spine. But Lin Fan only smiled more nonchalantly, lowering his spear as he spoke. Are you really that strong? Who was the one who got crushed last time? How long has it been? And you've already forgotten. His taunting gaze landed on the spirit of divinity, his words dripping with sarcasm. Roar. The moment those words hit, the spirit of divinity couldn't maintain its composure. Its once pitch-black eyes flared red with fury. If there was ever a perfect example of how to provoke someone into a rage with just a few words, this was it. Still trying to show off, Lin Fan chuckled. If the spirit of divinity wanted to act tough, it had picked the wrong opponent. Enraged by the reminder of its previous humiliation, the spirit of divinity lost the last shred of its rationality, its immense power now erupting uncontrollably. The sheer destructive force it unleashed could destroy the world. Yet to Lin Fan, this uncontrollable rage made the spirit of divinity easier to handle. No matter how powerful it was, without precise control, all that power was wasted. Lin Fan had deliberately provoked the spirit of divinity to achieve this very effect. Now that he had what he wanted, he gripped his blood-red spear and charged forward like a crimson bolt of lightning. And, be crushed by this god. The spirit of divinity struck out with a massive hand. It didn't need any weapons or complex techniques. Its every movement carried a force so overwhelming that even the void seemed to collapse under its pressure. The freezing power of its rules could even chill the soul. As the pressure mounted, Lin Fan's battle spirit only grew stronger. His spear and his body became one, turning into a blood-red drill that smashed through the collapsing void. The fiery energy within him evaporated the freezing power trying to engulf him. Hop! The spirit of divinity's massive hand was shattered by Lin Fan's strike. The blood-red spear continued its path, piercing through the spirit of divinity's palm. Drip! Drip! A single drop of black soul blood fell from the spirit of divinity's hand. The spirit of divinity stared at its wounded hand in disbelief. How could a mere human ant have wounded it? Though it had been suppressed before, that was due to a pre-arranged formation, and it hadn't been physically harmed. But this time, it had been injured in direct combat. You shall die! The spirit of divinity's eyes flared even brighter with a terrifying red glow. A malevolent aura surged from its body, darkening the sky. Woo 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 woo! It was as if a terrifying demon had emerged. The sky above the battlefield became shrouded in swirling black clouds. Gale force winds howled, as though the heavens themselves were weeping. Animals cowered and knelt, unable to resist the overwhelming demonic presence. Is that all you've got? Lin Fan remained unfazed. No matter how fearsome the spirit of divinity was, he was ready to fight to the end. Golden scales appeared on his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a battle dragon. The divine power coursing through him rendered the spirit of divinity's malevolent energy ineffective. It was purified the moment it came close. The battle instantly intensified. The thick clouds blotted out the sky, making it impossible to see the details of the fight. All that could be seen were two blurs, one black, one gold, clashing repeatedly in the sky. Each collision sent out shockwaves that ripped apart the ground below, layer by layer. The scene had become something indescribable, beyond ordinary comprehension. In just moments, a massive basin, spanning dozens of miles, had formed on the battlefield. Such terrifying power had long surpassed the limits of the mundane world. And this was only the beginning. This fierce battle. Lin Fan, relying solely on his dragon transformation, had been at a disadvantage the entire time. Cracks appeared on his dragon scales, and golden blood stained his robe. Yet, his gaze grew brighter with every moment. As this intense battle unfolded, his foundation became increasingly solid. The realm he had reached after practicing the ancient Yaozi Sutra had felt a bit unstable, given it had only been a month of consolidation. However, through this prolonged battle, that issue gradually resolved itself. With such benefits, Lin Fan became more and more enthusiastic. Even though he was covered in blood and appeared utterly disheveled, his momentum did not wane in the slightest. Instead, in this adversity, his aura grew more refined. It seemed as if a transformation was on the horizon. This realization only excited Lin Fan further. Even when struck so hard that he coughed up blood, he did not retreat an inch, continuing to meet his enemy head-on. Ant, die! The divine thought, frustrated by its inability to defeat Lin Fan, grew even more ferocious. Its fury influenced the surroundings, plunging the area into deeper darkness. The swirling black clouds in the sky pressed lower and lower, until they almost touched the heads of the two combatants. Boom! Blood-red lightning flashed within the clouds, radiating an aura of terrifying divine power. This was the legendary divine thought, imbued with a fraction of the power of ancient gods. Even this faint portion was unimaginable in strength. As this mysterious blessing descended, filled with divine fluctuations, the enraged divine thought once again borrowed from the power of its past life's Tao fruit. With this added strength, the divine thought became even more terrifying. A palm strike sent Lin Fan flying, unable to withstand the blow. The blood spear in his hand vibrated violently, and his hand split open, blood pouring out. Each drop of blood contained divinity, and wherever it landed, life flourished. Without a doubt, although this place had suffered great destruction, it would eventually become vibrant with life. D. Just as Lin Fan steadied himself, the furious divine thought appeared beside him once again, delivering a powerful punch. The seemingly chaotic strike was actually infused with the essence of the universe, surrounded by the force of laws, as if the punch carried the weight of the heavens. Against such a powerful blow, Lin Fan could only raise his blood spear to block it. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and Lin Fan was sent crashing into a distant mountain like a cannonball. The towering peak, thousands of meters high, shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Boom! Another earth-shaking sound followed as Lin Fan crashed deep into the ground. When the dust settled, the mountain had disappeared, leaving behind a massive crater over 10 miles wide. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Fan's clothes were tattered, revealing the inner armor of the demon dragon god armor. However, even that was covered in cracks like a spiderweb. Despite the severe injuries, his eyes remained bright. Picking up the blood spear beside him, he launched himself into the sky once more like a cannonball. Such indomitable fighting spirit made even the divine thought pause in astonishment. Yet, despite this brief moment of hesitation, the divine thought did not waver in its intent to kill. It had emerged with the sole purpose of erasing the person before it. Exhilarating. Lin Fan paid no mind to his opponent's killing intent. Instead, he laughed heartily, his boundless fighting spirit soaring into the heavens. The battle resumed, with deafening roars echoing for thousands of miles. This was not merely the sound of battle but a collision of forces so powerful that they affected the very rules of the world. Under the dark clouds, the two combatants flew back and forth, clashing again and again. Each collision grew more intense, more terrifying than the last. Lin Fan had already employed his heaven and earth law manifestation and 3 heads 6 arms. But there was no other choice. Divine thought, empowered by the Tao fruit of its past life, was overwhelming. It seemed as if this power could never be exhausted. Lin Fan finally understood why the previous divine thought had nearly destroyed the entire Qian Empire. Such unreasonable power was akin to cheating. But Lin Fan was not one to back down easily. The divine power within him grew stronger with each battle. The more he was suppressed, the more his power surged. Time passed quietly. Until nightfall. The battle showed no sign of stopping, it only became fiercer. The scope of its influence expanded, even affecting the celestial phenomena in the sky. In the capital of Zhangzhou, apart from the palace that resembled a celestial palace, the tallest building stood in the southeast, a towering structure that pierced the clouds. This was the Star Observation Tower, the headquarters of the Qian Empire's Astronomical Bureau. The enigmatic chief of the Astronomical Bureau, who also served as the imperial teacher of the Qian Empire, was deep in cultivation at the top of the tower. However, in addition to his usual cultivation, the mysterious chief was responsible for observing the world and monitoring the celestial changes over the Qian Empire. At this moment, the mysterious chief stood on the observation platform, gazing silently at the stars for a long time. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and turned around, revealing eyes that seemed to hold countless stars. Behind him, several figures stood respectfully, waiting. When they saw him lower his gaze, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Master Chief, has the divine thought reappeared?" one of them asked. The chief nodded slightly. "The evil hidden star has reappeared. Indeed, a divine thought has emerged." "Has it truly appeared?" the person who asked trembled. "Yes." The chief nodded again. "Where is it now?" the person asked again. The divine thought, a malevolent spirit related to ancient gods, grew stronger with every soul it devoured, with no end in sight. To deal with such an entity, one had to act quickly before it became unstoppable. Otherwise, it would lead to a terrifying disaster. The chief understood this well and did not hide the truth. He calmly replied, "It's in Lingzhou." The rumors were true. "So it's true." Everyone present held their breath, their expressions becoming increasingly grave. The news of the divine thought in Lingzhou had been circulating for some time. Over 1 million people in a major city had already been slaughtered, indicating that the divine thought was growing stronger. If it wasn't dealt with soon, the disaster it caused would be beyond control. Didn't Zhao Gao already receive the Emperor's order to investigate Lingzhou? He hasn't sent back any reliable information yet. That treacherous dog is indeed untrustworthy. He deserves to die, one of them fumed, icy killing intent radiating from him. Watch your tongue, the previous questioner rebuked. How dare you act so insolently in the imperial teacher's presence? My apologies. The enraged man quickly retracted his killing intent and bowed in apology. The man before him wasn't just the mysterious chief of the Astronomical Bureau, but also the imperial teacher of the Qin Empire. Even the mighty emperor would respectfully address him as teacher. To act rashly here would be to tempt fate. It's fine, the chief said calmly, not needing any thanks. He waved his hand dismissively and walked to the center of the observation platform, slowly sitting down on a mat and entering a deep meditation. We will take our leave. The group respectfully bowed before leaving. However, as they reached the door, the chief's voice reached the ears of the leader. If you find yourselves in Lingzhou and cannot handle the divine thought, seek out a certain person for help. The leader, who had been the first to ask questions, froze at these words. He wanted to ask who this person was. You will know when the time comes. The chief replied as if anticipating the question. The leader trembled again but dared not inquire further. He nodded subtly and led his team out of the tower. Although he appeared calm, his mind was filled with questions. Who was this person they were meant to find when the time came? The fierce battle almost shattered the entire land. Lin Fan didn't care that others had noticed his intense fight by observing the celestial signs. He had already wiped out the Blood Crow Tower with overwhelming force. There was no need for secrecy. Let them know. At this moment, Lin Fan feared no one. Die. The divine thought had completely lost its mind, repeating the same phrase over and over. The price it paid was not without rewards, as the power it unleashed became increasingly terrifying. Lin Fan was nearly using all his strength, but even then, it was becoming difficult to hold on. After being knocked away again, Lin Fan decided it was time to stop this drawn-out battle. He planned to use his most powerful divine skill to settle the fight once and for all. His goal of refining his foundation had been achieved, and it was time to test the final result. But just as he made up his mind, an unexpected turn of events disrupted his plans. At some point during the fierce battle, the golden dragon that had been protecting Gu Lingqi was quietly destroyed. Gu Lingqi, who had been within the protective barrier, was suddenly affected by her injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After coughing up the blood, her aura weakened even further. Clearly, the injuries she had sustained were more severe than expected. Despite all this time for healing, not only had she not recovered, but her condition seemed to have worsened. Seeing this, Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply. As her companion, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. But such a fierce battle couldn't be ended quickly. Lin Dao Yu, don't worry about me. It's just stagnant blood. I feel better after spitting it out. Gu Lingqi said, gritting her teeth and pretending to be calm. She didn't want to distract Lin Fan with her condition. But as a master healer, Lin Fan could see through her act with just a glance. Without hesitation, he glanced at the crazed divine thought one more time and used the next clash as an opportunity to activate his max-level dragon step, instantly appearing in front of Gu Lingqi. Before she could say anything, he scooped her up and dashed away at full speed. Roar. Naturally, the divine thought didn't want to let him escape and roared in anger, swiftly giving chase. Lin Fan was fast, but the divine thought was even faster, as if it could traverse space by harnessing the power of the rules of the world. Lin Dao Yu, leave me behind. If you don't, we'll both die. Gu Lingqi said weakly as she watched the crazed divine thought relentlessly pursuing them. She didn't want to be a burden. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll spank you, Lin Fan barked fiercely, not slowing down at all. In fact, he only moved faster. Mountains and rivers shifted as he moved, clearly setting up a formation. Gu Lingqi, cradled in his arms, obediently shut her mouth. Whether she was scared by Lin Fan's fierce tone or didn't want to disturb his formation, she stayed silent. The divine thought was indeed terrifying, seemingly unstoppable. However, it had a flaw: relying too much on the power of its past life's Dao fruit reduced its intelligence. Though powerful, it wasn't entirely unbeatable. For example, Lin Fan was blatantly setting up a formation as he ran, yet the divine thought failed to notice. It wasn't until Lin Fan used the earth as a chessboard and mountains and rivers as pieces, harnessing the power of the world to suppress him, that the divine thought finally snapped out of its mindless state. Roar. Facing the renewed suppression, the now rational divine thought struggled wildly, shaking the formation with loud rumbles. Despite its small body, it possessed unimaginable power, shaking the entire region. Mountains and rivers crumbled under the force, and it was clear that the formation wouldn't hold for long. After all, this divine thought was far stronger than before, and this formation was not as formidable as the one in the forbidden zone of life. Given these differences, it was only a matter of time before the divine thought broke free. But a temporary suppression was enough. Lin Fan unleashed his divine dragon power to conceal their auras, preventing the divine thought from locking onto them. With a few swift moves, they vanished into a rocky wasteland filled with bizarre stones. There was a lava cave hidden within the mountains, filled with glittering stalactites. Using this terrain, Lin Fan quickly set up an illusionary formation to hide them. It looked as if nothing had changed, but in reality, everything was different. Deep within the lava cave was a granite slab that resembled a bed. Lin Fan gently laid Gu Lingqi on it. With the environment stabilized, Lin Fan quickly checked her pulse. His brow furrowed even tighter when he sensed her condition. Gu Lingqi's situation was worse than he had expected. Not only had she suffered severe injuries, but there was also a sinister force rampaging through her meridians, constantly causing damage. This was why her wounds hadn't healed. In fact, the more she tried to heal herself, the worse her injuries became. The healing energy she used was absorbed by this sinister force, turning it into nourishment and making it even more dangerous. To heal Gu Lingqi, Lin Fan first had to eliminate this sinister force. Having identified the source of the problem, Lin Fan didn't waste any time. He immediately began the healing process. Supporting her into a seated position in front of him, Lin Fan mirrored her posture and sat behind her, raising his hands to press against her back. As he channeled his blood energy, a brilliant golden light radiated from him. The divine dragon power he wielded was holy and powerful, the perfect counter to the sinister force. He transmitted his energy into her body, purging the malevolent presence within. The method was effective, but the divine dragon power was overwhelmingly potent. As the energy surged, Gu Lingqi's already damaged clothing tore further, revealing large patches of pale skin. Her delicate, jade-like skin, combined with her weakened state, evoked a strong protective instinct in any man, a truly pitiful sight. However, Lin Fan, being a righteous man, did not let himself get distracted. After a quick glance, he focused entirely on eliminating the sinister force. The malevolent energy was stubborn, but Lin Fan's holy power was relentless, the bane of all evil. After several surges of energy, he completely purged the sinister force. With the malevolent energy gone, the healing process became straightforward. In fact, the residual effects of the elixir Lin Fan had previously given her would now slowly restore her on their own. Still, Lin Fan took extra care to ensure no after effects would remain. The warmth of the divine dragon power made Gu Lingqi feel incredibly comfortable and peaceful. She became deeply immersed in it, her usual cold constitution melting away under the soothing warmth. Normally, her extreme ice-cold physique made her uncomfortable, but under Lin Fan's power, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. When Lin Fan noticed she hadn't awakened, he worried that something might still be wrong. But upon checking with his spiritual sense, he realized she was merely enjoying the sensation. Annoyed, he said, "You're too much. I'm here working hard to heal you, and instead of saying thank you, you're just lying there enjoying it. Where's your conscience?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Gu Lingqi snapped out of her peaceful state, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at his reproach. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu," she said shyly, turning to face him. But as she turned, her already torn clothing couldn't withstand the movement. With a ripping sound, her remaining garments fell away, leaving only a vibrant red undergarment. The sudden change left them both momentarily frozen. And that wasn't the end of it. Whether due to the intense battle or simply being too fragile, the string of her undergarment gave way with a soft snap, unable to bear the strain. In that moment, the atmosphere became even more tense. In the dim cave. The scene felt like when Liang Shanbo accidentally discovered Zhu Yingtai's true identity as a woman. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken understanding, a situation where those who get it, get it. Lin Fan considered himself a gentleman, so he slowly extended his hand, gently placing it on her cheek. With a burst of divine dragon power, he evaporated the bloodstains from her face. Without the blood covering her features, her flawless, exquisite face was revealed to him. A gentleman who couldn't help but admire her beauty. Unsurprisingly, the system chimed in at just the right moment, proving once again how much it valued appearance. Ding! Detected a woman of exceptional beauty. Marrying her will grant the host additional rewards. Ding! Detected a woman with a special constitution. Marrying her will grant the host special rewards. Ding! Detected a woman with unparalleled talent. Marrying her will grant the host random rewards. 3 system notifications in a row confirmed how outstanding Gu Lingqi was. Such triple rewards had only been triggered by a select few women before, each of them a peerless genius in their era. No wonder she had been able to establish her own great family and build such a vast legacy. Gu Lingqi clearly had what it took to achieve all this. Lin Dao you. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her cheek, Gu Lingqi snapped out of her daze, her face instantly flushing red. Although she had experienced the trials of life, she had never encountered romantic matters. Before Lin Fan appeared, she had hardly interacted deeply with any men. In recent years she had mostly been in seclusion, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Now, facing him so vulnerably and under the increasingly heated gaze of this gentleman, she didn't know how to handle it. Yet for some reason she didn't feel the resistance she expected. Instead, she hesitated, torn between rejecting and accepting him, her eyes fixed on the man before her. Perhaps it was the memory of shared roasted fish, or maybe a glimmer of hope in her despair. Whatever it was, her reaction was like a spark in winter, igniting the fire already smoldering in Lin Fan's heart. Gu Dao, didn't you just say you wanted to thank me? Lin Fan asked, his voice now hoarse, his rising emotions burning up to his throat. Yes. Gu Lingqi nodded slightly, unsure where this conversation was headed, but she did genuinely feel the need to express her gratitude. Lin Fan's next words made everything clear. If you want to thank me, you can't just say it, can you? His voice grew even huskier, and the heat in his eyes intensified, almost enough to set her aflame. Gu Lingqi wasn't a naive young girl. Though she hadn't experienced romance herself, she wasn't clueless. She had heard enough to understand what he meant. All right, she whispered, lowering her head slightly, her voice trembling as she shyly accepted, like a flower ready to be picked. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, Lin Fan's suppressed desires exploded. His hand, which had been on her cheek, slid to the back of her neck. With a gentle but firm pull, he drew her closer. In the next moment, their burning lips met. What followed was, naturally, a scene that people usually have to pay to watch. Both of them were powerful martial saints, with endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. For 3 days and nights, the fiery atmosphere in the dark cave finally began to calm. Gu Lingqi slept peacefully beside him, a look of unprecedented contentment on her face. Her entire body bore the marks of Lin Fan's presence. Lin Fan's face also held a smile, not just because of the woman in his arms, but also because of the system reward he had just received. After all these years of effort, the system finally gave him a higher level reward. This time, the marriage reward wasn't just about maxing out his skills, it was the ability to upgrade one of those maxed out skills to a godly level. Max level ability upgrade card. The description was simple: use it on any max level skill to upgrade it to godly level. Yet these few words were more thrilling than 1,000 others. Godly level abilities. This was an advanced form of max level skills. When he married Mo Qian, his max level mechanism technique had similarly upgraded to godly level due to the synergy of their skills. Though he didn't use that ability often, it had already shown its worth. For example, his demon dragon god armor, after upgrading with the godly skill, had gained additional powers. Not only did it boost his strength, but it also allowed for precise folding, making it more convenient to carry. When not in use, it could fold into an undershirt or even a pair of armored pants. This might seem trivial, but it involved the use of space manipulation, surpassing the limits of the mundane world. Lin Fan hadn't fully utilized this ability yet due to a lack of materials. If he ever had enough resources, like divine metals, he could create an unstoppable army of mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts wouldn't need pilots inside. Powered by crystal cores and controlled by mental links, he could command an entire army with just his thoughts. One man could be an entire army. And with space folding technology, these mechanical beasts could be compacted when not in use. A specially designed flying beast could transport them, releasing them when needed. Just imagine the impact of an army descending from the sky at a single thought, an absolutely explosive effect. Moreover, with godly level medical skills, his elixirs would be free of impurities, achieving a state of perfect purity. Now, with another max level ability upgrade card, he could enhance yet another maxed out skill to godly level. How could Lin Fan not be overjoyed? He claimed the reward, a card marked with intricate symbols, about the size of a playing card, glowing softly. Even though this was his second time receiving such a reward, he couldn't help but feel excited. As he held the card, thoughts of his various max level abilities flashed through his mind. Max level blacksmithing, max level movement techniques, max level poison arts, max level cooking, max level chess, max level astrology, and many more. He had so many max level abilities that he could be called a master of all trades. Others would consider themselves blessed to possess even one of these skills, enough to live a life of luxury in this world. But he had them all. Setting aside his own strength, these abilities alone would allow him to roam the world without worry. Yet, with so many skills, he wasn't sure which one to upgrade. Godly level blacksmithing? Or godly level movement techniques? Or perhaps godly level cooking? As he held the newly acquired upgrade card, Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss, struck by the infamous paralysis of choice. Which one should he upgrade? When it came to choosing which ability to enhance, Lin Fan leaned towards two options. The first was his max-level blacksmithing skill. Enhancing this ability would not only allow him to forge stronger divine weapons, but also complement his god-level mechanism technique, making his mechanical beasts even more powerful. This, in turn, would elevate the strength of his entire family. The second option was his max-level chess strategy. If he upgraded this to god level, he would gain even greater mastery over formations, allowing him to harness the power of nature to create unparalleled strategic setups. Whether to suppress enemies or to build defensive formations to protect his home, the benefits would be beyond imagination. The first skill had just been put to use recently, when he trapped the divine thought and managed to escape, giving him the chance to heal Gu Lingqi. The second skill, however, could strengthen his home defenses, ensuring peace of mind whenever he left. If someone like the Blood Crow Tower came looking for trouble again, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Although his max-level chess strategy already allowed him to set up terrifying killing formations, even using stars as chess pieces, the requirements were too high. It required both the right terrain and expertise in chess strategy. Without the perfect environment, it was difficult to create powerful formations. As for using stars as pieces, that would require being in the actual starry sky. But if he upgraded to god level, these problems would be resolved. What defines god level? It's the ability to turn the mundane into the miraculous. With just a handful of small stones, he could align them with the stars, drawing on their power to form a celestial battle array. Although it wouldn't be as strong as using actual stars, it would still create a formation powerful enough to suppress formidable enemies. The ability to instantly crush enemies with a wave of his hand would be a terrifying enhancement. Both abilities would not only improve his own strength but also benefit those around him. This made the choice difficult. It wasn't until he glanced at the woman beside him that it hit him. Why should he have to choose? Why not both? With this realization, Lin Fan stopped hesitating and used the upgrade card on his max-level chess strategy, the most immediately useful ability. Forging divine weapons takes time and rare materials that aren't easy to obtain. But setting up formations? The necessary materials were all around him in nature. Moreover, the divine thought was still out there causing trouble. It was the perfect time to suppress it completely. Buzz! The familiar special space reappeared, and time seemed to slow down. It felt like a computer system upgrading. Under the influence of the max-level ability card, his old version of the chess strategy began to enhance. It was as if new knowledge was being loaded into his mind, though it also felt like this knowledge had always been there. Time passed, and when his consciousness returned, only a moment had gone by. Swish! His eyes snapped open, and within them, formations seemed to form and dissipate. With just a thought, he could now create formations instantly, without worrying about how to set them up. They could adapt to any terrain, drawing on the power of the world itself. This was god-level strategy. Turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, it transcended conventional limits. Most people couldn't reach this level, even after a lifetime of study. This was a higher realm, attainable only through something as miraculous as his system. Exhaling softly, Lin Fan was pleased with the upgrade. Compared to the previous enhancement of his god-level medical skills, this new power was even more domineering, giving him more leverage to navigate the world. Hey, out there causing trouble, are you ready to face justice? Lin Fan smirked. The next time he faced the divine thought, he would show it the true meaning of ruthlessness. Justice would be served. After absorbing the rewards from the first upgrade, Lin Fan took out the second reward. It was another familiar item, Dragon Blood Elixir, which would increase his physical strength by a percentage. This miraculous elixir was something only his versatile system could provide. The percentage increase, with no side effects, was something even Lin Fan, as a master healer, couldn't replicate. Wasting no time, Lin Fan downed the elixir in one gulp. His already formidable physique surged once more. He felt a newfound confidence, sensing that he could now crush a 7th-turn martial saint with his bare hands. To take on such an opponent with sheer physical strength, surpassing the gap between mid and late stages, was something no one would believe. Yet it was the truth. His body was now that powerful. Satisfied with his newfound strength, Lin Fan smiled and proceeded to claim his third reward. As usual, The third reward was tied to his wife's special constitution. Profound Ice Sacred Elixir. Once consumed, it would, without any side effects, elevate a lower-tier cold physique to a profound ice sacred body. The cold physique was precisely Gu Lingqi's constitution. With this elixir she could complete her advancement. Having done this before, Lin Fan expertly opened her mouth and fed her the elixir. Gu Lingqi, half asleep, instinctively swallowed the sweet-tasting elixir, assuming it was a nourishing blood pill. She was surprised when the powerful medicinal energy surged through her body. Her eyes snapped open, and her skin flushed red as she absorbed the energy. Lin Fan calmly said, "Sit cross-legged and circulate your energy to absorb the elixir. This will elevate your physique." Hearing this, Gu Lingqi quickly sat up and began meditating to digest the elixir's power. A physique-enhancing sacred elixir, such things were only heard of in ancient legends, from the era of the gods. This was a true sacred elixir, not some exaggerated title. Each one possessed unimaginable effects. For ordinary people, taking one of these could rewrite their destiny. Such transformations were just par for the course. Some elixirs could even grant an ordinary person the power of a martial saint with just a single pill. It was no exaggeration to say that the effects of these elixirs were beyond comprehension. Gu Lingqi hadn't expected Lin Fan to have such a treasure, let alone use it on her. Touched by his generosity, she focused all her energy on absorbing the elixir, determined not to waste his gift. As she circulated her power, the elixir rapidly transformed her physique, elevating her to a higher level. Seeing everything was going smoothly, Lin Fan turned his attention to the final reward from this marriage. This was the random reward, which could be anything. With thoughts of his children's good fortune, Lin Fan recalled the luck points they had gifted him. If he could find divine metals just by walking around, then he felt confident about this too. Claim reward. There was no need for superstitious rituals, those were for people with bad luck. As someone blessed with children of fortune, Lin Fan needed no such assistance. Host has claimed a random reward. Congratulations on obtaining beginner martial arts heavenly eye. Hearing the words beginner level made Lin Fan frown slightly. All along, the abilities he had received were prefixed with max level, but this time, it was a beginner level skill, which left him feeling a bit dissatisfied, almost as if he'd been downgraded. However, once he accepted the reward, his frown disappeared, and his eyes lit up. The martial arts heavenly eye touches upon the legendary martial arts rules. This is an ultimate rule because all martial arts in the world are extensions of this legendary martial arts principle. Even other forces of power are branches of this rule. Since the martial arts heavenly eye is connected to this principle, its potential is clear. Even though it's only at the beginner level, it can analyze any martial art, identify its weaknesses, and even trace it back to its origins, fully comprehending the entire system. If your martial art is fully analyzed, and your weaknesses are easily identified, how vulnerable would you be against such an opponent? And this is just one aspect of it. Because the martial arts heavenly eye involves the supreme martial principle, it also has the power to perceive the most fundamental aspects of martial arts. For instance, the inner shackles that martial saints need to break can only be unlocked through relentless accumulation until a breakthrough happens naturally. There's no shortcut. Even with rare treasures that can shorten this process, the essence remains the same. You need to accumulate enough strength. But with the martial arts heavenly eye, this rule can be bent. With it, one can perceive the most fundamental aspects of martial arts, including the shackles that need to be broken to progress. Previously, these shackles were invisible and intangible. You had to slowly build up enough strength until the flow of power was strong enough to forcefully break through. But now, with the martial arts heavenly eye, these shackles are visible and tangible, allowing you to break through them more efficiently. The difference in efficiency is obvious without further explanation. And this is just the beginner level. If it were upgraded to the intermediate level, the effects would be even more terrifying. At the advanced level, it might even allow one to perceive the very source of the rules themselves. The power of rules is something only martial saints at higher levels can access. Just look at the divine thought, which can endlessly increase its strength, and you'll understand how powerful these rules are. To analyze martial arts, find weaknesses, and even trace the origins, plus the ability to perceive the roots of martial arts, this is much more than just breaking through shackles. As Lin Fan absorbed the final reward, his eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. The first aspect was self-explanatory. From now on, anyone who fought him would be at a serious disadvantage. The second aspect had even broader implications. If he could perceive the shackles within himself, it meant he could potentially find and break even more hidden ones in the future. While the 9 visible shackles are considered the limit in martial arts, that doesn't mean the human body has only 9 shackles. Having come from a modern society with a deep understanding of the human body, Lin Fan believed that human potential was limitless, and so were the shackles that could be unlocked. He also believed the martial saint level was no exception. Previously, he had no way to find these hidden shackles, only following the path laid out by his predecessors. But with the martial arts heavenly eye, this problem could now be solved. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated the martial arts heavenly eye. A pattern resembling the Tao's rule manifested on his forehead, slowly emerging. It resembled the third eye of Erlang Shen from folklore, ordinary at first glance but growing more profound the longer one looked at it, as if it had the power to see through all things. Lin Fan casually looked around. The world was still the same, but in his eyes it appeared brighter, clearer. Things he couldn't see before now became visible. Then he turned his gaze toward Gu Lingqi, who was meditating to absorb the elixir's power. Besides her graceful figure, he also saw several glowing points. These were her weaknesses. Targeting them in battle would yield remarkable results. He made a mental note of these weaknesses to help her improve later. Then, he turned his gaze inward, looking at his own body. His body radiated a holy glow, perfect and flawless, with no weak points at all. Seeing this, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the divine dragon physique and the Yaoxi Sutra from the martial arts holy land, he wasn't disappointed. Even if his head had a weak spot, it was far stronger than anyone else's. Satisfied, Lin Fan used the martial arts heavenly eye to inspect his body further. With his spiritual power, he could already look inside himself. But in the past he could only see the surface, whether he was injured, or if his meridians were blocked. The inner shackles were invisible unless they had already been unlocked. But this time, the view changed. Not only did he see the surface more clearly, but the unopened shackles also gradually became visible. In particular, the seventh shackle was the clearest, as he could see his internal energy periodically striking it, loosening it over time. However, this random effort was slow and inefficient. Without applying external force or drastic measures, it could take a long time to break this shackle, possibly even a lifetime. But now, with the martial arts heavenly eye, he could directly focus his internal energy on breaking the shackle in a short time. However, he wasn't in a rush. Rushing to break through without perfecting his sixth turn stage could damage his foundation later on. Finding more shackles beyond the 9 was Lin Fan's true goal. The martial arts heavenly eye scanned his entire body, and it didn't take long to locate the 9 known shackles. However, he couldn't find any others. Could it be that 9 is truly the limit and there are no other shackles? Lin Fan frowned. This wasn't the answer he was hoping for. Even after using the martial arts heavenly eye to its fullest, he could still only see the 9 shackles glowing within him. Feeling disappointed, he stubbornly focused on the 9 shackles, hoping to find some clue. And surprisingly, he did. Ha! His heart skipped a beat as he used the heavenly eye to analyze the essence of the shackles. In the next moment, his vision darkened, and he finally saw what he had been searching for. Inside the human body, beyond the 9 visible shackles, there were indeed others. But they weren't located in different parts of the body as he had imagined. Instead, they were hidden within the 9 existing shackles, one visible, one hidden. The visible shackles were the ones that martial artists typically broke through. But there was a corresponding hidden shackle within each of them, still sealed. So, it's 9 visible and 9 hidden. The human body does indeed have only 9 shackles, but they consist of both visible and hidden ones. Only by unlocking both can one be truly complete. Realizing this, Lin Fan suddenly felt enlightened. At that exact moment, the sky outside suddenly changed. It wasn't just one area, the entire world changed. Countless bolts of lightning roared across the sky, striking fear into all living beings, as if something had violated the heavens' most forbidden rules, making even the heavens themselves furious, or perhaps afraid. And right then, Lin Fan, having discovered the hidden shackles, channeled his divine dragon power to strike at the hidden shackle within the already opened visible one. Compared to the visible shackles, the hidden ones were countless times tougher, almost as if they were sealed by some mysterious force, making them nearly impossible to shake. However, Lin Fan had the martial arts heavenly eye, allowing him to precisely locate these shackles and use his own power to strike at them. No matter how resilient they were, they couldn't withstand the relentless assaults. Although he couldn't break them in one go, with enough time, Lin Fan was confident he could unlock all the hidden shackles. Others only unlock half of their potential, but I can unlock the entire set of shackles. What kind of power will that give me? Despite the constant effort and the resulting fatigue, Lin Fan felt incredibly excited. The combination of yin and yang was not as simple as just adding 2 forces together. He believed that once he broke the hidden shackles, a significant surprise awaited him. Lin Daoyu, are you okay? When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he found a face very close to his, filled with concern. It was Gu Lingqi, who had completed her advancement and now possessed the profound ice sacred body, a rare and powerful constitution. Although not suited for close combat, her new body excelled in large-scale attacks. Especially in areas with water, this sacred body was in its element. With a single thought, she could freeze everything within 1,000 milesa feet. That wasn't just an exaggeration. In terms of mass destruction, even Lin Fan in his normal state couldn't match her. Of course, for facing top-tier opponents, Lin Fan's raw power was still unmatched. I'm fine. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Seeing that Gu Lingqi had successfully advanced, his smile grew even broader as he shared in her happiness. Congratulations. Thanks to your help, Lin Daoyu. Gu Lingqi responded with a joyful smile, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Seeing her smile, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and looked her over. You're still calling me Daoyu? Then what should I call you? Gu Lingqi blushed slightly. Lin Fan grinned mischievously. What else? Naturally, you should call me Good Brother. Good Brother. Gu Lingqi suddenly chuckled. That's a nice name, but I prefer to call you Good Little Brother from now on. You can call me Sister. Alright. If you want to call me Little Brother, then today I'll show you how strong this little brother really is. With that, Lin Fan proudly stood tall, ready to prove his strength to his sister until she pleaded for mercy. My clothes are ruined after their playful antics. Gu Lingqi tried to get dressed but found that her clothes were nothing more than torn rags. No worries, wear mine, Lin Fan said, handing her his clothes. What about you? Gu Lingqi asked, holding his clothes and noticing he was still undressed. I'll manage. Lin Fan replied with a smile, pulling out a fresh set of robes from his spatial ring and putting them on. Gu Lingqi looked at Lin Fan's new clothes, then at the slightly tattered ones in her hands. She paused for a moment before breaking into a bright smile and happily putting on his old clothes. You really prefer the old ones? Lin Fan was surprised. He had only meant to tease her, as he had plenty of new clothes in his spatial ring. Gu Lingqi nodded with a smile. Yes, because they carry your scent. Hearing this heartfelt response, Lin Fan reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Despite the playful nature of their relationship, her affection for him was no less genuine than any of his other wives. From now on, you're my wife, Gu Lingqi. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath, Lin Fan declared boldly. Gu Lingqi pouted. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. I don't need your agreement. I'm just informing you. Lin Fan replied with a slight smile before turning to leave the cave. So domineering, Gu Lingqi muttered, but soon her face lit up with happiness. She loved Lin Fan's domineering attitude. Wait for me. She quickly dressed and caught up with him. Outside the cave, the divine thought, which had been temporarily suppressed, had managed to break free after several days. However, Lin Fan's presence was well hidden, and the cave had been cloaked in illusions, making it impossible for the divine thought to find him. Frustrated, it roamed the area, occasionally lashing out in a frenzy, destroying everything in its path. As Lin Fan emerged, the divine thought happened to be nearby, venting its rage. The moment it saw Lin Fan, it charged at him with wild fury. And days of suppression hadn't cooled its anger. On the contrary, it had only intensified. Flames of rage literally engulfed its body. It was so powerful that its anger manifested physically. For the second time, it had been suppressed, and by the same person no less. This humiliation could only be cleansed with Lin Fan's blood. As the divine thought, burning with rage, charged at him, Lin Fan remained calm. His eyes, filled with countless formations, flickered with thoughts as he spoke softly. Who are you calling an ant? With that, he lightly stomped the ground, triggering the formation beneath his feet. The formation was small, drawing only a little power from the world. But like a spreading infection, it quickly spread to other areas. As soon as one formation was complete, it extended to the next, and so on. In an instant, the formation expanded to cover thousands of miles, forming a massive hexagram star formation that drew power from the stars above. During this process, the divine thought had closed the distance between them, now only a meter away from Lin Fan. At its speed, it would take less than a fraction of a second to reach Lin Fan and tear off his head. But despite being so close, the divine thought found itself unable to move any closer. The hexagram star formation summoned the power of the stars, which pressed down on the divine thought like a weight of countless worlds. Its once straight back bent under the immense pressure. Crack, 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 roar. Instinctively, the divine thought unleashed its power in an attempt to resist, but the strain caused its spine to creak ominously. The two were so close that they could almost touch, Yet the divine thought couldn't move forward an inch. Meanwhile, with a simple wave of Lin Fan's hand, the divine thought was sent flying backward by the overwhelming force of the stars. In my eyes, you're the real ant now. Lin Fan finally finished his sentence, his expression calm as if he had done something trivial. But this trivial act left everyone present, including the divine thought, utterly stunned. This was the power of a god-level formation. Who is the real ant here? That's the question. But looking at the divine thought, once again suppressed and now in a dazed state, perhaps the answer is already clear. It's impossible. Regaining his senses, the divine thought's first reaction was disbelief. Although he had been suppressed twice before, each time it required meticulous preparation, and even then, it was only barely successful. But this time, there was no preparation at all, just a light stomp on the ground, like squashing an ant, and he was instantly subdued. It shattered his pride completely. How could he believe this? How could he accept it? Even Gu Lingqi, watching from the side, rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was seeing things. She knew Lin Fan was powerful, his progress was frighteningly fast, and he had already suppressed the seemingly invincible divine thought twice using intricate formations. But this time, was there any preparation beforehand? Absolutely none. All he did was lightly stomp the ground. As someone who had been with him all this time, she could say with certainty that there had been no preparation. She had witnessed everything firsthand. Lin Fan, how did your formation skills improve so drastically? She stared at him in disbelief. She knew that everything happening now was due to Lin Fan's incredible leap in formation skills, but how could he have improved so quickly in such a short time? Hearing her question, Lin Fan looked at her and smiled, replying, "It's all thanks to you, my dear sister. You gave me endless strength. You're terrible." Gu Lingqi teased, her face turning slightly red, thinking Lin Fan was flirting with her. "I'm being serious," Lin Fan said, his expression turning sincere. "Do you think I'm a child?" Gu Lingqi huffed, clearly not believing him. But she didn't press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and asking too much would spoil the fun. "Fine, believe what you want." Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. What's wrong with the world? Why doesn't anyone believe the truth anymore? Is trust between people gone? Seeing Lin Fan's helpless gesture, Gu Lingqi thought she had won and smiled happily. "What should we do with him?" Gu Lingqi asked, her smile fading as she looked at the divine thought, still trapped by the formation. "Naturally, we kill him," Lin Fan replied calmly, glancing at the formation. Such a menace couldn't be left alive. Gu Lingqi certainly didn't object. This creature had nearly taken her life, and she hated it even more. Especially knowing that because of her, a city of 1,000,000 people had perished. Her hatred for the divine thought ran deep. Since they both shared the same intent, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and lightly adjusted the formation. The hexagram star formation, which had only been suppressing the divine thought, suddenly turned lethal. The power of the stars, drawn down from the sky, grew even more intense. Despite it being daylight, the stars in the sky became visible, as if the heavens were filled with countless suns. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast hexagram star formation, covering thousands of miles, began to hum, its sound reaching everyone in Lingzhou. The sudden change in the sky left countless people dumbfounded. Some of the less knowledgeable commoners thought the heavens were angry again and fell to the ground in fear. What's happening now? This is the second large-scale phenomenon in such a short time. Could it really be, as the rumors say, that some great evil has appeared that even the heavens fear? Even martial experts were stunned, staring blankly at the stars shining in the daylight. It must be the divine thought. This has to be connected to the legendary divine thought. That terrifying being has returned and is about to destroy the world. Everyone, run as far as you can. Some of the older generation, who had witnessed the horrors of the divine thought before, broke down completely. Faced with these repeated celestial phenomena, their nerves snapped. In just a few days, two terrifying omens had appeared, shaking the entire Qing Empire and plunging countless people into panic. The legend of the divine thought, a terror that loomed over everyone, was now on everyone's mind. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man leading a group of elite soldiers in golden armor had just entered Lingzhou. He had received confirmation from the Star Observation Tower and carried orders from the Emperor of Qian. Upon seeing the situation, his expression grew grim. If both of these phenomena were caused by the divine thought, then this mission will be anything but smooth. Fortunately, the chief astrologer gave us some guidance, otherwise, we might have had to retreat. This middle-aged man, dressed in robes embroidered with a white crania symbol of a high-ranking official, was no mere figurehead. He was a man of real power. The elite soldiers behind him, each radiating a terrifying aura, were all no weaker than third-turn martial saints. One squat among them even emitted an aura as deep as an abyss, stronger than Gu Lingqi herself. Yet despite their strength, the man had little confidence. He was already planning his retreat, should things go wrong. His suspicions were correct. All of this was indeed caused by the divine thought. But it wasn't a world-ending catastrophe, rather. The divine thought itself was on the verge of being destroyed. Drawing on the power of countless stars, Lin Fan used the formation to create a massive grinding wheel, placing the divine thought within it, and beginning to crush it. Roar. The immense grinding wheel, composed of star power, seemed capable of grinding down the very heavens and earth. The divine thought's form was instantly twisted, its outer layers beginning to shatter. A sense of impending death engulfed the divine thought, causing it to roar in fury and struggle with all its might. But it was futile. The killing formation, powered by countless stars, was beyond the strength of any single being to resist. No matter how much power the divine thought unleashed, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it was all in vain. No one could stand against the power of the stars, not even the divine thought. Only a true god could hope to survive such an onslaught. As the grinding wheel continued to turn, the divine thought's body became increasingly distorted. But just as Gu Lingqi thought it was doomed, a black flame mark slowly appeared on its forehead. At first the mark was faint, but it quickly became clear, emanating a demonic aura that struck fear into the hearts of those who saw it. The black flame emitted a dim glow, barely enough to cover the divine thought. The glow seemed fragile, as if a light breeze could extinguish it. But somehow it managed to withstand the grinding force of the star-powered wheel. In fact, the more the wheel ground against it, the more terrifying the demonic aura became. Once again, Lin Fan sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. This gaze felt familiar. It was the same one he had sensed when he left the abyss. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Fan realized his suspicions were correct. The divine thought's premature escape had been orchestrated by the owner of that gaze, and the black flame mark on its forehead was also their doing. This is getting interesting, Lin Fan muttered, falling silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. He had thought it was over. But it seemed this was just the beginning. If that was the case, then Lin Fan was ready to play along. What is this black flame? Gu Lingqi hadn't noticed the ominous gaze watching them from afar. But the overwhelming demonic aura from the black flame made her hold her breath. Even though the formation shielded them, she could still feel the terrifying pressure. Without the barrier, she wondered if she'd be crushed under the weight of it. It's a trick from someone stirring up trouble, Lin Fan replied calmly, unfazed by the sudden turn of events. After all, he had anticipated this from the beginning. What was happening now merely confirmed his suspicions. There's a mastermind behind all this, Gu Lingqi gasped, realizing the implications. If someone was controlling the divine thought from behind the scenes, just how terrifying could they be? Yes, Lin Fan nodded slightly, then asked, Your Gu family's business network spans the entire Qin Empire. Do you know the location of Blood Crow Tower's headquarters? The sudden shift in topic caught Gu Lingqi off guard. One moment they were discussing something serious, and the next, Lin Fan had switched to another subject. Still, she answered, the headquarters of Blood Crow Tower is very mysterious. Aside from the Emperor of Qin once finding it, no one else knows its exact location. There are even rumors that it's not in this world at all. Not in this world. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he recalled the special space behind the Tianzang chess game. Yes, that's the rumor, Gu Lingqi confirmed, before glancing at the divine thought, which was now enveloped in the black flame, its demonic aura growing stronger by the second. Lin Fan, why are you suddenly asking about this? Does it have something to do with the divine thought? She couldn't help but ask, sensing that Lin Fan wouldn't change the topic for no reason. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm planning to send Blood Crow Tower a big gift. A gift? Gu Lingqi asked, pointing at the divine thought. Exactly, Lin Fan replied with another smile. Wow, Gu Lingqi gasped, realizing that if this gift were delivered to Blood Crow Tower, it would be quite the explosive surprise. How's that? Quite the gift, right? Lin Fan chuckled. It's definitely impressive. Gu Lingqi nodded, swallowing hard. Such a bombshell of a gift was certainly remarkable. But it's a pity we don't know the exact location, Lin Fan said regretfully, shaking his head. His uncle had always warned him that Blood Crow Tower was far more complex than it seemed. Lin Fan had wanted to test who was more formidable, of mysterious force controlling the divine thought or Blood Crow Tower. Unfortunately, since the Gu family didn't know the headquarters location, it would be difficult to deliver the gift where it would hurt the most. Our Gu family might not know where the headquarters is, but we do know the location of the second most important branch, Gu Lingqi said, as Lin Fan lamented the situation. Blood Crow Tower's second branch was the most powerful aside from the headquarters itself. Over the years, many other branches had been destroyed, but this second branch had endured since its creation. While it couldn't match the headquarters, it was still formidable. If it weren't, it would have long been wiped out by the enemies it had made over the years. Lin Fan, having investigated Blood Crow Tower multiple times, wasn't unfamiliar with this. Hearing that Gu Lingqi knew the location of the second branch, his eyes lit up. Where is this second branch? Gu Lingqi didn't hesitate and answered directly. Coincidentally, it's also located within Lingzhou. The second branch is in Lingzhou. Lin Fan was surprised. After all, the fourth branch was also in Lingzhou. It seemed unlikely that they would overlap. Gu Lingqi explained, yes, but very few people know this. Our Gu family learned about it by chance from an experienced herbalist. The second branch is hidden within a secondary life forbidden zone. A secondary life forbidden zone was a deadly area filled with immense dangers. While not as terrifying as the true life forbidden zones, these places were still lethal, even for high-level martial saints. It made sense that such a place would conceal the branch's location so well that even the widespread investigations of the Buddhist sects couldn't find it. Which forbidden zone? Lin Fan asked, focusing on the key detail. He wasn't concerned with the risk, she just wanted to know the location. If Blood Crow Tower claimed to be deep and mysterious, then it was time to see how they compared to the force behind the divine thought. Staring at the black flame's demonic aura, Lin Fan's anticipation grew. It's in Lufeng Slope, Gu Lingqi revealed. Lufeng Slope, though called a slope, was actually a vast mountain range stretching over 10,000 miles. According to legend, a divine beast phoenix bled out here, and its resentment lingered, filling the area with deadly traps and strange creatures, making it a forbidden zone. Due to its nature, few ventured there, and even fewer gained anything from it. Given its location, it made sense that the second branch had remained hidden and untouchable for so long. But now that Lin Fan knew its location, its fate was sealed. Let's go, take me there, Lin Fan said, eager to set his plan in motion. What about the divine thought? Gu Lingqi asked, glancing at the creature once more. Don't worry about it. It'll follow us on its own, Lin Fan replied. Although the formation continued to draw power from the stars, it wasn't strong enough to hold off a force that resembled divine power. Unless Lin Fan carefully set up a massive formation covering the entire Qin Empire, capable of channeling the full might of the stars, he couldn't truly battle against such godlike entities. But he didn't care. The current problem would be handled by his good friends at Blood Crow Tower. Blood Crow Tower, you'd better prove your worth. And uncle, don't you dare exaggerate it and let me down as your good nephew-in-law, Lin Fan chuckled, flying off toward Lufeng Slope with Gu Lingqi by his side. Lufeng Slope, located in the easternmost part of Lingzhou, this place, despite having a favorable climate with abundant rainfall and lush greenery, is shrouded in death as a secondary life forbidden zone. The vegetation here is sparse, and the few trees that do grow are twisted and deformed, as if they were born with defects. For years, a grayish mist has blanketed the area, making anyone who enters feel uneasy. Because of this, not only do martial experts avoid this place, but even ordinary people stay far away. When Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi arrived at the edge of this forbidden zone, they found no signs of life, and not even animals were present. Do you know the exact location? Lin Fan asked, scanning the eerie landscape of Lufeng Slope. Gu Lingqi recalled, the herbalist who mentioned this place wasn't very specific, but he did say there's a steep ravine here that emits gray mist. Is that so? Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although they had a landmark to look for, the mountain range was vast, spanning thousands of miles, making it difficult to locate the exact spot. But such a challenge was no match for Lin Fan. Using his max-level astrology skills to perform a quick calculation, he then activated the demon dragon god armor beneath his robes. With a series of metallic clicks, tiny metal birds, each no larger than a fingernail, flew out from his sleeves. These were the armor's detachable parts, which could transform into birds to serve as scouts, flying high above to search for the target from the sky. Gu Lingqi watched in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fan's mastery of various abilities seemed endless, always revealing new surprises. Every demonstration of his skills left her captivated. Each of these mechanical birds carried Lin Fan's divine dragon energy, allowing them to soar into the sky and survey vast areas from above. The number of birds was enough to cover the entire Lufeng Slope. After an hour, all the birds returned, flocking back into Lin Fan's sleeves like birds returning to their nest. At the same time, the images they captured were transmitted directly to Lin Fan's mind. Though there was no advanced technology involved, the god-level ability transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, granting Lin Fan incredible powers. Did you find it? Gu Lingqi asked eagerly as the birds returned. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I found it. Follow me. With that, he led the way into the desolate forbidden zone, and Gu Lingqi quickly followed. Soon, the two disappeared into the mist. Deep within Lufeng's slope, a massive ravine cut through the land, its sheer cliffs occasionally spewing gray mist. This was the headquarters of Blood Crow Tower's second branch. For years, only core members of the tower had ever set foot here. Any outsiders who stumbled upon this place had long become corpses. The herbalist who had previously discovered this location had only done so by sheer luck, witnessing members of the tower leaving on a mission. But today, two uninvited guests had arrived. Is this the place? Gu Lingqi asked uncertainly. Let's go down and find out, Lin Fan replied, grabbing her hand as they leaped into the ravine. Crunch. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the bottom. Looking up, they saw the sky above was completely obscured by the thick gray mist. Below, the ground was covered in grayish-brown sand. Lin Fan's foot had landed on a weathered bone, producing a crunching sound. Frowning, Lin Fan used a bit of force to clear the surrounding sand, revealing more gray bones beneath. Among them were human bones as well as various strange beasts' remains, all heavily weathered. The mist that occasionally rose from the ground seeped out from these bones. Each bone only emitted a tiny wisp of mist, but for such thick clouds to form, an enormous number of bones must be buried beneath the sand. It was easy to imagine that countless remains lay hidden under this gray-brown ground. Gu Lingqi had seen many dead bodies before, but the seemingly endless sea of bones here made her swallow nervously. This place is cursed, she muttered, giving an honest assessment. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Yes, this is indeed a cursed place. And this is just the outskirts. Who knows what lies deeper within? Gu Lingqi sighed. No wonder the assassins of Blood Crow Tower are so insane. Staying in an environment like this for so long would drive anyone mad. That's why we need to destroy them. These lunatics have suffered enough, they deserve release, Lin Fan said with a smile. Gu Lingqi rolled her eyes. So they should thank you, then. Of course. Lin Fan's smile turned into laughter, echoing through the desolate ravine. Who's there? The sound soon attracted the attention of the guards from the second branch. Several black-clad assassins, their faces covered, emerged from the gray mist and surrounded Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi. Each of them exuded a murderous aura, all of them being at least third-turn martial saints. The second branch's strength was indeed extraordinary. Even the guards were elite third-turn martial saints, so one could imagine how strong their top fighters were. Lin Fan responded sincerely, I'm your grandpa. Looking for death. Enraged by Lin Fan's answer, the assassins immediately realized he was here to cause trouble. How dare someone provoke the second branch of Blood Crow Tower? This was like seeking death itself. Without hesitation, they drew their weapons and charged at Lin Fan. But before they could get close, they froze in place, turning into ice sculptures that shattered on the ground. Who dares insult my dear brother? You're the ones looking for death, Gu Lingqi said coldly. She had just used her profound ice sacred body. In the face of a top-tier sacred body wielder, who was also a sixth-turn martial saint, these third-turn martial saints were nothing more than children learning to walk. Impressive. My sister Lin Fan praised with a smile and a thumbs up. Of course. Gu Lingqi tilted her head proudly. And so, the two ventured deeper into the forbidden zone. At the heart of this cursed place, deep within the ravine, was a stone palace carved out of massive boulders. Inside, several sinister figures sat on stone thrones. The one seated at the head was the mysterious master of the second branch. His figure was gaunt, like a dried-up corpse, yet his gray eyes radiated endless killing intent, as if he were the embodiment of death itself. Simply sitting there, he became the focal point of the room. But he remained silent, leaning back on his throne, listening to the report of a figure seated nearby. If Lin Fan were here, he would immediately recognize that the person delivering the report was none other than his own uncle. Can that person really take down the third and fourth branch leaders with a single blow, even though they're both at the sixth-turn level? Inside the stone hall, there were several other thrones, occupied by the elder patrons of the second branch. These elders held high status and commanded great respect, each possessing immense strength, their auras vast like the ocean. After hearing the report from Prince Yan, one of the elder patrons furrowed his brow and asked. Although the second branch far surpassed the third and fourth branches, the branch leaders were still acknowledged as powerful figures. Both were peak-level sixth-turn experts, considered top-tier powerhouses anywhere. Only a colossal organization like Blood Crow Tower, with its ancient heritage, could afford to assign such powerful individuals as branch leaders. Prince Xian nodded calmly. Yes, one of my avatars witnessed it firsthand. If that's true, this person needs to be dealt with quickly. or he will become a major threat. The elder patron who had asked the question now spoke with a cold, murderous gleam in his eyes. Indeed, Elder Wang is right. Such a powerful threat might be too much for the other branches to handle. Another elder patron agreed. The second branch might not fear this danger, but the other branches might struggle. Do you think this threat might come looking for us at the second branch? I've heard that this person publicly declared a death feud with Bloodcrow Tower, which would naturally include us. Another elder patron. This one, a woman dressed in white, asked with a chuckle. Though advanced in age, she retained a certain charm and allure. Even the branch master, who had remained silent until now, turned his attention to her question. The room fell silent for a moment before another elder patron burst into laughter. He was tall and robust. Unlike the typical assassin, he looked more like a general from the battlefield. His laughter was full of contempt, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. After a while he spoke through his laughter. A mere ant who got lucky and leveled up dares to challenge us. If he's foolish enough to come here, I'll crush every bone in his body and show him what true cruelty is. Bang! His arrogant words echoed through the stone hall, but the next moment, a loud crash interrupted him as the stone door of the hall was violently smashed open. Georgia. His laughter abruptly stopped as he turned to see who had broken the door. When he realized it was one of the elite guards, his expression darkened. The others in the hall also became cold and serious, clearly understanding the situation. Just now I heard someone say that if I dared to come here, they'd crush my bones inch by inch. That sounds terrifying. A light-hearted voice echoed into the hall, followed by two figures, a man and a woman stepping out of the shadows and into the hall. You really dared to come? The robust elder patron's face turned even grimmer when he saw who it was. A moment ago he had scornfully claimed that the man wouldn't dare show up, and now here he was, boldly crashing through the door with the bodies of the assassins rolling at his feet. It was a slap in the face. Why wouldn't I come? Is this place some kind of dragon's lair or tiger's den? The man, Lin Fan, wore a casual smile, as if he were a guest rather than an intruder, though his words were anything but polite. The hot-tempered elder patron couldn't hold back any longer. But before he could act, Lin Fan, acting as if he were right at home, turned his gaze to Prince Jian, who was sitting on one of the thrones. Uncle, you're here too. What a coincidence, Lin Fan said with a smile, even waving at Prince Jian. Despite his usually calm demeanor, even Prince Jian couldn't help but look slightly stunned for a moment. Indeed. Quite the coincidence, he finally replied after a pause, nodding slightly. Unlike his usual tone, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Although it hadn't been long since they last met, seeing Lin Fan now gave him a strong sense of uneasy and overwhelming aura that suggested Lin Fan could crush anything in his path. Without thinking, Prince Jian began plotting his escape, though outwardly he remained calm, just as he always did. Even Lin Fan had to admit that his uncle was one of the most composed people he had ever met. You brat, have you said your last words? The angry elder patron could no longer contain his fury. He had been a respected elder of the second branch for many years, and had never been humiliated like this. The fact that Lin Fan had dared to mock him enraged him beyond control. Don't be so hot-headed. I'm not here to fight, Lin Fan said, waving his hand dismissively. Then why are you here? Another elder patron asked, curious to see what Lin Fan was up to. Even the female elder patron watched with interest. None of them seemed to believe that Lin Fan could pose any real threat. I'm here to bring you a gift, of course, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Are you begging for mercy? The robust elder patron sneered. It seems you've finally realized the situation. But too bad, I'm more interested in taking your head and turning it into a wine cup. No, I think you'll really like the gift I brought. Lin Fan continued to smile, completely unfazed by the threat. You seem confident. It's been a long time since I've seen a young man as self-assured as you. The branch master, seated on the highest throne, spoke for the first time. His voice was raspy, like that of a dried corpse. When he spoke, even the hot-headed elder patron fell silent, not daring to interrupt. An invisible pressure filled the hall, bearing down on Lin Fan. Yet for Lin Fan, this pressure felt like a gentle breeze. It didn't affect him at all. In fact, his smile only grew brighter. I can't help it. The gift I've brought is truly earth-shattering, which naturally fills me with confidence, Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. Then he paused and added, oh, what a coincidence. It seems my gift has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a furious roar that shook the heavens grew closer and closer, and closer. The high-ranking members of the second branch, who had been watching Lin Fan as if he were a fool, suddenly changed their expressions. The divine thought had broken through the formation and caught up to them. If this was Lin Fan's gift, then it truly was an earth-shattering surprise. Well, how do you like it? Lin Fan still wore the same smile. But now no one thought he was just a fool. Even the ever-composed leader of the second branch was at a loss for words. There was no denying it, this gift was perfectly delivered. Damn it. You actually brought the divine thought to our second branch. The irate elder patron, the robust man, was now so furious his face twisted with anger. The other elder patrons looked just as grim. They knew about the emergence of the divine thought, of course. Blood Crow Tower was aware of it, but they hadn't been concerned, confident that the Qin Empire would handle it. That indifference was based on the assumption that the divine thought wouldn't become their problem. But now that Lin Fan had brought it straight to their doorstep, everything had changed. Why so upset, old man? It seems you really do like the gift I brought, Lin Fan said with a sunny smile, as if he were a well-behaved kid from next door. But the furious elder patron wanted nothing more than to plant his fist into that smiling face. I'll kill you first. With a roar of rage, the elder patron finally made his move, unleashing the terrifying power of a seventh-turn martial saint. Fortunately, the stone hall wasn't an ordinary structure, or it would have been obliterated by his overwhelming aura. The second branch of Blood Crow Tower was truly extraordinary. Just one elder patron possessed the power of a seventh-turn martial saint. One could only imagine how powerful their leader was. If Lin Fan had come here before he had solidified his relationship with Gu Lingqi, he might have had a hard time dealing with them. But now, he didn't need to lift a finger. His brother would handle it for him. Yes, at this moment, the divine thought was like Lin Fan's own sworn brother. Seeing Lin Fan still smiling infuriated the elder patron even more. He formed a massive skeletal hand out of pure killing intent and sent it crashing down toward Lin Fan, intending to crush him into paste bones and all. The power of a seventh-turn martial saint was truly fearsome. Even Gu Lingqi, with her top-tier sacred body and peak sixth-turn cultivation, would struggle to withstand such might. The gap between a sixth-turn and a seventh-turn martial saint wasn't just one level, it was a near insurmountable difference, almost like crossing into a new realm. But Gu Lingqi remained unafraid. After all, she had someone to rely on now. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Fan activated a formation barrier in front of them, linking it to the entire cursed area. Though the barrier seemed thin, it was connected to the vast formation Lin Fan had set up across the entire cursed zone during their journey here. Thud! The elder patron's attack landed on the barrier with a deafening crash, but it didn't cause even the slightest ripple. I've accepted your gift, now enjoy the one I've brought for you, Lin Fan said with a smile. He then raised his hand and made a small gesture, causing the formation to shift and isolate them from the space around them. At first, the people in the hall didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing, but soon, they realized. As Lin Fan's figure vanished, the roaring divine thought arrived. Enveloped in a faint black flame and radiating an ominous aura, the divine thought sensed that his nemesis, who had suppressed him 3 times, had disappeared from the ravine. He raised his hand and slammed it down, trying to unearth his foe. The power of rules was invoked as a colossal hand descended from the sky, aiming to crush the ravine beneath it. Damn thief! Faced with this dire situation, the members of the second branch could no longer worry about Lin Fan. The divine thought, now enhanced by the black flames, was more terrifying than ever, capable of devastating the world with each move. Even a seventh-turn martial saint seemed insignificant before him. Lin Fan had diverted this calamity straight to them, and they hated him for it. They wished they could flay him alive and feast on his flesh. But before they could think of revenge, they had to survive this catastrophe. Master, what should we do? The elder patrons turned to their branch leader for guidance. Though he appeared calm, his clenched fists betrayed his true emotions. Taking a deep breath, the branch leader coldly replied, "We'll deal with this crisis first. Afterward, we'll settle the score with him." "Yes, Master," the elder patrons responded in unison. Formation. The branch leader stood up, linking his energy with the other elder patrons, instantly elevating his power to the 8th turn level. An 8th turn martial saint, just one step below the legendary Grand Saint. Such a figure was among the most powerful in the entire Qin Empire. Each of the elder patrons was a 7th turn martial saint, and by linking their energy together through a special technique, their combined power surged even higher. Kill! A bone-chilling command echoed as a massive blood-red sword energy, large enough to split the sky, tore through the air and slashed upward at the divine thought's giant hand. Boom! The two forces collided violently, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell which would prevail. The combined strength of the branch leader and the elder patrons, though not quite at the level of a true Grand Saint, far exceeded that of a typical 8th turn martial saint. They had the strength to face the divine thought, at least, the divine thought from before. But now, he was fueled by rage and empowered by the black flames. His strength had increased dramatically. Seeing his attack blocked, the black flame mark on the divine thought's forehead flared up. A surge of demonic power infused the giant hand, and with a crushing grip, it shattered the blood-red sword energy. Splat! The backlash hit the branch leader hard, forcing him to cough up blood. His already skeletal frame seemed to wither even further. Damn it, the branch leader's face twisted in anger, not just because of the backlash, but out of sheer frustration. He could see now that the divine thought was after Lin Fan. They had been forced to fight, not for their own sake, but to shield Lin Fan from his enemy. This situation was beyond infuriating. If Lin Fan appeared before him now, the branch leader would have swallowed him whole. "They're really fighting now," Gu Lingqi exclaimed, excitement lighting up her eyes as the battle between the two sides erupted. To her, watching two enemies tear each other apart was the most satisfying outcome. Although it seemed like they had left the area, Lin Fan had merely separated them from the battlefield by using a formation that created a distinct space. This special dimension, carved out by the formation, functioned as an independent space, invisible to those outside. However, from within, they could still observe the events unfolding beyond the barrier. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile, exactly the result he had hoped for. If Blood Crow Tower was truly as formidable as rumored, they could serve as the perfect tool to deal with the Divine Lotus or even probe the mastermind behind it. As for Lin Fan handling it personally, why bother when he could kill two birds with one stone by making good use of his enemies? I just hope Blood Crow Tower can put up a good fight. And as for that elusive first tower, I wonder if the downfall of the second tower will make them reveal themselves, Lin Fan mused. Despite being enemies, he found himself rooting for Blood Crow Tower to put up a strong resistance. Only then could he achieve the outcome he desired. Outside the special space, the battle between Blood Crow Tower and the Divine Thought raged on. Now that the Divine Thought had locked onto them, the members of the second tower had no option but to unite and fight back with everything they had, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Meanwhile, the second tower's master tried to negotiate with the Divine Thought, assuring it that they had no connection to Lin Fan. In fact, they were enemies. His hope was to reason with the Divine Thought and avoid further conflict. Under normal circumstances, this might have worked. After all, the Divine Thought, linked to the gods, wasn't without intelligence. But now, the Divine Thought was consumed with rage, its mind clouded by the black flames that fueled it. All it wanted was to annihilate everyone in its path. In its view, Lin Fan's aura had vanished in this place, and these people were clearly harboring his enemy. The second tower master's attempt at communication only served to further enrage the Divine Thought. With a crushing force, the giant hand of rules shattered the sword energy that had been summoned to block it and pressed down with even greater power. The force was terrifying. Countless threads of rule power swirled, turning Lufeng's slope upside down. The secondary life forbidden zone seemed insignificant in the face of such power. Thick, spiraling clouds covered the entire forbidden zone, plunging the already gloomy environment into even deeper darkness. Before the massive hand of rules even touched the ground, a crushing pressure descended upon the ravine, instantly pulverizing the endless bones below into dust. Gray ash filled the air. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed through the ravine as the elite assassins of the second tower, unable to withstand the oppressive force, exploded one by one like overripe watermelons. These were the best of the best killers whose mere presence could make the ancestors of great families tremble. Only the mighty Qin Empire and ancient clans with long-standing legacies could face these assassins without fear. But now these elites were being obliterated, their blood spraying through the air as their final screams of defiance echoed. Aha! The second tower master's eyes turned bloodshot as he witnessed the carnage. I hate this. He was filled with boundless hatred. All the resources and strength that the second tower had accumulated over countless years were being destroyed in an instant. His hatred wasn't just for the Divine Thought before him but burned even brighter for Lin Fan, who had brought this calamity upon them. The second tower is finished. My dear son-in-law truly never ceases to surprise me, Prince Xian muttered with a bitter smile as he watched the devastation. He knew that this ancient second tower was doomed, just like so many others that had fallen to Lin Fan's schemes. At first he had thought Lin Fan was simply lucky, a small-town figure with little real power or resources. Compared to true giants, Lin Fan's reserves should have run dry long ago. Yet, time and again, Prince Xian realized how wrong he had been. With each encounter, Lin Fan's power didn't diminish, it grew even more terrifying. Now, he was even using the legendary Divine Thought as a weapon. Was the second tower weak? Not at all. Its master was an 8th-turn martial saint, just a step below a grand saint. The elder patrons beneath him were all 7th-turn martial saints. Such strength, anywhere in the Qin Empire, was formidable. If not for the current Qin Emperor's dominance, this power could easily carve out a kingdom of its own. But now, This once great power was being toyed with, forced onto the brink of destruction by Lin Fan's simple machinations. He didn't even need to fight personally, just one plan was enough to drive them into a corner. Master, we can't keep going like this. The second tower will be finished. The female elder patron, the strongest among them, spoke urgently. She was at the peak of the 7th turn, which explained how she had maintained her position despite being a woman. Yet, even she was drenched in blood, unable to withstand the divine thought's wrath. The other elders were in no better condition, all struggling against the overwhelming power of the divine thought. Awaken the phoenix remains, the second tower master ordered, his eyes glowing red. Never before had he been forced into such a desperate situation since assuming his position. Master, the phoenix remains are our hope for the future. The other elders were shocked by the decision. The phoenix remains were the second tower's ultimate trump card, the reason they had chosen this location as their headquarters. It was also their hope for rising to greater power, surpassing even the first tower. Do we have any other choice? The second tower master retorted, his voice filled with reluctance. He hated the idea more than anyone, but survival was more important. Hearing this, the other elders fell silent. Let's awaken the phoenix remains together. As the giant hand of rules descended, crushing the elite assassins with every moment, the elders knew they couldn't delay any longer. Even if they somehow survived, the second tower would be ruined beyond repair. Yes, the elders, though reluctant, gritted their teeth and complied with the master's command. In a flash, they left the stone hall and gathered at the heart of the cursed ground. Positioning themselves in a circle, they each spat out a mouthful of blood and began chanting. The incantation was ancient, filled with sorrow and resentment, like the last wails of a being refusing to fade into the past. As the ritual took effect, the blood transformed into runes that descended into the earth beneath them. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying presence erupted from the ground, as if a colossal creature were awakening. The earth trembled as the buried giant began to rise from beneath the countless bones. Though it seemed like an eternity, it all happened in an instant. Just as the divine thought's hand of rules crashed down, the massive creature broke through the earth, revealing its enormous form. Facing the divine thought's hand, this behemoth effortlessly raised a limb to block the attack head-on. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. The hidden strength of Blood Crow Tower was indeed extraordinary. Could that be the mythical phoenix? Gu Lingqi couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the massive creature that the second tower's master and his elders had awakened. In this world, the phoenix, like the dragon, was legendary, a divine beast said to rival the ancient gods. Yet, these creatures were more myth than reality, with few ever witnessing them firsthand. Although Lufeng Slope was named after the phoenix, many had dismissed the connection as mere exaggeration by those who came before. But the colossal figure before them, now if it wasn't a phoenix, then what was it? Despite the gray aura of death that surrounded it, the faint yet unmistakable divine presence emanating from it, along with its colorful feathers and overall appearance, matched the descriptions of the phoenix from ancient texts almost perfectly. The phoenix of Luofeng's slope was real. It wasn't just a legend. It's not a true phoenix, just the remains it left behind, Lin Fan said, after observing it closely for a while, shaking his head. The remains of a phoenix? Gu Lingqi echoed, somewhat confused. Lin Fan explained, according to legend, the phoenix has a divine ability to be reborn in fire. Its true essence has long since moved on. This is just the shell it left behind. You mean the phoenix might have already been resurrected? Gu Lingqi asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. It's possible, but it's also possible that it turned to ashes during the process and never truly rose again. As he spoke, Lin Fan thought back to the dragon skeleton he had encountered in the Tomb of Heaven. A dragon was no less powerful than a phoenix, yet even it had fallen, leaving behind only its core essence, which Lin Fan now carried. He didn't know what kind of catastrophic event had caused such powerful beings to perish, but he knew that whatever it was, it must have been unimaginably terrifying. If the phoenix had successfully resurrected, its remains wouldn't be so lifeless, nor would Luofeng Slope be a desolate, cursed land. Suddenly, the colossal creature burst forth from the ground, confirming Lin Fan's suspicions it was indeed the remains of the phoenix. Even though it was just an empty shell, nourished by the cursed land, it could still unleash terrifying power, much like the divine thought born from the resentment of gods. The two forces clashed instantly. This was truly a battle between equals, a confrontation between the remains of a once great divine beast and a spiritual being formed from divine resentment, both of which had survived countless ages. The entire area was thrown into chaos, as the intense battle tore through the land. If not for the unique nature of the Forbidden Zone masking most of the supernatural events, It would have surely drawn widespread attention and caused mass panic. People would have feared that some apocalyptic demon was about to rise. They're holding it back. The elders of the second tower, seeing the divine thought's overwhelming power being resisted, breathed sighs of relief. They hadn't been confident of success, but desperation had driven them to fight. Even Prince Jian was surprised. While he had spoken of the Blood Crow Tower's hidden strength, he had primarily referred to the first tower. He hadn't expected the second tower to possess such formidable resources. The only one who remained silent was the second tower master. He watched the fierce battle between the two monstrous beings with a somber expression, lost in thought. For a brief moment, the scene was calm, aside from the violent clash between the two titans. But the calm didn't last long. The divine thought that Lin Fan had delivered as a gift was no ordinary entity. Unlike typical manifestations of resentment, this divine thought was far more complex, with an even more terrifying force controlling it from the shadows. The phoenix remains were incredibly powerful, capable of tearing through space with a single move. Its phoenix flames could even scorch the sky. At first, the divine thought was forced to retreat, as the phoenix's sacred nature greatly suppressed the malevolent force it embodied. However, when the black flame mark on the divine thought's forehead flickered again, the suppression was neutralized, and a continuous stream of power surged into the divine thought. The phoenix remains were indeed formidable. Although Lin Fan had never faced a grand saint, he suspected that the power of the remains was comparable. Without using a god-level formation, he had no confidence in confronting it. But despite its strength, the phoenix remains were like a drifting leaf without roots. Unlike the divine thought, which was continually bolstered by external forces, the outcome was inevitable. However, just as Lin Fan expected the phoenix remains to be defeated, something unexpected happened. As the black flames continued to enhance the divine thought, the lifeless eyes of the phoenix remains suddenly sparked with a sharp, intense light. Evil must be destroyed. A cold voice echoed through the heavens, as the phoenix remains spoke, its voice like the booming of a great cosmic force, making everyone's ears ring. Even Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi, protected by the formation, were affected. In the brief moment of distraction, the enormous phoenix remains burst into flames. Accompanied by the final echo of the word destroy, the remains transformed into a blazing phoenix, radiating flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything as it charged directly at the divine thought. The divine thought tried to evade, but it was firmly locked in place. The fiery phoenix engulfed it completely. This was the true phoenix fire, capable of burning even the heavens. The effect on the divine thought was devastating. It struggled furiously, but the flames clung to it like a deadly poison, burning it continuously. In the final moment, the black flame mark on the divine thought's forehead flared up once more, emitting a faint dark flame that managed to extinguish the phoenix fire. Yet, from the moment Lin Fan had suppressed it with a formation, this mark had been steadily losing power. Now, after countering the phoenix fire, the mark finally shattered. During this process, Lin Fan faintly heard a muffled grunt and unmistakable sound of someone being injured. Clearly, for the hidden manipulator, this mark was not something they could afford to lose. The immense boost it had provided to the divine thought was proof of its extraordinary nature. The Blood Crow Tower hadn't let Lin Fan down, and his uncle hadn't lied. He had indeed managed to strike a heavy blow against the one pulling the strings. As the black flame mark shattered, the phoenix fire was fully extinguished as well. The phoenix remains vanished completely, leaving only a single colorful feather drifting in the air. That's a true phoenix feather. The sight of the feather ignited excitement among the survivors. The second tower master wasted no time, instantly flying toward the feather, as if he had been anticipating this moment. A true phoenix feather, it contained the genuine power left behind by the divine beast phoenix, akin to the dragon pearl of the dragon god. Within it lay the phoenix's legacy and the residual divine power. Such a treasure was enough to drive anyone mad with desire. But someone was even faster than the second tower master. Just as he was halfway to the feather, a smiling figure appeared beside it, much to the master's despair. The figure casually caught the feather. "Thanks for the gift," Lin Fan said with a grin, thanking the second tower master as he accepted the phoenix feather. Then, using the power of his formation, he vanished without a trace, leaving the second tower master to roar in furious helplessness. No, the master slashed at the space where Lin Fan had disappeared, sending massive blood-red sword energy tearing through the void, leaving gaping wounds in space itself. But it was all in vain. Only his furious cries echoed through the void. Not only had the second tower been led into a devastating disaster, but now they had also unwittingly handed over a priceless treasure to their enemy. After guarding the phoenix remains for so many years, in the end, it was their foe who reaped the rewards. In this world, could there be anything more agonizing than this? Roar! The second tower master went mad, attacking wildly in every direction. Watching from the sidelines, Prince Xian felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What kind of terrifying vengeance was this? Years of planning, years of tireless guarding, only to end up serving someone else. Anyone would go mad after that, Lin Fan mused. But the madness was far from over. Even though the black flame mark that had empowered the divine entity had been destroyed by the phoenix's sacred fire, the entity itself still remained. Without the mark, it was still one of the most terrifying beings in existence. "You will all die," roared with rage. The divine entity's fury seemed even greater than before, whether from the loss of the mark or the earlier suppression. With just a wave of its hand, countless blood-red cracks of power split open in the air, hurtling toward the crazed second tower master. Faced with the threat to his life, the master instantly snapped out of his rage. His hatred for Lin Fan was still burning, but the immediate danger forced him to defend himself. He summoned countless sword energies, but they only held for a moment before the endless cracks shattered them, sending the master flying. The remaining elders rushed to his aid, but their efforts were nothing more than a final, desperate struggle. Without their most powerful weapon, they were no match for the relentless divine entity, which only grew stronger the longer the fight continued. With the phoenix feather in hand, Lin Fan had no interest in watching their inevitable downfall. He knew this divine entity better than anyone else. After all, he had dealt with it more than anyone. Even without the black flame mark, it was still beyond what the second tower could handle. Instead of focusing on their fate, Lin Fan was far more interested in examining his newfound treasure, the phoenix feather. The feather was only about 30 centimeters long. Compared to the massive body of the phoenix remains, it seemed small and delicate, like a short sword in Lin Fan's hand. But the flowing light and the faint, multicolored aura that shimmered across it made it clear that this was no ordinary object. Holding the feather, Lin Fan could feel the immense power coursing through it. When he casually swung it, streaks of multicolored sword energy shot out, causing the formation he had set up to tremble. And that was without even activating the power within. "What a powerful feather!" Gu Lingqi exclaimed. She, too, sensed the overwhelming force within it. If just a single feather was this strong, she couldn't even imagine how terrifying the phoenix must have been when it was alive. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. If it truly was the phoenix, then such divine might was only to be expected. When Lin Fan first arrived in this world, he thought it was merely a martial arts world, with perhaps some powerful martial artists. But as he delved deeper into its secrets, he realized it was far more than that. After all, even reaching the martial saint realm was already beyond the scope of a typical martial arts world. And there were even beings far beyond that. This world was not a simple martial arts world, it was a world of high martial power, one that likely surpassed even the wildest imaginations. Somewhere along the way, history had fractured, leaving the current generation clueless about the ancient past. Only scattered remnants, such as life-forbidden zones and fragmented records, hinted at the true nature of the world. But even those fragments were enough to leave one in awe. Lin Fan didn't dwell on it for long. After all, as someone who was essentially cheating in this world, it didn't matter how complex it was. Whether it was a high martial world or something even greater, he had nothing to fear. In fact, he was curious to see what kind of rewards awaited him in this world, especially from the legendary beauties he might encounter. This confidence kept Lin Fan calm and composed, no matter what he faced. Now, with the phoenix feather in hand, he carefully examined it, allowing his spiritual energy to flow into it in search of its mysteries. Almost immediately, a piercing cry rang through his mind, causing a momentary lapse in his concentration. When he regained focus, a golden scripture appeared in his thoughts. Rebirth by fire. This golden scripture was the phoenix's most powerful divine technique. According to legend, the phoenix's feathers carried its legacy. Lin Fan had been skeptical of this claim. After all, how much could a single feather really hold? But the golden scripture proved it to be true. Rebirth by fire, as the name implied, allowed one to be reborn in flames, restoring themselves to peak condition. No matter how severe the injury, this technique could heal it and even elevate one's power to a new level. Of course, like all things, it had its limits and couldn't be used endlessly. But it was still incredibly powerful. Beyond its potential to boost one's strength, the ability to come back from the brink of death was a lifesaver in its own right. Blood Crow Tower? Oh, Blood Crow Tower, you really are my lucky stars. Lin Fan chuckled as he absorbed the phoenix's legacy. The Blood Crow Tower had been nothing but a blessing in disguise. They'd given him wealth, weapons, and now even the phoenix's legacy. When he first arrived in the Qin Empire, Lin Fan had been practically penniless. But the Blood Crow Tower had been more than generous, constantly delivering what he needed. Now, they had outdone themselves by handing him the phoenix's legacy on a silver platter. How could they be enemies? They were practically his benefactors. Lin Fan, you're grinning like that. Did the feather really contain the phoenix's legacy? Gu Lingqi asked. Yep, Lin Fan replied with a nod. He didn't hide anything and even shared the rebirth by fire technique with Gu Lingqi. To practice this technique, one needed to possess the phoenix's attributes. But with the phoenix feather, that requirement wasn't a problem. In essence, the feather itself was the key to mastering the legacy. And this was only one of its many uses. The phoenix feather held countless other secrets. For example, the immense power within it could be harnessed to imbue one's body with the phoenix's characteristics, elevating them to a new level. The second Tower Master had been so desperate for this feather because he believed it could help him break through to the legendary Grand Saint realm. But now, all of those benefits belonged to Lin Fan. Rebirth by fire. With this technique, it'll be nearly impossible to die, Gu Lingqi said, overjoyed by the gift Lin Fan had shared. And that's just one aspect of it. There are many more mysteries to uncover in the future, Lin Fan said with a smile, storing the phoenix feather in his spatial ring before turning his attention back to the ongoing battle. There wasn't much left to see. Against an entity like the divine thought, which could continually strengthen itself through divine fruits, unless one could suppress it outright, defeat was inevitable. No matter how much the second tower struggled, they couldn't escape their fate. After a brutal and bloody fight, the second tower, with its ancient heritage, was reduced to nothing more than a fleeting memory. Even Prince Xian, Lin Fan's so-called uncle, was once again destroyed, just another of his avatars. This time, however, he had nothing to say. Perhaps Lin Fan's actions had far exceeded his expectations. But Lin Fan remained unfazed, still smiling as he watched his brother finish the job. Once the divine thought had served its purpose, Lin Fan planned to give it a proper send-off. Just as he was about to act, the earth trembled violently. A floating island appeared in the sky above the Qin Empire, radiating holy light that illuminated countless provinces. Lin Fan recognized it at a glance. It was the island of the Yaoqi sacred land. Boom! A deep bell rang out, as if announcing something momentous to the world. An ethereal voice accompanied the chime, reaching the ears of everyone. The Yaoqi sacred land has reopened its gates. From this day forth we welcome all who wish to join us. Those with ambition may ascend the sacred mountain. The reopening of the Yaoqi sacred land, and the announcement of its wide acceptance of disciples from across the world, caused an uproar throughout the land. For martial artists, the Yaoqi sacred land was a legendary place. Even though it had long been buried in the annals of history, countless tales and legends about it had continued to circulate. Some ancient beings, who had once encountered this sacred place, added even more mystique to its legacy. Now, with news of its reopening and the reappearance of the Yaoqi sacred mountain floating in the sky, how could the world not be excited? As soon as the bell's echo faded, the world erupted in fervor. In an instant, the re-emergence of the martial arts sanctuary became the hottest topic of discussion, overshadowing even the recent issue of the divine entity. In ancient families, elders who had been in deep slumber for countless years slowly opened their eyes. These beings on the brink of death had been kept alive through special secret techniques. They would only awaken in times of life and death. But now, one after another, they were all waking up, each with expressions of excitement on their faces. After waiting for millennia, the Yaoqi sacred land has finally reappeared. My chance has come. Haha. The legendary Yaoqi sacred land. Who would have thought it would reopen? This is a sign that martial arts will not perish. A chance to ascend to the pinnacle of power has finally arrived. No one will stop me this time. Anyone who tries will die. Countless ancient beings emerged from their life or death retreats, some whispering, others laughing with joy, and still others resolute and determined. In that moment, all aspects of human nature were on full display. Despite their varying reactions, all their attention was focused on the same place, the Yaoqi sacred land. These awakened beings were all exceptionally powerful. As they emerged from retreats that had lasted for unknown ages, their presence began to change the world itself. For example, in some declining families on the verge of collapse, an elder would emerge from the ancestral grounds and, with a wave of their hand, obliterate the enemies surrounding them. This phenomenon wasn't limited to one or two families. Many such families and sects experienced the same thing. The older the lineage, the more terrifying the beings that emerged. Some of these figures were legends believed to have been lost to time. In a matter of moments, the power dynamics across the Qing Empire began to shift dramatically. Even the empire itself wasn't immune to the changes, as the generals who once held firm control over the provinces now found themselves overwhelmed by these ancient beings. This sudden shift in power created a strange and uneasy atmosphere throughout the land. Some dark sects, which had been hiding in fear, began to resurface. With the Yaoqi sacred land reappearing, It seemed the entire world was on the brink of chaos. However, the turmoil didn't last long. The ancient beings quickly redirected their focus back to their own goals, namely, their paths forward. In Shenzhou, once the central region of the world, everything had changed after an unknown catastrophe. The once prosperous land had been abandoned, leaving behind vast stretches of barren desert. Yet today it was once again at the center of attention because the Yaoqi sacred mountain now hovered above it. To become a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land and ascend to the legendary martial arts sanctuary, one had to journey to this place. Ancient beings, having awakened from their slumber, flocked to the area. From time to time, one could see an invincible warrior streak across the sky. They reopened the sacred land. Could it be that she believes herself invincible, or does she possess some power capable of subduing the world? Lin Fan pondered. He knew well the allure of the Yaoqi sacred land. Even without witnessing it firsthand, he could easily imagine the ancient beings flocking to it, much like he had once desperately searched for the Yaoqi sacred land's relics. But how would the current ruler of the world, the Qin Empire, feel about the reappearance of a sanctuary that once overshadowed it? Reopening the Yaoqi sacred land without the power to dominate the world would be an obvious disaster. How does she dare to open it? Gu Lingqi was equally surprised. She had personally experienced the power of the sacred land's master and knew how formidable she was. But compared to the entire Qin Empire, her strength was simply not enough. The ancient beings in their deep slumbers alone were more than enough to overwhelm her. Who knows? Perhaps the Yaoqi sacred land has some powerful cards to play after all. Even a dying camel is still bigger than a horse, Lin Fan said with a smile. Though they weren't sworn enemies, they weren't exactly friends either, so he didn't feel particularly concerned. Moreover, given their last encounter, he knew the master of the Yaoqi sacred land wasn't foolish. If she dared to reopen the sanctuary now, she must have a plan. True. But the world is more complicated than it seems. Especially with those ancient beings who have slept for millennia. Gu Lingqi agreed. Then, after thinking for a moment, she asked, Lin Fan, should we take advantage of the situation? With the Yaoqi sacred land reopening, there was bound to be a fierce struggle. Instead of becoming a disciple and working hard for minimal gains, it would be far more efficient and rewarding to seize control of the sacred land directly. There was no doubt that the ancient beings, once they learned of the Yaoqi sacred land's current state, would make their move. The question was, would they align themselves with the land, or try to conquer it? Take advantage of the situation, Lin Fan mused for a moment, then glanced at the divine entity outside the formation barrier, which had just finished destroying the second tower. He smiled. That sounds good, but instead of just taking advantage, I'd rather collect a hefty protection fee, he said with a laugh. With a powerful ally like the divine entity at his side, simply taking advantage felt beneath him. Demanding protection fees, that was the real way to do things. The divine entity continued to rampage through the ruins of the second tower, still trying to dig out its most hated enemy. Lin Fan, aware that its next destination had already been planned. The elder, we have confirmed that the divine entity, Shenqi Nian, did indeed appear here and engaged in a fierce battle with someone. But now that the Yaoqi sacred land has reappeared, should we continue our pursuit or? At the edge of the desert in Lingzhou, where Lin Fan had battled with Shenqi Nian, the group sent to subdue the divine entity had tracked it to this location. A young man with a stern face surveyed the area before approaching the middle-aged man leading the group for instructions. This middle-aged man was the youngest Grand Elder of the Qin dynasty, a high-ranking official with real power. Anywhere he went in the empire, his authority was unquestioned. However, the usually composed Grand Elder now wore a noticeable expression of fatigue. These were indeed troubled times. The issue with Shenqi Nian was still unresolved, and now the once dominant Yaoqi sacred land had resurfaced, causing ancient beings to awaken from their long slumber. These ancient beings were not easy to deal with, and if mishandled, the disaster they could unleash would be no less than that of Shenqi Nian. Grand Elder. Seeing that the Grand Elder hadn't responded, the young man asked again. We were sent here by the Emperor to deal with Shenqi Nian. Regardless of what happens, unless the Emperor rescinds his order, we must fulfill our mission, the Grand Elder finally replied, his expression stern. He could see clearly that the young man who sought his counsel was also tempted by the resurgence of the Yaoqi sacred land. This was understandable. Faced with the legendary sacred land, the stronger one was, the harder it was to remain indifferent. It wasn't a question of loyalty, but rather the desire for greater power. Even after hearing the Grand Elder's words, the young man wasn't ready to give up entirely. But he didn't dare defy orders, so after thinking it over, he suggested, Grand Elder, Shenqi Nian needs countless living beings as sacrifices to continue growing stronger. The more powerful the life force, the more valuable it is to him. Instead of blindly pursuing him, Why not head to where the Yaoqi sacred land has reappeared and wait for him there? With so many powerful beings gathered, Shenki Nian would undoubtedly be drawn to such a place. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered at this suggestion. He understood the young man's intentions but had to admit that his reasoning made sense. Shenki Nian, being the vengeful spirit of an ancient god, had the potential to continuously increase its power, but it required absorbing the life force of living beings. The stronger the being, the more beneficial it was. The reappearance of the Yaoqi sacred land would certainly attract countless powerful individuals, making it a prime target for Shenki Nian. Instead of searching aimlessly, it might indeed be wiser to wait for him there. You make a valid point, the Grand Elder finally nodded, bringing a gleam of excitement to the young man's eyes. Let's go. But remember, our primary mission is still to subdue Shenki Nian. Do not lose sight of that. If the Emperor finds fault with us, you know the consequences, the Grand Elder cautioned, his tone serious. Rest assured, Grand Elder. We, the Dragon Guards, are just as loyal to the Emperor as you. While I admit I have personal interests, I will not neglect the Emperor's orders, the young man replied with equal seriousness. Good, the Grand Elder smiled. He trusted the young man before him, but he was concerned that the allure of the Yaoqi sacred land might cloud his judgment. Now, seeing that wasn't the case, his mood improved. With that, the team, following the Emperor's orders, set out for Shenzhou. Lord Zhao, it seems that Grand Elder Lu's team is also heading to Shenzhou, likely to get their share. Should we go too? Not long after the Grand Elder's team departed, two figures appeared in the area. It was the eunuch who had manipulated the Blood Crow Tower, accompanied by his loyal subordinate. They had clearly been tracking the Grand Elder's group. Even though both groups served the court, the eunuch hadn't revealed himself but had instead followed them in secret, which was intriguing. Upon hearing his subordinate's suggestion, the eunuch chuckled and said, "Of course we must go. These people claim to be on an imperial mission but are clearly pursuing their own interests. How can I allow them to deceive the Emperor? To ignore this would be to betray the Emperor's trust. Your loyalty to the Emperor is as clear as day. I will follow your example, my lord," the subordinate quickly flattered him. As you should, the eunuch's smile widened. Adjusting his wide sleeves, he began walking in the direction the Grand Elder had gone. Though his steps appeared slow, each one seemed to transcend space, and within a few strides, he had disappeared into the horizon. His subordinate hurried to keep up, and behind them, more shadowy figures followed. Clearly, they were not alone. In the center of Shenzhou, the vast desert was now filled with powerful individuals, all gazing at the reception platform, or more accurately, at the figure standing on it. This figure was none other than the hazy woman Lin Fan had encountered before, the current Saintus of Yaoqi sacred land, who had inherited its legacy. She stood alone on the platform, her ethereal presence surrounded by a faint, misty glow, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, making it impossible for anyone to harbor disrespectful thoughts. However, those who arrived first were not ordinary people. Most were ancient beings who had recently awakened from their slumber, and in their eyes there was no such thing as untouchable. Seeing that she was alone and appeared quite young, these ancient beings had a glint of greed in their eyes. As always, they preferred to seize what they wanted by force rather than wait. After all, they were old and had no time for patience. Though the Yaoqi sacred land had re-emerged, it was still not strong enough to dominate the world. The legendary Yaoqi sacred land reappears. This is truly a momentous occasion. But to send just one young disciple to oversee the reopening and recruitment of disciples, isn't that a bit too casual? Or is it that you underestimate the heroes of the world? One of the ancient beings couldn't hold back any longer and slowly stepped out of the void. He was gaunt and frail, with his oversized robes hanging awkwardly on his skeletal frame. A deathly aura surrounded him, but no one dared to take him lightly. Despite his withered appearance, he exuded the aura of a peak 7th-turn martial saint. A late-stage martial saint, the first ancient being to step forward, already had the power to suppress the world. It was clear how terrifying the allure of the Yaoqi sacred land was. That's Confronting Elder. A once invincible figure from 1,000 years ago. He did as he pleased and once, when a city charged him an entrance fee, he slaughtered the entire population. This provoked the Empire to hunt him down and he vanished. I thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive. Someone quickly recognized the ancient figure, a ruthless individual from 1,000 years ago. A man drenched in blood and infamy. Hey. Upon hearing his identity revealed, Confronting Elder let out a chilling laugh, his eyes fixed on the Yaoqi Saintus, clearly trying to extract information from her. Despite this, the Saintus remained calm, meeting his gaze without flinching. Even though he was a peak martial saint and a terrifying demon from 1,000 years ago, she did not waver. Once the scene quieted down, she spoke coldly, "There's no need to probe further. I am the only inheritor of the Yaoqi sacred land, and there are no other elders." Her ethereal voice was calm, yet it resounded like thunder throughout the gathering. Lin Fan and Gu Lingqi, who had just arrived, raised their eyebrows at this. This girl was truly bold. In Lin Fan's view, even if the hazy woman had powerful cards to play, she shouldn't reveal them so easily. With so many ancient beings gathered here, it was necessary to proceed with caution. No one could predict what kind of ancient entities might awaken in this world. A first-turn martial saint already had a lifespan of 500 years, and with a special physique, that lifespan could be doubled. Early on, each breakthrough could add 100 years of life, and in the later stages, each breakthrough could add 500 years. If one reached the great saint level, living for 3,000 to 5,000 years would be no problem. With such long lifespans, who knows what kind of powerful beings had accumulated over time? Yet the hazy woman showed no fear, choosing to confront the situation head-on. It had to be said, this was incredibly bold. Faced with this, the scene grew silent. Some ancient beings exchanged indifferent glances, but no one stepped forward. After all, no one knew if this was a trap. Although Yaoqi's sacred land had fallen, its former prestige still lingered. Eventually, it was the elder Kongming who couldn't hold back any longer. He smiled again and said, "For you, a young girl, to handle such significant matters, your elders must have a great deal of trust in you." "This has nothing to do with you," replied the Yaoqi Saintus, her ethereal voice sounding both close and distant, making her seem unattainable. Some of the younger men present couldn't help but feel a desire to see her face beneath the veil of light. However, the ancient beings remained unmoved, their intentions unwavering. Kongming Elder was no exception. He smiled and responded, "How could it not concern me? If your elders trust you so much, it means you've completed your training and can now walk the world. I, Kongming, have always enjoyed sparring with young talents to learn from them." With just a few words, this ancient demon from 1,000 years ago made his intentions clear. He spoke of sparring, but it was obvious to everyone that this was a test, a way to see if there were others backing the Yaoqi Saintus. By using the pretext of a friendly duel, he could suppress her and force any hidden elders to reveal themselves. And if there were no one, he could walk away unscathed, having used the excuse of a sparring match. Such cunning tactics were to be expected from a 1,000-year-old monster. "You want to spar with me?" The Yaoqi Saintus remained calm, as if unaware of his scheming. "Indeed. I wonder if the exceptional inheritor of Yaoqi's sacred land would be willing to give this old man some pointers," Kongming Elder said with a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. As a man from 1,000 years ago, his lifespan was nearing its end, which was why he had stepped forward so eagerly. Today Yaoqi reopens its doors and welcomes disciples, aiming to reassert itself in the world. "If someone wishes to challenge us, we won't refuse," the Yaoqi Saintus replied, her tone indifferent. Hey, thank you." Kongming Elder chuckled again, then stepped into the air and landed on the reception platform where the Yaoqi Saintus stood. The platform was engraved with mysterious patterns, clearly not an ordinary stone stage. But Kongming Elder didn't care. As an invincible figure from 1,000 years ago, he had an unshakable confidence in himself. A young girl like her didn't seem threatening to him. He believed that if he could subdue her, he would gain the upper hand in this situation. "Make your move," the Yaoqi Saintus said calmly, as if nothing in this world could disturb her composure. "As you wish," Kongming Elder replied, his smile fading as he got serious. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Even martial saints below the 4th turn couldn't keep their eyes open under the pressure. Peak of the 7th turn. No wonder he was invincible 1,000 years ago. The spectators were in awe, stunned by the display of power. Kongming Elder felt a bit smug as he glanced at the Yaoqi Saintus. However, he was disappointed to see that her hazy face showed no emotion, as if his peak-level power meant nothing to her. This disregard enraged him, making him feel slighted. "No wonder you're a disciple of the sacred land. Today I'll learn from you." Properly enraged, Kongming Elder stopped holding back and launched a direct attack. His bony hands, more fearsome than any weapon, sliced through the air, creating countless spatial rifts aimed at the Yaoqi Saintus. Although this was just a probing strike, as a peak 7th turn martial saint, his every move carried immense power. Even other ancient beings would be cautious in facing such an attack. But the Yaoqi Saintus didn't even glance at the attack. It wasn't until it was about to reach her that she casually raised a finger. Her jade-white finger looked delicate, but the attack from Kongming Elder shattered instantly as if it had never existed. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. Even the ancient beings present grew serious. "You have some skill," Kongming Elder muttered, though he didn't retreat. His earlier move was just a test, but now the Yachi Saintus made her move. Holy Radiance. Without any flashy techniques, she directly used her signature 5-colored radiance. A radiant female figure appeared, and with a simple gesture from the Yaoqi Saintus, it pointed a finger at Kongming Elder. The holy light seemed to move slowly, but it was an illusion caused by its extreme speed. By the time Kongming Elder saw it, the light was already in front of him. His expression changed as he hurriedly summoned layers of thick black shields in defense, a divine technique that could easily block attacks from those of his level. But as the holy light descended, it pierced through his defenses effortlessly. The next moment, a hole appeared in his withered forehead, and the sound of the 5-colored radiance piercing through echoed faintly. How? How is this possible? Kongming Elder's face was filled with disbelief as he fell, his final expression one of deep regret. A single Strikian ancient peak 7th turn martial saint was killed in one blow. Even the other ancient beings felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Fan was initially stunned but quickly understood. The Yaoqi Saintus had made a breakthrough. Now, standing at the 7th turn herself, as a peerless talent who could rival Lin Fan, it was no surprise she could defeat someone of the same level so easily. No wonder she dared to be so bold. She's had a breakthrough. But killing one 7th turn saint won't be enough to scare off these old monsters, Lin Fan chuckled, glancing into the seemingly empty void. Though it appeared desolate, it hid terrors far more frightening than the 7th turn saints. The sacred land of martial arts holds the key to reaching realms beyond that of the martial saint. The stronger a martial saint becomes, the more enticing this prospect becomes. Currently, the path beyond the martial saint realm has been severed, with a mysterious gap in knowledge. To advance further, one must find the continuation of this path. This is why the martial saints of the Qin Empire, especially those above the 3rd rank, are rarely seen. The elders of the 4th rank are nearly impossible to encounter, as they retreat into seclusion, using secret methods to slow the passage of time, hoping to seize an opportunity to climb higher on the martial path. The reopening of the sacred land of martial arts is precisely this long-awaited opportunity. With the emergence of this chance, these ancient beings have come out of hiding. While the Yaoqi Saintus's powerful display may intimidate 7th-rank martial saints, it cannot scare away the 8th-rank martial saints, nor the legendary great saints. Especially the latter, who stand at the pinnacle of the current martial world. Lin Fan didn't know if any invincible great saints would appear this time. But there were certainly plenty of 8th-rank martial saints. Activating his basic martial Dao Heavenly Eye, these 8th-rank martial saints became visible to him, confirming his suspicions. As the 7th-rank elders hesitated, a being at the 8th rank finally emerged from the shadows. This figure appeared to be a small boy, looking no older than 10. His youthful appearance, with a small topknot and childlike clothing, gave him the look of the boy next door. But his eyes were filled with the wisdom of ages, and his features bore the marks of countless years. When he stepped forward, many were astonished. A mere child, coming to stir up trouble? Yet the 7th-rank elders who saw him immediately widened their eyes in shock. "Ancestor, are you a middle-aged man beside an elder?" cautiously inquired upon noticing the elder's reaction. The elder ignored his descendant, muttering to himself, "Reverse aging. An 8th-rank martial saint." 8th-rank martial saint, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible." An 8th-rank martial saint, gasps echoed around as others heard the revelation. The path of a martial saint is divided into 9 ranks, each a world apart from the last. As one ascends, the gap between each rank becomes more significant, akin to crossing entire realms. The leap from the 6th to the 7th rank is already vast, but from the 7th to the 8th is an even more formidable chasm. The Yaoqi Saintus, with her 7th rank strength, could easily defeat those at her level. But against an 8th rank master, few would bet on her. The difference between the 2 ranks was simply insurmountable. "Young lady, your strength indeed surpasses others in your realm. But in a mere sparring match, why would you take a life so ruthlessly? Isn't that a bit too harsh?" The small boy's voice, though belonging to a child, carried the weight of centuries as he addressed the Yaoqi Saintus. He took a step onto the reception platform, and the aura of an 8th-rank martial saint began to spread. Even without any overt display of power, the temperature in the area spiked, and a towering, fiery figure seemed to stand behind him, casting a shadow over everything. This was the might of an 8th-rank martial saint, someone who had nearly reached the peak of the martial path. Don't mistake the earlier defeat of the 8th-rank leader of the 2nd tower as a sign of weakness. That was against the terrifying divine presence of the god's fury. In any other situation, an 8th-rank master would dominate the world. Facing such a formidable opponent, the Yaoqi Saintus became slightly more serious, but only slightly. Though her cultivation was one rank lower, her strength had long surpassed the boundaries of mere cultivation levels. Lin Fan himself could attest to that, as she was the first to have truly made him suffer in battle. "So, you wish to spar with me?" the Yaoqi Saintus responded, ignoring the rebuke and directly challenging the boy. His gaze sharpened, surprised that she dared to confront him so boldly. Was it overconfidence, or did she have hidden strength? As the boy hesitated, unsure whether to proceed, a booming laugh echoed through the air, shaking the ground and making everyone's ears ring, as if struck by a giant drum. In that moment, another figure appeared on the platform, a massive, hulking man. Standing over 3 meters tall, his arms were as thick as a normal man's waist, and his chest muscles bulged like those of a gorilla. Beside the small boy, the contrast in size made the giant seem even more imposing. But it wasn't just his physical presence that was terrifying. Behind him loomed the vague outline of a monstrous beast, exuding a bloodthirsty and savage aura that made onlookers tremble with fear. "You crude wildman. Even after all these years, your mouth is as filthy as ever. Do you need me to tear off a few pieces of your flesh again?" the boy snapped, his face darkening as he glared at the giant beside him. "Anytime you want," the hulking man roared with laughter, completely unfazed by the boy's murderous glare. In an instant, the two seemed ready to fight. "Old friends. There will be time for brawling later. But for now, let's focus on the matter at hand. If we delay, those further away will come, and we'll have to share the spoils," a kindly voice interrupted just as they were about to clash. Another figure appeared on the platform, a white-haired old man leaning on a black wooden cane, his face peaceful like a gentle grandfather. But his murky eyes occasionally flickered with a green light, like the eyes of a venomous snake. Yet another 8th rank elder had arrived, joining the towering man and the boy. 3 8th rank martial saints now stood on the reception platform. They didn't need to unleash their full power. Just by standing there, a suffocating pressure spread around them, making it hard for anyone to breathe. The Yaoqi Saintus bore the brunt of this pressure, her situation growing increasingly perilous, and in the shadows, more powerful auras loomed, indicating that even more formidable forces were waiting. In an instant, the Yaoqi Saintus found herself at the center of a terrifying storm. A single misstep could lead to utter disaster. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing it was almost time for him to step in and collect his protection fee. As Lin Fan had expected, the ancient elders who had arrived early were not willing to wait any longer. Since they were the first to arrive, they had the advantage. But as more time passed, more elders would be drawn to the scene, potentially even those in seclusion overseas. After all, no strong martial artist could resist the allure of the legendary sacred land of martial arts, which could potentially restore the broken path to higher cultivation. The white-haired elder chuckled and said, "Young lady, since you're so confident, how about sparring with all 3 of us at once?" Though his tone seemed kindly, his words were utterly shameless. Not only were they of a higher cultivation level, but 3 of them were going to gang up on the Yaoqi Saintus. How despicable was that? The burly man beside him burst into laughter again. "Old toad, you're still as shameless as ever. But I like it. No need for pretenses when we all know what we're here for." With a heavy stomp on the stone platform, the burly man unleashed a fierce and overwhelming aura. A massive humanoid ape with blood-red fur and razor-sharp fangs appeared, roaring to the sky. The roar was so powerful that it shattered the clouds above, revealing a clear blue sky and even shaking the floating sacred mountain above. This giant ape was the burly man's martial manifestation, and at the 8th rank level, this projection had nearly become a tangible entity. Its enormous body cast a shadow over the entire platform. "I'll take the lead. Today, I'll claim the glory of conquering the sacred land of martial arts." The burly man's character was as rough as his appearance, and he charged forward without hesitation. The small boy beside him, clearly displeased, also moved quickly. The fiery silhouette behind him materialized into a tangible form. "You young people," the white-haired elder shook his head with a kindly smile, as if reprimanding them. But he moved even faster, advancing with his cane. Around him, a green toad-shaped aura flickered, its belly oddly sprouting 6 legs, which explained his incredible speed. Boom! The combined attack of 3 8th rank martial saints created a terrifying spectacle that seemed to alter the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, others in the shadows also exerted pressure, while some, like the middle-aged official and the eunuch's team, merely observed, ready to act if the situation turned. With all this pressure, the Yaoqi Saintus's expression grew more serious. This was a monumental challenge. If she could overcome it, she could re-establish the Yaoqi sacred land. If not, everything would be lost. Yet, she remained calm, her confidence suggesting that she had something to rely on. However, before she could make a move, a figure stepped in front of her. "You old bastards, ganging up on a young girl like this, aren't you ashamed?" A playful voice echoed across the platform, completely out of place. Strangely enough, the three elder monsters paused their attacks. It wasn't out of conscience but rather because, in that moment, they felt a lethal threat hanging over them, as if ignoring the voice would bring about their demise. "Is that you?" The Yaoqi Saintus was stunned, showing her first significant reaction. The person who had stepped in to defend her was none other than Lin Fan, her adversary. For two people who were supposed to be enemies, it was unexpected for him not only to refrain from taking advantage but to actually step in to help. This caught her completely off guard. "Are you touched?" Lin Fan turned his head slightly, giving her a playful smile. The Yaoqi Saintus didn't answer, instead asking coldly, "What are you planning?" Despite her breakthrough, she remained wary of Lin Fan, her most formidable opponent to date, who had bested her in direct confrontation. "What do you think?" Lin Fan responded with a cryptic smile, leaving the Saintus momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the three elder monsters realized what was happening. "Boy, are you standing up for her?" The burly man, eyes wide with fury, glared at Lin Fan. The beast behind him also focused its bloodthirsty gaze on Lin Fan, enveloping him in a murderous aura. Though the other two didn't speak, their eyes gleamed with danger. No matter who stepped forward today, they were determined to seize the sacred land's legacy. Unless one of the old monsters from within the Yaoqi sacred land appeared, no one could stop them. Despite Lin Fan's mysterious presence, their determination remained unshaken. "Don't get me wrong," Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not me who's standing up for her. My good brother is." "Your good brother?" The three elders tensed and quickly scanned the surroundings, but they saw nothing. "You're messing with us." The burly man, seeing nothing, believed Lin Fan was playing a trick. "I never joke," Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, then pointed behind them. "Look, here comes my big brother now. Do you take us for fools?" The burly man grew even angrier, thinking Lin Fan was trying to deceive them with a childish trick. But in the next moment, his two companions' expressions changed drastically, as if they had sensed something terrifying behind them. What? The burly man was confused, but then he quickly turned to look where Lin Fan was pointing. "Ants, die!" Before he could see anything, a chilling voice echoed, followed by a massive hand of energy descending upon them. "God's fury!" someone shouted in terror, and chaos erupted. The three were stunned, unable to believe that Lin Fan's brother was indeed the legendary God's fury. Faced with this unexpected threat, they had no choice but to join forces in defense. Unbeknownst to them, God's fury wasn't specifically targeting them. It was simply Lin Fan's positioning that had placed them directly in its path. The Yaoqi Saintus had initially thought Lin Fan was just messing with her, but she was genuinely surprised to see that he had somehow managed to bring the God's fury along as a powerful ally. She knew exactly what God's fury was, and understood how incredibly difficult it would be to control such a force. So when Lin Fan casually referred to it as his good brother, she found it hard to believe. "Sheesh, just watch the show quietly. My good brother is about to get serious," Lin Fan said with a smile, raising a finger to silence any questions the Saintus might have had. True to his word, God's fury didn't disappoint. Enraged by the three elders blocking its path, it immediately unleashed its wrath. "Die!" The chilling voice, filled with palpable murderous intent, made everyone's blood run cold. Even the combined might of the three 8th rank elders was no match. With just one strike, they were all sent flying, coughing up blood as their martial projections were obliterated. The once imposing figures of their martial intent seemed utterly insignificant before the overwhelming power of God's fury. Damn it. Could it be that this God's fury is really his good brother? The three elders, initially skeptical, were now forced to reconsider. Seeing God's fury attacking them with such ferocity, they began to believe that Lin Fan might have been telling the truth. After all, why else would it be so relentless in protecting him? Never mind that. We need to figure out how to survive first. The elder, who appeared as a young boy, now drenched in blood, was the most severely injured. The earlier strike had nearly crushed him, and any pretense of composure was now replaced with sheer desperation. The elderly man, who had initially appeared kind and benevolent, was also in no better shape, having lost his gentle facade entirely. Only the burly elder seemed slightly better off, but even he wouldn't survive another 2 hits at this rate. Take down the leader to capture the gang. The burly elder, though rough in appearance, had a keen mind and quickly realized their best chance was to subdue Lin Fan, hoping it would force God's fury to back off. Agreed. The other two quickly understood and nodded in unison. Without wasting another moment, they launched a joint attack on Lin Fan. help me brother. Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed as he shouted and began to flee. A roar. Seeing Lin Fan being chased, God's fury became even more enraged, pursuing the three elders with unwavering determination. They're really brothers after all. The three elders, now convinced, poured all their energy into chasing Lin Fan, believing that capturing him was their only way to survive. And so, a bizarre chase began. Lin Fan fleeing in the front, the three elders pursuing him, and God's fury hot on their heels, determined to save its brother. But the reality was different from what everyone else saw. In truth, God's fury was chasing Lin Fan with the intent to kill, driven by an overwhelming hatred that no one else could comprehend. Unfortunately, the onlookers, including the Yaoqi Saintus, were fooled by the spectacle, with even she beginning to doubt her earlier skepticism. Stop! The burly elder roared, trying to get Lin Fan to stop running. If he didn't, they'd be killed by God's fury before they could catch him. But Lin Fan had no intention of stopping. If he did, he'd not only face the three elders but also be the primary target of God's fury. Only a fool would stop now. Instead, he continued to run in circles, seemingly at random but actually steering the chase toward those hiding in the shadows. Damn it! God's fury's attacks were imbued with the power of rules, rendering any high-level concealment techniques useless. As Lin Fan ran, he exposed every hidden presence, forcing them out into the open. This included the group led by the middle-aged official and the eunuch's retinue that had been trying to stay hidden. In an instant, the number of ancient monsters present doubled. Some were as weak as 6th rank cultivators, while others reached the peak of 7th rank, with a few even at the 8th rank. However, none had reached the level of a saint, either because they hadn't yet arrived or were watching from afar. But even those forced out into the open were terrifying enough. Brother, that old man dared to curse you. Take him down! Lin Fan shouted, pretending to be in danger as he led God's fury straight toward one of the elders. Kill! God's fury, now consumed by rage, interpreted Lin Fan's words as a challenge, and without hesitation, it shifted its focus to the cursing elder, obliterating him in a single strike. The pattern repeated. Lin Fan would flee while pointing out targets, and God's fury would ruthlessly eliminate them. One by one, those who had come seeking the treasures of the Yaoqi sacred land met their demise. In the chaos, several powerful weapons and artifacts were left behind by the fallen. However, each time something valuable hit the ground, it would mysteriously vanish, as if teleported away by some unseen force. The scene was so chaotic that no one noticed these strange disappearances. No one, except the Yaoqi Saintus, who narrowed her eyes as she watched Lin Fan. She had no proof, but she was certain something was off about him. She didn't believe for a second that he had come to help her. This is a death trap. We need to get out of here, or we're all dead in a matter of moments. Countless ancient monsters had been killed by God's fury. Without the restraint of an array or the Phoenix's remnants to counter it, God's fury was finally displaying its full, terrifying power, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. The remaining elders, realizing the danger, quickly abandoned their ambitions for the Yaoqi sacred land and fled for their lives. To them, this entire event now seemed like a trap, designed to lure them out and feed them to God's fury. Lin Fan, seeing the situation, knew that his good brother was nearing the end of its usefulness. Just as he prepared to quietly set up an array to seal it away, a group of people suddenly stepped in front of God's fury. It was none other than the team led by the middle-aged official, along with the eunuch's men who had been trying to stay hidden. At first, Lin Fan didn't pay much attention. After all, there were always those willing to play the hero against a disaster like God's fury. But when he noticed the eunuch among them, who had been ordered to stay behind by imperial decree, his eyes narrowed. He immediately connected the dots, realizing who had been manipulating the Bloodraven Tower against him. He also recognized the eunuch's face from a portrait his father-in-law had shown him. Well, isn't this a coincidence? Lin Fan muttered with a cold smile. This time, his decision to show up and collect his protection fee had definitely paid off. Seeing that some righteous people had stepped up to block the god's fury, Lin Fan initially considered intervening himself. After all, he couldn't just let such a destructive force roam unchecked. But when he spotted the eunuch among them, his plans changed, at least for now. Lord Zhao, the situation has escalated this far. Are you still planning to hide in the shadows? The middle-aged official, leading his team to confront God's fury, said sternly as he looked at the eunuch. His voice carried authority. The eunuch's eyes flashed coldly for a moment, but he quickly replaced his expression with a smile. Lord Liu, what do you mean by that? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Let's hope it's just a misunderstanding, the official retorted with a cold snort, clearly having no fondness for the eunuch. Ha ha, of course, the eunuch responded with a polite smile, maintaining an air of innocence. Good. Since you say so, Lord Zhao, why don't you lead your men and be the first to strike? After all, Suppressing God's fury is a direct order from His Majesty, and I trust you wouldn't shirk that responsibility. The official pressed on, unexpectedly playing along with the eunuch's act. The eunuch's eyes darkened, and his hands clenched tightly under his wide sleeves. But after a brief moment, he managed to suppress his anger and smiled. Of course, serving His Majesty's orders is my utmost duty. However, I believe dealing with those who conspire with God's fury is equally important, he said, pointing directly at Lin Fan. As expected of someone well versed in manipulation, the eunuch skillfully deflected the focus onto Lin Fan, trying to turn the situation to his advantage. But Lin Fan remained unfazed. In his eyes, the eunuch was already as good as dead. Surprisingly, the middle-aged official didn't take the bait. Zhao Gao. This young man merely used God's fury to assist the Saintus in her time of need. Don't tell me you didn't see that. What's the point of saying such things now? If you keep playing these little tricks, mark my words, one day you'll pay a heavy price for it. The official's voice was sharp as he scolded the eunuch directly. Lin Fan hadn't expected a stranger to stand up for him like this, especially someone he had never met before. Lord Liu Yu, the eunuch, usually calm and composed, found himself on the verge of losing his temper. Zhao Gao, mind your tone. I am a high-ranking official of the first rank. How dare a mere eunuch like you address me by name? The official didn't hold back, reprimanding the eunuch without any regard for his status. The eunuch quickly bowed his head in submission. I wouldn't dare. Good. See that you don't satisfied with the eunuch's compliance. The official then turned to Lin Fan and offered a friendly nod, leaving Lin Fan puzzled. He was sure he had never met this man before, and had no connections to him. Only the official himself understood his actions. When he had sought advice from the imperial astrologer on how to handle God's fury, he hadn't understood the cryptic guidance he received. When the time comes, you will know. But now, everything made sense. The imperial astrologer truly is wise. Indeed, when the time comes, it all becomes clear, the official thought, glancing at Lin Fan with a mixture of awe and understanding, leaving Lin Fan even more confused. What was this old man up to? Lin Fan definitely wasn't interested in whatever he had in mind. Lord Zhao, why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you be helping to subdue God's fury? The official pressed again after his exchange with Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity to apply pressure on the eunuch. The official's change in attitude was clearly due to recognizing the animosity between Lin Fan and the eunuch. If it had been any other colleague, he might have sought a peaceful resolution. But with a manipulative eunuch, he wasn't inclined to be polite. The eunuch clenched his fists again. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have cared about the official's words, as they operated in different spheres of influence. But right now, things were different. The official carried a direct order from the emperor. If the eunuch refused to cooperate, no matter what excuses he had, the emperor would surely hold him accountable later. And defying the emperor's authority was something even the most powerful figures wouldn't dare to do. Understood. I will obey, the eunuch finally conceded. And so, the eunuch was forced to join the fight alongside the official's team in an attempt to suppress God's fury. This gave Lin Fan a moment of respite as he watched the battle unfold. No wonder the emperor had sent this team to deal with God's fury. The soldiers following the official weren't ordinary. Even the weakest among them were at the 6th rank, and 2 of the leaders had reached the 8th rank. Among them, the young man with a stern expression stood out, possessing strength far beyond others at the 8th rank. Their golden armor bore the insignia of a golden dragon, reminiscent of the true dragon guards Lin Fan had encountered before, but these warriors seemed even more formidable. Could they be the divine dragon guards? Lin Fan speculated. The emperor had gathered the best talents and resources to create 2 elite guard units. One was the true dragon guards, whom Lin Fan had encountered at the celestial burial ground, each member a top-tier warrior. The other, even more mysterious, was the divine dragon guards. Not only were they exceptional within their ranks, but their cultivation levels were also incredibly high, making them nearly invincible. Lin Fan had heard of them before, but only now did he truly understand their prowess. Unlike the earlier group of 8th rank elders, these divine dragon guards could actually hold their ground against God's fury when working together. The difference in their capabilities was evident, despite the disunity of the previous group. However, what surprised Lin Fan even more was the eunuch who had been scheming against him. Despite being a eunuch, the man had reached the 8th rank, albeit at its early stages. Still, that was impressive enough to explain his confidence in manipulating events behind the scenes. But regardless of his strength, Lin Fan had no intention of letting him go unpunished. Not that he needed to take action himself, his loyal brother was more than capable of handling it. With a subtle thought, Lin Fan activated a formation that emitted a faint trace of his aura, which quietly attached itself to the eunuch. This aura was something God's fury had encountered multiple times during its previous suppressions, and it was something that enraged it beyond measure. Roar. Kill without warning, God's fury went berserk, losing what little sanity it had regained and tapping into the power of the Tao fruit once again. Its pride wouldn't allow it to be suppressed by a mere human again. Anyone who got in its way would be annihilated. The eunuch, who had only intended to play a minor role, suddenly found himself the target of God's fury's relentless attacks. No matter how much he tried to avoid the fight, God's fury pursued him with a singular focus, as if something on him was driving it mad. Within moments, the eunuch was coughing up blood, unable to withstand the onslaught. Even the divine dragon guards couldn't help him, as God's fury seemed hell-bent on obliterating him. No one could understand why God's fury was so fixated on the eunuch. After all, everyone knew that God's fury, as a manifestation of divine wrath, couldn't be controlled by anyone. Lin Fan's earlier claim about it being his good brother was just a clever ruse. But now, despite the eunuch being nowhere near Lin Fan, God's fury was still attacking him relentlessly. The situation left everyone baffled. Except for the Yaoqi Saintus. She had been closely observing Lin Fan and noticed the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from him. With her keen spiritual senses, she realized that this was all Lin Fan's doing. Though this revelation didn't completely shock her, it did make her question just how powerful Lin Fan truly was. Could he really be controlling God's fury? She wondered, finding it hard to fathom such a possibility. As she pondered this, her perception of Lin Fan began to shift. Manipulating divine wrath, such power was beyond anything she had imagined. For the second time, her encounter with Lin Fan didn't make him any easier to understand, it only deepened the mystery surrounding him. Do you think the God's fury has really been controlled? In an unknown space within the void, a few figures stood, seemingly far away from the sacred land of Saint Continent, yet at the same time, it felt as if they were right there. Ever since the appearance of the Yaoqi sacred mountain, they had been watching everything unfold. This included those who caused trouble, Lin Fan showing up with his so-called good brother God's fury, and the subsequent massacre. Throughout it all, their expressions remained unchanged, without a ripple of emotion. That is, until God's fury suddenly went berserk, specifically targeting the eunuch who had a grudge against Lin Fan. It was then that a slight shift in their expressions occurred. One of them, shrouded in dark light, broke the silence. God's fury is the manifestation of an ancient god's resentment. This was verified by that person personally during its last appearance, so there's no mistake. Such an entity could never be controlled. After a brief silence, another figure, also enveloped in a faint glow, shook his head. He was a young man, full of vitality, though his exact appearance was obscured. Sage Evergreen, you always seem so youthful. I envy your evergreen body, living for thousands of years, and still looking like a young man. But you're right, God's fury, as the embodiment of an ancient god's resentment, cannot be controlled. At least, not by anyone within the martial saint realm. It would take someone beyond that. Another figure chuckled, agreeing with the previous statement. However, someone else soon questioned, if it can't be controlled, then how do you explain what's happening now? The eunuch was still being relentlessly attacked by God's fury, no matter how he tried to escape. If it wasn't being controlled, then why was it targeting him specifically, especially after his clash with a certain someone? This question plunged the group back into silence. That young man. He's extraordinary. With that simple statement, the figures in that mysterious space ceased their discussion. However, the way they looked at a certain someone had changed. On the platform, Lin Fan watched with a cheerful grin as his good brother continued pummeling the eunuch who had been causing him trouble. Truly a loyal brother rushing to help without hesitation when Lin Fan was in a bind. But suddenly, Lin Fan's expression shifted. Activating his martial eye, he gazed off into the distance. I knew it. With a legendary martial sacred land reappearing, there's no way the truly powerful wouldn't show up. So that's how it is. His lips curled into a smirk, as if he had discovered something amusing. Yet he made no further moves and quickly refocused on the Yaoqi Saintus, who had been watching him closely. You've been staring at me for a while now. Are you trying to figure out what kind of reward would be appropriate for the big favor I just did you? Lin Fan teased, his demeanor unaffected by the growing tension. Thanks to his strange and unpredictable methods, and the fact that he had indeed helped her out, the Yaoqi Saintus had started to view Lin Fan a bit more favorably. But with that one remark, her goodwill vanished. He was still the same irritating person she despised. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You want a reward from me? Be grateful I haven't dealt with you yet. Her ethereal voice was as cold as ever, even as she glared at Lin Fan. You still want to deal with me? Lin Fan chuckled. You're really ungrateful, aren't you? Aren't you worried I'll have my good brother come after you too? The Yaoqi Saintus didn't respond, only offering a cold laugh. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Could she have figured something out? But it wouldn't be surprising after all, she also possessed spiritual power at a tangible level, making her perception quite sharp. His previous actions, though subtle enough to deceive everyone else present, might not have escaped her notice. However, even if she had detected something, it didn't matter. Lin Fan hadn't come here expecting her to willingly hand over anything. When has anyone ever willingly paid up when it came to protection fees? Boom! While they were conversing, the eunuch, who had been relentlessly hammered by God's fury, coughed up another mouthful of blood. As he was sent flying, his body exploded, completely shattered by the onslaught. God's fury had actually managed to kill him. Lin Fan's loyal brother had certainly lived up to his reputation, going all out to eliminate the threat for him. The middle-aged official watched coldly from the sidelines. He had long wanted to get rid of the eunuch, though the opportunity had never presented itself. Yet now that it was done, his brow furrowed slightly. Based on his understanding of the eunuch, it didn't seem like him to go down without a fight. To be killed by God's fury without using any of his usual tricks to escapade just didn't add up. It didn't align with the eunuch's cunning nature or his intense survival instincts. Even more suspicious was the behavior of his loyal subordinates. While they cried out after his death, their delayed reactions hadn't escaped the official's notice. Lin Fan, though unfamiliar with the eunuch's personality, also sensed something was off. During the eunuch's demise, he detected a familiar aura, the same as when his cheap uncle had been destroyed. A clone. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. But he said nothing more, simply committing the eunuch's aura to memory. This young master, the middle-aged official suddenly spoke up. That eunuch is not as simple as he seems. It's highly likely that what you just saw was only a clone. You should remain vigilant. Lin Fan was surprised once again. Why was this person being so helpful to him? Seeing Lin Fan's confusion, the official smiled and explained, "Don't worry, young master. I have no ulterior motives. I simply have a small request and hope you'll agree." "And what would that be?" Lin Fan asked. "It's simple. I'd like to ask for your help in subduing God's fury." "Help in subduing God's fury?" Lin Fan replied with a grin. "Uncle, you've got it all wrong. God's fury is my close friend, my brother. He just helped me stand up for a friend. How could I possibly work with you to suppress him?" The official's eyebrow twitched at Lin Fan's response. Is he really sticking to this act? Talking about God's fury as if it were a close friend or brother. What's next? Calling it his younger sibling? This was, after all, the manifestation of an ancient god's wrath. Just as the official was about to argue, Lin Fan spoke again. "That said, I could be persuaded to help. But it'll cost you extra." When Lin Fan mentioned this, the middle-aged elder's mind filled with question marks. Lin Fan remained calm and looked at him, saying, "Or did you think I'd do this for free?" The elder was momentarily speechless. He didn't really mean for it to sound that way, but thinking about it, his actions did come across as such. While he had the authority granted by the emperor of the Great Qing Empire to command anyone for assistance, using such authority could easily offend others. Normally he wouldn't care about offending anyone after all. As a prominent first-rank official and the youngest Grand Secretary of the Empire, why would he fear offending someone? He hadn't hesitated to deal with the eunuch earlier, despite the eunuch's favor with the emperor. But Lin Fan was different. Now he was certain that Lin Fan was the person the Grand Astrologer had hinted at. Otherwise, how could the legendary god's fury be used as a mere tool? This wasn't something that could be achieved with minor tricks. It required real capability. In such a situation, he wouldn't want to offend Lin Fan unless absolutely necessary. Money? He had plenty of that. "Name your price," he said boldly, allowing Lin Fan to state his demands directly. Seeing the elder's straightforwardness, Lin Fan didn't hold back and replied, 10 cubic meters of various divine metals, 100 pounds of rare holy herbs. Make sure they're dried, no soggy, substandard junk. And how about 10 large crates of beast crystals? The kind of crates used for official silver should do." The elder, who had been so confident a moment ago, couldn't help but spit out in shock. "What? Is that too little?" Lin Fan asked deliberately. "You sure dare to ask for a lot." The elder's eyes widened. "Do you have any idea how much what you just asked for would drain our entire national treasury? Completely wipe it out." Really? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had been exaggerating a bit, knowing full well how ridiculous his demands were. He was just throwing out a high number to negotiate from. But hearing the elder's reaction, it seemed that the empire's treasury might actually have that much. "Don't even think about it," the elder said irritably. The treasury reserves are meant for the entire empire's needs. At most, I could allocate a tenth of that for other uses. Deal, Lin Fan responded immediately. Deal the elder was momentarily confused. You just said you could allocate a tenth of the treasury as payment, right? I'm fine with that price, Lin Fan replied earnestly. The elder once again spat out in disbelief. When did I say I'd allocate a tenth of the treasury as payment? Just now, Lin Fan insisted, staring seriously at the elder. The elder was left speechless again. He had only been stating a fact, not offering it as payment. He wanted to explain, but for once, he was at a loss for words. As the youngest Grand Secretary of the Empire, he was used to winning debates and arguments, yet today he had met his match. Vermin. D. At that moment, the battle against God's fury intensified. Without the eunuch as a distraction, the pressure on the dragon guards increased significantly. Even though they were far stronger than those of the same level, and their combined strength was immense, they struggled to hold their ground against the increasingly ferocious God's fury. As the fight dragged on, the situation became increasingly dire. If this continued, casualties were inevitable, and the prospect of subduing God's fury seemed even less likely. Your demands are excessive, and I can't make that decision alone. But I'll report it to His Majesty and try to secure what you're asking for. However, you must fully assist in subduing God's fury first for it to count, the elder said, gritting his teeth. Although Lin Fan's demands were hefty, it would be worth it if God's fury could be completely subdued, preventing future disasters. Agreed, Lin Fan nodded. Tell me what you need me to do. Isn't he your brother, the Yachi Saintus taunted from behind, her tone dripping with sarcasm at how quickly Lin Fan agreed to help. Lin Fan remained unfazed, saying, exactly, and that's why I need to stop him. If he causes a disaster, his conscience will torment him once he comes to his senses. The Yachi Saintus was momentarily speechless, pointing at Lin Fan in disbelief before finally managing to say, you're really shameless. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Fan replied cheerfully, taking her words as praise. The elder could only shake his head in disbelief. He had initially thought Lin Fan was a righteous young man, willing to risk himself to help a friend. But after interacting with him, he realized how wrong he had been. Enough talk, both of you. We can discuss other matters later. Right now, let's focus on subduing God's fury. The elder redirected the conversation to the task at hand. Lin Fan, having agreed to the terms, couldn't just stand by and watch the others suffer losses. He nodded in agreement. Tell me what to do, Lin Fan said, ready to follow instructions now that he'd secured his payment. The elder didn't hesitate. I have an artifact that can suppress God's fury, but I need someone to restrict his movements, keep him from moving too freely. An artifact to suppress God's fury. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew just how difficult it was to suppress such a being. Even large-scale formations could be worn down by him. The elder nodded. Yes, but using it comes with limitations, which is why I need your help. While Lin Fan didn't seem to have a particularly high cultivation level, the fact that he could maneuver God's fury as a henchman without a scratch indicated that he had formidable hidden abilities. He might not be able to directly suppress God's fury, but his assistance would be invaluable. Lin Fan didn't see any issues with that. Restricting God's fury's movements? Easy enough, just beat him down until he couldn't move. Don't forget my payment, Lin Fan reminded, then began moving toward God's fury. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, God's fury grew even more frenzied. Sorry, brother, Lin Fan murmured, smiling slightly. But the price they're offering is just too good. With a swift motion, he retrieved a dazzling, multicolored feather from his spatial ring, none other than the phoenix feather. As soon as it appeared, scorching heat engulfed the area, and the temperature soared. In the faint glow, a five-colored phoenix seemed to soar through the sky. Upon seeing the phoenix, God's fury froze, clearly recalling the painful memory of nearly being incinerated before. But Lin Fan didn't give him time to react. Channeling his dragon power into the feather, its brilliance intensified. Wielding it like a sword, Lin Fan slashed toward God's fury. A sharp cry echoed through the air as a phoenix-shaped sword energy shot forward, scorching everything in its path, even the very fabric of space, with a hint of divine law interwoven within it. God's fury tried desperately to dodge, but the dragon guards, seasoned warriors, quickly realized the phoenix energy's potential to deal a severe blow. Without needing to be told, they threw themselves into the fight, entangling God's fury and preventing his escape. With a deafening crash, the phoenix energy struck God's fury square in the chest, carving a massive gash that nearly pierced through his entire body, while divine flames consumed him from within. A piercing scream filled the air as God's fury suffered a grievous wound. That's a phoenix feather. Isn't it? Those watching recognized the artifact in Lin Fan's hand. Hurry and strike now. This guy's recovery rate is no joke. If you delay and I have to do more work, the price goes up. Lin Fan's words snapped everyone out of their daze. Impressive, young man. The elder was the first to recover. Praising Lin Fan earnestly, he solemnly retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. Holding the scroll, his expression grew even more serious as he slowly unfurled it. Due to his position, Lin Fan could only see the back of the scroll. The character Qian appeared in bold, dragon-like strokes, exuding an overwhelming majesty. By the command of the first emperor of Qian, suppress this vile creature. May the nation's fortune aid me. The elder's voice echoed with authority as he tossed the scroll into the air. What had seemed like an ordinary scroll suddenly radiated blinding golden light, outshining the very sun, becoming the only thing visible in the world. 8 golden characters, shining like divine dragons, emerged from the scroll, transforming into 8 blazing suns that descended upon God's fury to suppress him. Brilliant golden light shone from all directions. Although the 8 characters started small, they grew to an enormous size, as heavy as mountains, as they moved toward the God's fury. Even Lin Fan could feel the immense pressure from these golden characters. It seemed as if a towering figure stood on a golden platform, surveying the world and exerting dominance over all. As for God's fury, upon seeing the 8 golden characters, he reacted as if encountering his nemesis. He tried to flee, but after being severely injured by Lin Fan's phoenix feather, with the divine flame still burning on his body, his state had plummeted. Although he could still move, his speed was greatly reduced, and he couldn't escape the area before the golden characters descended. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. The 8 golden characters aligned, transforming into a gleaming golden dragon of fortune. Facing God's fury's desperate struggle, the dragon, filled with supreme majesty, merely glanced at him before coiling around and sealing him within the imperial decree. The scroll that the elder had taken out was a decree personally written by the Emperor of Qian, sealed with the imperial jade seal. It carried the emperor's will and could harness the nation's fortune to suppress evil. However, it required some time to draw upon the empire's fortune, which is why the elder had asked for Lin Fan's help. The initial plan was merely to restrict God's fury's movements, preventing him from escaping the decree's range while it gathered power. But Lin Fan went above and beyond, severely injuring God's fury, making the suppression process much smoother. Without much resistance, God's fury was firmly sealed within the decree by the fortune dragon. As long as the empire's fortune remained intact, God's fury wouldn't be able to break free. Everything went perfectly. Good, the elder couldn't contain his joy. He had anticipated a much more difficult task, considering God's fury wasn't foolish enough to wait idly for the decree to suppress him. Before arriving, he had even prepared for significant casualties and the possibility of failure. But it all turned out so smoothly, how could he not be happy? However, as he met Lin Fan's gaze, his excitement was tempered by a headache. 1/10 of the national treasury's reserves, that's what Lin Fan had asked for. The elder could already imagine the backlash from his political rivals when he tried to approve such a request. But could he back out now? Refusing to pay someone who had severely injured God's fury? That would be a death wish. Moreover, the elder prided himself on his integrity. Going back on his word wasn't something he'd do. I'll make sure to report your compensation to His Majesty as soon as I return. Once it's approved, I'll have someone deliver it to you, the elder said earnestly, carefully storing the imperial decree. That's fine, Lin Fan agreed. He had planned to deal with God's fury anyway, so getting paid handsomely for it was a bonus. God's fury, his dear friend, had certainly fulfilled his purpose. But he wondered if the sinister figure behind the scenes would continue causing trouble after this. Even if they did, Lin Fan wasn't worried someone else would now bear the brunt of the consequences. You're quite lucky to have obtained the legendary phoenix feather, remarked the stern-looking young man, the leader of the dragon guards, as he gave Lin Fan a deep look before leaving. Lin Fan grinned and replied, "Luck can't be stopped when it's on your side." The young man said no more, giving Lin Fan one last glance before following the elder back to report their success. As Lin Fan watched them leave, he knew that the young man had likely developed a desire for the phoenix feather. It was understandable. Who could resist the allure of such a legendary artifact? Lin Fan then glanced again at the empty sky, where the mysterious observers had been. A slight smile played on his lips. Before his formation reached the divine level, he might have been wary. But now, as long as he was on solid ground, he was unbeatable. Has he noticed us? This kid is indeed extraordinary. Indeed. And he seems very confident. Could he have a hidden ace? Enough talk. Aren't you tempted by the legendary phoenix feather? In the unknown void, the figures conversed again as they noticed Lin Fan's gaze. When the phoenix feather was mentioned, their expressions shifted. A treasure of such magnitude would tempt anyone. Even as a weapon alone, its power was terrifying, able to severely wound even God's fury with a single strike. They could only imagine what it would do to ordinary beings. Of course, we're tempted. But with that person involved, who dares make a move? The young man, known as the Everlasting Sage, chuckled and shook his head. The others fell silent, eventually shaking their heads in agreement. We once thought that becoming a great saint would mean freedom to roam the world, but it turned out to be another shackle. One of the figures sighed, and the others could only smile bitterly. Let's go. The martial sanctuary isn't fully awakened yet. Unless we dare defy that boundary, now is not the time. The Everlasting Sage spoke again, and with a flash, his figure disappeared. The others took one last look at the swirling chaos below before vanishing as well. Back at the platform, Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he hadn't heard their conversation, his basic martial eye allowed him to observe their body language and expressions. But he wasn't too concerned. Once he confirmed they had all left, he turned his attention to the Yaoqi Saintus. With the task completed, it was time for the final step, collecting his protection fee. However, before he could speak, the Yaoqi Saintus gave him a cold smile and vanished with the platform. In the next moment, the sacred mountain floating in the sky also slowly disappeared, hiding once more. A clean and efficient move. As if to say, if you think you can extort me, you're dreaming. Indeed, Lin Fan couldn't just force his way in, especially with the sacred mountain now gone. But Lin Fan wasn't the same as the last time when he was stranded at sea. Now that his formation had reached the divine level, the Yaoqi Mountain's concealment array was no longer as impenetrable. Lin Fan lightly tapped his foot on the ground, and a series of complex formations formed around him. With a flash, his figure disappeared from sight. At Yaoqi Mountain, the Yaoqi Saintus, along with the platform, had returned to the celestial palace atop the peak. After successfully reconcealing the mountain into its hidden dimension, a perfect smile appeared on her lips. In her previous encounters with Lin Fan, she had always been on the losing end, but this time she had managed to reclaim a bit of her dignity. However, her smile quickly froze when a figure she least wanted to see appeared in front of her amidst a ripple in space. That familiar mischievous grin made her body tremble. "Why are you running so fast? Afraid I might eat you or something?" Lin Fan's words were lighthearted, but the Yaoqi Saintus couldn't bring herself to smile. She wasn't worried about being eaten, of course, but now that Lin Fan had caught up with her, dealing with him wouldn't be as simple as she'd hoped. "How did you get here?" After a long silence, the Yaoqi Saintus finally asked, looking directly at Lin Fan. "I just came up, like this," Lin Fan replied honestly. But this straightforward answer only deepened the Saintus's silence. The floating sacred mountain of Yaoqi was protected by a complex and formidable array, one that only she, as the chosen inheritor, could unveil to the world. Even a great saint would struggle to detect it, let alone breach it. Sure, you just came up like this, she thought. But the Yaoqi sacred mountain wasn't a place one could simply waltz into. Enough small talk. I helped the Qun Empire deal with God's fury and received a hefty reward. Now, I've taken on many enemies, protected you from harm, and ensured your safety. How much are you planning to pay me for this protection?" Lin Fan cut to the chase, bringing the conversation back to his original purpose. He hadn't traveled all this way with his good brother for nothing. He was here to collect, plain and simple, the rare treasures and resources of the Yaoqi sacred land, such as the precious herbs and divine metals used even for railings, were his true objectives. Unlike others who might simply take by force, Lin Fan preferred a more subtle approach, helping out and then asking for compensation. After all, even if it was just for appearance's sake, he was technically in the right. But the Yaoqi Saintus didn't need his help in the first place. She had carefully planned her reappearance in the world, fully prepared for any challenges. To her, Lin Fan's actions felt no different from robbery. "When did I ever ask for your help?" she retorted coldly. "Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it?" Lin Fan's smile faded slightly. "Burn the bridge? You were the one who forced this on me," the Yaoqi Saintus shot back without hesitation, making it clear that she had no intention of paying any protection fee. In her eyes, Lin Fan's actions were nothing more than extortion wrapped in fancy words. Lin Fan responded calmly, "Little sister, you're making this difficult for me." "Then don't do it," she retorted sharply. With those words, she activated the array protecting Yaoqi's sacred mountain, attempting to force Lin Fan out once again. The last time she had used this method, it had worked flawlessly, catching Lin Fan off guard and leaving him at a disadvantage. But as a cheat of sorts, Lin Fan wouldn't let the same trick fool him twice. As the repelling force surged from all directions, he lightly tapped the jade ground beneath his feet, sending out a network of intricate patterns. This time he didn't just activate his own formation, he directly wrested control of the sacred mountain's array, ensuring it wouldn't target him. Though it would take more time to completely seize control of the centuries-old formation, preventing it from expelling him was easily within his capabilities. The overwhelming force meant to repel him instead dissipated into a gentle breeze, barely rustling his hair. The man who should have been cast out still stood there, his usual smirk back on his face. "This is impossible." The Yaoqi Saintus's eyes widened in disbelief. As the inheritor of Yaoqi, she knew better than anyone just how powerful the Sacred Mountain's formation was. Not even God's fury could shake it. "What's impossible about it? Without this ability, how would I dare come here and ask for a fee?" Lin Fan chuckled, taking a few steps closer to her. The Yaoqi Saintus had never feared anyone, not even when she was surrounded by ancient powerhouses. But now, facing Lin Fan, someone around her age, she instinctively took a step back, her body filled with an inexplicable dread. His strength, his control over situations, and his unfathomable methods made him a formidable presence. "Are you really planning to default on what you owe me?" Lin Fan continued to approach her, his smile still present, but his demeanor growing more intimidating. The Yaoqi Saintus forced herself to stop retreating. She couldn't allow herself to show weakness. Yet the man before her, despite his casual demeanor, filled her with an immense pressure. He had used God's fury as his pawn, a feat unprecedented in history. He had tracked down the hidden Yaoqi Sacred Mountain with ease, and now stood before her, immune to the array she had always relied upon. This series of overwhelming actions left her feeling cornered, and for the first time, she found it hard to maintain her composure. "How dare you!" a sharp, youthful voice suddenly interrupted. A petite girl, dressed in a delicate green palace dress, no more than 15 or 16 years old, stormed out of the celestial palace atop the mountain. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to see someone else here besides the Yaoqi Saintus. Though small in stature, the girl had a commanding presence. She rushed to the Saintus's side, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Fan with a fierceness that made her cheeks puff up. Despite her youthful appearance, she exuded a fiery determination. "How dare you disrespect my sister? Believe it or not, when I get home, I'll have my father chop off your head," the girl threatened Lin Fan, her anger palpable. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, eyeing the girl up and down. "You talk big for someone so small. Why don't you try chopping my head off yourself?" He didn't take the girl's threats seriously. After all, she was just a young girl standing up for her sister, a gesture he found more amusing than threatening. "Are you calling me small?" The girl's eyes widened even further, clearly insulted. "What else would I call you?" Lin Fan crossed his arms unbothered. "I'm not small at all." The girl puffed out her chest in defiance. Lin Fan glanced at her again, from head to toe, and smirked. "You're still tiny. Why you?" The girl was on the verge of exploding with anger. She looked ready to charge at Lin Fan, but the Yaoqi Saintus quickly held her back. Unlike her sister, the Saintus knew exactly how dangerous Lin Fan was. Even so, the girl struggled fiercely to break free, and just as she began to calm down, Lin Fan's next words made her lose it again. "What's wrong? Planning to jump up and hit Uncle's knee?" Lin Fan's smirk deepened, his posture casual and provoking. The girl's rage reached its peak. "That's it. I've had enough." She broke free from the Saintus's grip and charged at Lin Fan with the ferocity of a wild beast. Despite her young age, she was shockingly powerful, already a 4-turn martial saint. In most prominent families, she would be considered a top-tier elder. But against Lin Fan, she was far from a threat. He effortlessly subdued her with one hand, holding her in place, despite her furious attempts to scratch and claw at him. She could do nothing but struggle and shout in frustration. As Lin Fan watched the girl flail about, he chuckled and turned his gaze back to the Yaoqi Saintus. "So, with your little sister in my hands, are you planning to pay the protection fee, or not?" To pay or not to pay, this was indeed a question. But it's no longer a question now, because the Yaoqi Saintus's younger sister had fallen into the hands of a villain. "You're truly shameless." The Yaoqi Saintus gritted her teeth, unable to believe that Lin Fan could stoop to such levels. He was obviously powerful, one of the top-tier beings in the world, even surpassing ancient beings who had slumbered for millennia. Yet here he was, with no moral boundaries, resorting to kidnapping and blackmail. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed. "Compared to you trying to dodge payment, I think I'm being pretty reasonable," he replied calmly. After all, he didn't come here just to be nice, he came to take what he wanted. And he didn't take it for free, did shield her from all the risks. Those who had targeted the martial arts' sacred land weren't the only threats she faced. Even with her hidden reserves, if a truly invincible power took an interest, the supposed safeguards of the sacred land would only bring greater danger. Just like how his phoenix feather had already attracted unwanted attention. "Let me go, you scoundrel," the little girl in Lin Fan's grasp shouted, still unable to reach the person who had angered her. She began yelling and flailing once more. Of course, Lin Fan had no intention of letting her go. In fact, he tightened his grip a bit more, making it seem like he might crush her head at any moment. Though it was just a bluff, he wasn't at the point of killing innocents. The Yaoqi Saintus didn't dare to take that gamble. The feeling of being forced into a corner only made her angrier, her chest heaving with each frustrated breath. For the first time in her life, someone had driven her to such fury. The last time they parted, she had vowed that the next time they met, she would make Lin Fan suffer, ensuring things wouldn't end so easily. Yet now, here she was, losing even more than before. It was truly infuriating. "What do you want?" she finally asked, choosing to yield. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that she gave in so quickly. He had yet to say the classic line from those cliched villain tropes, he, Yaoqi Saintus. "You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you?" He had been ready to deliver that cheesy line, but she caved in sooner than expected. Perhaps she didn't fully grasp how dangerous the world could be. Still, now that she had given in, it was time to collect his reward. "I'm not asking for much, just 100 or so sunlight spirit flowers, 3 to 5 cubic meters of divine metal, and the middle and last volumes of the Yaoqi ancient scripture." Lin Fan's list was precise, clearly premeditated. "That's impossible." The Yaoqi Saintus rejected his demands outright, not even considering them. Lin Fan merely grinned. "Well then, don't blame me if I get rough." He made a show of tightening his grip, as if he might really crush the little girl's head. A 4-turn martial saint like her was indeed no match for him, and the Yaoqi Saintus knew it. Her face instantly paled. "I can give you the spirit flowers and the divine metal, but the Yaoqi ancient scripture is a sacred and secret text of our land. I cannot pass it on to anyone outside the sacred land," she declared resolutely. The first demands were negotiable, but the scripture was non-negotiable. But Lin Fan wasn't about to settle for just the first part. He wanted the scripture even more. It held the key to progressing beyond the martial saint level, knowledge that only the martial arts sacred land possessed. Otherwise, why would so many ancient beings risk everything when the sacred land reappeared? "It seems we have nothing more to discuss," Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head, clearly ready to use force to show her how dangerous the world could be. But before he could make his move, the little girl in his grasp shouted out, "Sister, don't worry about me. Don't let this villain threaten you." Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. "You're a brave one, little girl. I, Ying, am no coward. You won't get away with using me to threaten my sister," she declared, raising her head defiantly. "Haha," Lin Fan laughed, genuinely amused by her courage. Then, to the surprise of both sisters, he let the girl go. The little girl was stunned. She had prepared herself for a heroic sacrifice, but now the situation seemed completely off script. "What's the matter? Do you actually want your head to explode? Or did you enjoy being a hostage?" Lin Fan teased, laughing again at her bewildered expression. He had to admit, the spunky little girl was quite entertaining. As he observed her, he began to wonder. The surname Ying was rare in the Qian Empire. This little girl might be more important than she seemed. The girl scratched her head, genuinely confused. She had expected to be used as leverage to force her sister's hand. Why had he let her go before getting what he wanted? The Yaoqi Saintus was equally baffled, unable to decipher Lin Fan's intentions. "Don't just stand there in a daze," Lin Fan said calmly. "I did take on risks to help you, and I do deserve some compensation. But you've already given me your reward the last time, with that body-refining sacred lotus." His tone was peaceful. The conflicts they'd had were in the past. Although he had suffered because of her, and his now wife, Gu Lingqi, had been gravely injured by her, the Yaoqi Saintus had not further harmed Gu Lingqi. She had even provided him with the body-refining sacred lotus, resolving the conflicts between them. In fact, Lin Fan owed her a favor. His son Xiao Linhao's recovery from his condition, and the strength of his new body were all thanks to the sacred lotus she had gifted. This was a debt he needed to repay. On the other side, the Yaoqi Saintus slowly processed Lin Fan's words but frowned. "If that's the case, why go through all this trouble to find me? Don't tell me you came all this way just to chat." She couldn't believe that a powerhouse like Lin Fan would waste his time on something so trivial. Lin Fan chuckled. "Of course not. I'm here to make a deal with you." "What kind of deal?" Her tone softened slightly, seeing that Lin Fan didn't seem intent on causing trouble. "I'm talking about the items I mentioned earlier," he replied. "That's impossible. The Yaoqi ancient scripture is the foundation of our sacred land. I cannot share it with anyone outside," she stated firmly. "Are you sure?" Lin Fan asked, then tossed her a small jade bottle. "Take a look at this. Maybe it'll make you reconsider. The Yaoqi Saintus remained resolute, but to avoid provoking Lin Fan further, she accepted the bottle and opened it out of courtesy. At first she was indifferent, intending to refuse politely. But the moment she saw what was inside, her expression froze. Her previously calm demeanor vanished, and her smooth, rosy lips parted in shock. "Big sis, what's that?" the little girl asked curiously as she leaned closer, noticing her sister's reaction. It was impressive how quickly she moved on from being kidnapped and threatened. The Yaoqi Saintus didn't respond. Instead, she carefully resealed the small jade bottle, making the little girl even more curious. She scratched her head, trying to sneak a peek, but her sister remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan in astonishment. Finally, unable to contain herself, the little girl asked Lin Fan directly, "Hey, you annoying guy, what did you give my sister?" Lin Fan chuckled and replied, "A treasury, a huge treasure." "A huge treasure?" The little girl's eyes widened again in surprise. "Really, big sis?" Still, the Yaoqi Saintus didn't answer. Instead, she took a deep breath to calm herself and asked Lin Fan, "Are you sure you want to use this for a trade?" She had to take several deep breaths to steady herself. It wasn't that her composure was lacking, it was that the item Lin Fan had given her was far too shocking. Inside the bottle was the legendary divine blood, and not just a single drop but 5 drops. This was an unparalleled treasure. Just 1 drop was enough to drive countless powerful beings mad with desire. Even a great saint would struggle to remain calm before such a treasure. 5 drops? If word of this got out, it would cause ancient beings to rise from their slumber, ready to fight to the death for it. As the current Yaoqi Saintus, inheriting the treasures of the martial arts sacred land, she didn't even possess something this precious. After all, anyone who obtained such a treasure would immediately use it for themselves. Who would leave it for others? Since Lin Fan had offered it, she realized he wasn't here to extort her but was genuinely proposing a trade. Confirming this, she clenched the small jade bottle even tighter. The divine blood would be immensely valuable to her, not just for breaking through her current limits but for reshaping her body, opening the path to greater heights. The stronger one was, the more they desired such power. The Yaoqi ancient scripture cannot be shared with outsiders. The most I can offer is the middle volume. That's my limit. As for the other resources, I can double the amount. She finally offered after weighing her options. Only the middle volume. Lin Fan frowned slightly. This was less than he had hoped for. But after thinking it over, he realized there would be opportunities in the future to get the last volume. He agreed with a smile. For the first time since they met, the Yaoqi Saintus also smiled. Though her face was obscured by a soft, hazy glow, the faint smile that appeared hinted at a beauty so captivating it was hard to look away. The deal proceeded quickly, driven by the immense value of the 5 drops of divine blood. It was almost as if the Yaoqi Saintus feared Lin Fan might change his mind. She quickly produced the items from her storage, including jade boxes filled with sunlight spirit flowers, various divine metals in a myriad of colors, and of course the Yaoqi ancient scripture. However, only the middle volume was offered, and the characters on it seemed to be shrouded in some sort of seal, making them impossible to read. "This is a rule-based seal," she explained. "You won't be able to read it until you break through to a level beyond the martial saint." "Understood," Lin Fan replied, examining it briefly before storing it in his spatial ring. He trusted her character. After all, someone who had spared Gu Lingqi and honored their previous bet wouldn't stoop to trickery now. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the rest of the treasure: 200 sunlight spirit flowers and 10 cubic meters of various divine metals. This was a massive haul. With these resources, Lin Fan could finally unleash his full potential with his divine-level mechanical skills. Once he created his army of mechanical beasts, battles would never be the same again. The world would soon learn what reigning justice from above truly meant. "Everything checks out, right?" the Yaoqi Saintus asked once Lin Fan had finished inspecting the items. Her pride and integrity wouldn't allow her to deceive him. If she wanted something, she'd take it by force and not through trickery. "Everything's fine," Lin Fan confirmed with a smile. She had indeed doubled the amount, just as promised, without cutting any corners. "Since that's settled, you may leave. Our sacred mountain doesn't host men for dinner," she said, returning to her usual ethereal demeanor, now that she knew Lin Fan wasn't a villain. With a chuckle, Lin Fan nodded to her and the little girl, then activated his array and teleported away. "Big sis, what exactly did that annoying guy give you that made you willing to trade so much?" the little girl asked the moment Lin Fan was gone, her curiosity too strong to contain. The Yaoqi Saintus didn't hide it this time. She had only kept quiet earlier to avoid her sister's excited outbursts. Now, with no one else around, she reopened the small jade bottle. "Is this Divine blood. The little girl's eyes widened yet again as she sensed the sacred aura emanating from the bottle. If her eyelids hadn't been natural, they might have torn from being open so wide all day. Yes. Do you think your sister is foolish enough to give up so much without good reason? The Yaoqi Saintus replied, gently tapping her sister's head, her usual coldness replaced with a sisterly warmth. The little girl giggled, glancing at the spot where Lin Fan had stood. Since he was so sincere, I won't tell father about him bullying me. You should learn not to rely on father for everything, the Yaoqi Saintus said with a sigh, resealing the bottle. We've grown up, and we should be helping father, not troubling him with every little thing. Still, after everything was put away, she also glanced at where Lin Fan had been. Though we've settled our differences, I won't go back on my word. I promise to make you pay for what you did, and I'll show you my strength next time, she vowed quietly, her resolve stronger than ever. Did you really trade divine blood with her? Gu Lingqi asked in shock when Lin Fan returned and shared the details of the deal. As someone who had established a major trading company, she knew all too well the value of various resources. The items Gu Lingqi provided were indeed precious, but they still couldn't compare to the irreplaceable treasure that was divine blood. Moreover, given Lin Fan's strength and capabilities, was it really necessary to engage in a fair trade? In this world of martial prowess, power usually did the talking. Shouldn't he have gained more out of the deal? Lin Fan smiled and replied, she didn't harm you before, and even gave me the body crafting lotus that I needed. I owed her a favor, and now that debt is settled. That makes sense. Gu Lingqi nodded in agreement. She wasn't one to hold grudges without reason. If it weren't for the Yaoqi Saintus showing mercy, Gu Lingqi might not have survived. Let's head back. We've achieved what we came for, and there's no need to stay here any longer, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. The rewards from this trip had been substantial, and it was time to return and make the most of them. Their mission regarding the Blood Crow Hall was also complete. Either the remaining branches had gone into hiding, or they couldn't be located. Even if Lin Fan wanted to pursue them further, there was no way to do so. The two of them left Shenzhou. However, despite their departure, the region remained rife with turmoil. With the reappearance of the martial arts sacred land, countless ancient beings were awakening from their slumber. The emergence of the legendary divine will and rumors of mysterious forces pulling strings had drawn the attention of many ambitious powerhouses. But Lin Fan was no longer interested in what happened next. After leaving Shenzhou, he and Gu Lingqi set out to find the Tiger King. Yes, the Tiger King was out herding sheep. Earlier, in his rush to save Gu Lingqi's life, Lin Fan had abandoned the Tiger King in a vast grassland, deeming it too slow to keep up. He assumed the beast would stay put, waiting for his return. Little did he know that even in such a place, the Tiger King was living the good life. Not only had it avoided going hungry, but it had also found itself a companion, a female mountain goat with mystical beast blood, her white fur gleaming in the wind, her features delicate, and her eyes large and bright. When Lin Fan arrived, this goat was nestled comfortably against the Tiger King, much like a golden retriever with a girlfriend. Lin Fan, your mount seems to have a better life than you, Gu Lingqi teased with a laugh. Lin Fan, however, was left speechless. This rascal of a beast never seemed to settle down. First, there was the unicorn, then the night illumination lion tiger, and now a female goat. Each time it managed to cross species lines, outdoing even its master. Though Lin Fan had his fair share of romantic entanglements, he never crossed species boundaries. In this regard, he had to admit defeat to his mount. Roar! The Tiger King spotted Lin Fan and let out a joyful roar before trotting over with its new girlfriend in tow. The goat, a bit shy, hid behind the Tiger King, peeking out occasionally at the two humans. The Tiger King frowned at this and barked at its companion, as if scolding her for not greeting his master properly. Sure enough, after the scolding, the goat timidly stepped forward and bleated a greeting to Lin Fan. Gu Lingqi couldn't hold back her laughter. Lin Fan's mount was truly something else. As for Lin Fan, the black lines on his forehead only deepened. This beast. It never failed to amaze him. But more than anything, he felt a sense of helplessness. Dealing with such a peculiar mount, anyone in his shoes would probably react the same way. Lin Fan, actually, this might be a good thing. Look at this goat's background, Gu Lingqi said after her laughter subsided, tugging lightly on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan glanced at the goat and quickly understood what Gu Lingqi meant. The creature was at the peak of the half-saint realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the saint-beast level. For a mere mountain goat to possess such cultivation, it had to have a powerful mystical beast bloodline. While the Tiger King's tendency to mess around could be exasperating, if it kept bringing back companions like this, it was hard to complain. After all, a saint beast mount was a rare treasure that few could claim. You've done well, Lin Fan finally said. his tone a mix of resignation and praise. The Tiger King, thinking it was being praised, proudly puffed out its chest and let out a triumphant roar, as if to say, "No big deal." Gu Lingqi, meanwhile, burst into laughter once more. From her perspective, the Tiger King's antics were endlessly entertaining. Of course, it was easier to find humor in the situation when you weren't the one dealing with the consequences. Let's go. Lin Fan's sighed, feeling utterly drained by his mount's antics. As they prepared to leave, Gu Lingqi spoke up, "Lin Fan, I want to go home first. After everything that happened, I'm sure my family is worried sick. The situation at home might be chaotic right now." Given the ordeal she had endured being hunted by the divine will, Gu Lingqi's concerns were valid. "Of course I'll go with you," Lin Fan replied, understanding her concerns. It was only right for him to accompany her after all. They were practically returning to her parents' home together. On their way back, they had relied on their own strength, but now, they both had mounts to speed up the journey. Naturally, the Tiger King's new companion became Gu Lingqi's ride. The Tiger King didn't mind helping its master was just another way to earn favor, something it knew was invaluable. The goat's mystical bloodline proved remarkable. It could control clouds and mist, allowing it to move at incredible speeds, even flying through the air. Most impressively, it could sense danger ahead of time, skillfully avoiding threats like an erupting volcano that it had steered them clear of. Capable of flying and sensing danger in advance. This goat's bloodline might be related to Bai Zi. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The creature's appearance and abilities closely resembled the legendary Bai Zi. If it truly possessed Bai Zi's bloodline, it would be worth nurturing. The Tiger King, this beastly Casanova, had once again proven its worth.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.